Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 241, The Ultimate Gladiator 12. The feeling of rocking and swaying in the currents of any form of water never failed to put Toph on edge. It was far more bearable, she realized, on larger vessels, like Azula's barge. This wooden boat Iroh had dragged her onto was even smaller than the one she had stowed away on when she had first escaped from the Earth Kingdom in hopes to start a life in the Gladiator League. The scent of the sea unnerved her. The instability distressed her. And the absolute uncertainty, the ignorance in which Iroh had kept her, had pushed her well past a breaking point at last. Her wounds were healing slowly, painfully, but that pain didn't stop her from climbing out of the only cabin of the small vessel. The ship's captain, if he even merited such a title, was busy pulling ropes, albeit to navigate in the right direction. Toph supposed eyesight was needed to tell whether the direction of a ship was right or not, for she couldn't sense any difference between the ways the sea breeze brushed against their skin, whether the sails were aimed in one direction or another. Still, even if she couldn't unravel by herself what their destination might be, she could demand for answers, for they were well overdue on their third morning at sea. She climbed to the stern, Iroh's apparent favored location on the vessel. He would do better to head below deck, as far as Toph could tell, to escape the harsh sunlight. Summer was merely a month away, unless she'd lost track of time that badly, but he had remained on deck more often than not. He was avoiding her, Toph knew, while insisting she had to stay put and heal her wounds. She stopped before him, already knowing he'd repeat those words even before he started speaking. "You should go back inside. Your leg isn't fully mended yet." "I can walk this far." "It's better for my leg if I put it to some use anyway," Toph almost hissed. Iroh remained silent, and Toph couldn't help but wonder if he had flinched under her harsh words. "And I'm done playing guessing games, okay? Just tell me what the hell we're doing and where we're going, will you?" It was weird enough when it started, it's worse yet after 3 damn days of sailing to hell knows where. "We're on our way to safety," Iroh said, quietly. Toph's brow furrowed upon hearing an unequivocal hint of guilt in his soft voice. "So, you're saying we're running away from something?" she asked. "What is it? And why? If you were in any trouble I could have helped." "You couldn't have done anything," Iroh whispered, mournfully. Toph scoffed. "I know I was wounded, but I would have still defended you if you needed my help. We didn't have to make a run for it across the world, as far as I can tell." "What was it? Come on, Iroh, just tell me already. You can't just drag me onto a ship and take me someplace unknown without a single explanation, damn it. Did you get any news about Zuko? Is that it? Is he in trouble?" "And no. It's not about Zuko," Iroh admitted at last. Toph frowned. "Really? Then you really are in danger over something?" Toph asked, puzzled. "Iroh, just tell me. I can't help you fight if I have no idea what's going on." "I know that, but you shouldn't be looking to fight anyways." "Not when you're wounded," Iroh sighed, shaking his head. "Please, Toph, just go back to the cabin. I'll explain everything once we arrive at—" "Hell, no." Toph growled, her frown heavier yet. Even in a wooden ship, she could sense Iroh recoiling under her sudden burst of fury. "If you and I are a team, damn it, you'll tell me what's going on. I'm not some child you need to protect from the truth, am I? You didn't even ask me if I wanted to come with you to wherever you're taking me. You're not telling me where we're going, or why we're going anywhere, and you expect me to be fine with it? Just tell me the truth already, damn it. Or I'll beat it out of your ship captain, how's that?" "Toph." Iroh growled, finally regaining some of his character, namely when it came to unnecessary violence. "Tell me." Now Toph said, harshly, bluntly. Her sightless eyes glowed fiercely, a fierceness Iroh knew would be 1,000 times harsher once he answered her indeed. But she would find out eventually, wouldn't she? Even if he tried to hide this from her for a couple of weeks, the truth would be known eventually. She would find out what he'd done, and there was no guarantee things would be any better if she discovered it later rather than now. If anything, they were on a wooden boat, floating in the ocean, too far away from anything Toph could use as weapons. Perhaps she'd still react violently towards him, Iroh couldn't know for sure, but he would be a lot worse off if she found out when they were on solid ground. Perhaps he could defuse her wrath over the course of the weeks it'd take them to reach their destination on this slow boat. Toph, Iroh said, and she seemed to brace herself for nothing but excuses again, her fists tightening as she glowered without seeing Iroh. I made a terrible mistake. You. She frowned with confusion now, and her fists loosened up again. What's that supposed to mean? The mistake was running away, or... The mistake is what resulted in this flight, Iroh admitted, closing his eyes. I'm sorry. Toph couldn't understand what he meant yet, but even underneath the powerful sun, she felt a strange coldness spreading under her skin. She swallowed hard, uncertain whether to step closer and ask Iroh quietly, or to pull away and not ask any more questions about what he'd done. She'd had the feeling his silence was a matter of guilt, of shame. But perhaps it was also a matter of knowing that whatever he was hiding wouldn't sit well with her, once she knew what it was. Yet she had to know. Whatever his reasons to keep her in the dark, she deserved the truth, and Toph had more than enough courage to demand for it, regardless of how disturbing Iroh's behavior was so far. What, exactly, are you so sorry for? Toph said, finally. What's this mistake you made, Iroh? Iroh swallowed hard before taking a deep breath of ocean breeze. For a long time, I thought I understood our world. I thought I could see through people, even when they didn't want me to. More often than not, my guesses, my understanding of matters, have been accurate. But sometimes I can be misguided. Sometimes I can be tricked, whether I realize it or not. Usually, I believe I'm doing the right thing. I see very little reason to suspect otherwise, but the mistake I made, Toph, it's because I blinded myself into believing that I'd done the right thing, only to realize, not long afterwards, that perhaps I was mistaken. That sounds weird. Eerie, Toph said, frowning, and I still can't see what it has to do with any of what we're talking about. I mean, we all think we do the right thing, don't we? And then, if we mess up, we own up to it. So, what's the problem? You can't own up to it. It's not as easy as I'd wish it were, Iroh admitted, closing his eyes and rubbing the eyelids with his fingertips. For I certainly went too far. What I did, it warrants no forgiveness, I know it doesn't. And you won't forgive me either, once I tell you what it was. I won't. Toph asked, puzzled. You're sure of that? Completely, Iroh sighed, shaking his head. I should have listened to you. I should have known better than to trust in prophecies, in nonsense of the sort. If I hadn't clung to it all so tightly, perhaps I would have been able to see the truth far more clearly, far earlier. And then, we wouldn't be where we are now. Good to know you think you should have listened to me, but prophecies? Toph said, frowning. What's that about? You'd never said anything about some prophecy to me. Because I hadn't needed to, Iroh whispered, but that is what has guided me, for all these years. The promise that I'd be able to help set right the world's course. That I had a destiny, and that this destiny was about finding the right heir, and guiding them, so that they could become the next Fire Lord. But instead, Why you, what? Toph said, frowning, her gut was swirling with unsettling nervousness. You said this isn't about Zuko, so it's about Angela? Did you do something to her? Or did she do something to you? When you fell asleep in the waiting room, I decided to confront them, he said. Toph's lips parted. They were taking too long. I thought they had to leave, for the crowds would only let you get to safety once they were gone. But they wouldn't. I went to their waiting room, hoping to tell them to take off already, so you could be tended to, and they were on their way out already? That's all there was to it, right? Toph interrupted him quickly, her chest tightening as a much darker possibility came to mind. One she refused to put into words, no matter what, but reality, of course, would be much different. No, Iroh finally said, lowering his gaze. They were very much preoccupied with something else. The tone of his voice, the evasiveness of his words, all of it sent a clear enough message that Toph didn't want to acknowledge, even if it was obvious enough what it was. Her fists tightened as she shook her head, unwilling to accept an unsettling, unwanted devastating truth. And no, no, no. Toph said, her denial surprised the old man, who eyed her with uncertainty. You didn't. Why, you didn't find anything weird? You didn't. There's no way. Toph. He said, studying her pointedly, his small eyes narrowing further. You didn't. Toph exclaimed, her voice strained as she raised it higher than she intended to. His lack of answer this time froze her in place, and her unwillingness to accept the truth was defeated, outright, no matter if she didn't want it to be overcome at all. Shit, Iroh. Damn it, what did you do to them? Did you pick a fight with them or something? Toph. Iroh said, scowling with gradual understanding. You knew. You, for all this time, for all these years, you knew what was happening between them. You knew, and you never told me. It wasn't my secret to tell. Toph exclaimed, her voice hitching as scowled again. It wasn't my business, never was. But Toph. Iroh gasped, staring at her in disbelief. So, what, you just found out and ran off with me? Is that it somehow? Did Azula freak you out so badly that you went into hiding for a bunch of hours, then picked me up at the dome and we left the city just like that? Toph asked, anxiously. Well, if that's it, I can fix this, okay? You can fix it. Just, keep your mouth shut, don't tell anyone important about this and everything will be back to normal. Hell, they'll finally learn to trust you again, I can make them, they'll finally understand you're not going to. A mistake. A terrible mistake, he'd said. Toph frowned as the words returned to her. Iroh's previous silence gained a new meaning as she let herself think of one rather devastating reason why he'd acted as he had. Iroh. She almost whispered, frozen cold as slow realization dawned upon her. What did you do? Once you knew, what did you do? I did what I thought I had to, Iroh said, looking at her in despair. And now I know it was a terrible mistake, but Toph. Terrible mistake. Toph repeated, her fists tightened. You fucked them over? That's what you're trying to tell me? You told her fucking dad. Iroh's silence, again, was as good as a confession. Toph actually took a step back, her chest heaving as she shook her head. Of all reasons why he could have dragged them out of the city without warning, this one hadn't even come to her mind. No, because she had mistakenly believed Iroh wasn't capable of something like this, and now he had proved her wrong. You couldn't have been so fucking stupid. You couldn't have. I was angry. I wasn't thinking properly, it's true. Iroh shouted. As far as I could see, Azula has long proven she's not a good person, and not a good leader for the future of the Fire Nation. Someone who uses slaves as nothing but a political tool, who was strategically making every move to garner support so she could take Zuko's birthright. She was proud to tell me all this in Crescent Island, to confess she has been doing everything for her own benefit. And she was rejoicing to that extent in your injuries, your loss. I know you care for her, Toph, but as wrong as I was in behaving as I did, it doesn't change that her actions speak much louder about her worth as your friend, as a leader. Bullshit. That's all bullshit. Toph shouted, shaking her head as she paced over the ship, her fists trembling. All the crap she told you, it was garbage she said just so you'd get off her case and never find out about her and Sokka. And I thought she was crazy for it, I thought you two could get along and you could actually become part of keeping their damn secret, but she was right not to trust you. The minute you found out. Toph, you were injured. So fucking what? Toph shouted. Fucking hell, Iroh, so what? I nearly killed Sokka the first time I fought him, and they still became my friends. It was a gladiator fight, for fuck's sake, of course I got hurt. That's part of it. And they could have thrown a real party with the whole arena if they wanted to, it didn't matter one bit to me if they did, and I'm the one who was hurt. Shit, Iroh. You had no damn reason to do it. You're just using me as an excuse, but she was right about you, all along, she was right. You were just looking for any way to ruin her life. And now. Hell, you told the Fire Lord. You told the Fire Lord, about. Toph's tirade eased as the reality of the matter sank in. Iroh grimaced, Toph's words slamming into him as fiercely as her earthbending would. He eyed her warily, knowing nothing he said now would change her mind about him, about his motives. Anything he might say would sound as an excuse. You just grabbed me, dragged me away as soon as you could, Toph said, hands on her head. Her fingers dug into her hair and she tugged hard. You fucking ruined her life, and the first damn thing you did was run away and drag me with you. Ozay, he's unhinged. I know I shouldn't have done what I did, Toph, I understand that now, better than you'd expect, but... Fuck you. What does it matter if you understand it or not? Toph growled, turn this shitty boat around this instant if you actually understand anything, and get us back to the Fire Nation. If we go, we can still help them somehow, damn it, we can try. It will be a death sentence to return now, Iroh said, shaking his head. Ozay will be furious, must be furious, and it's all my fault. There's no telling what he'll do to me, or to you, by extension. We can't go back. Hell, so you're saying you're not even going to own up to this? To the shit you pulled? Toph exclaimed, you're not even going to try to help? As if Azula would accept any help if it comes from me, Iroh said, lowering his head. I wouldn't, if I were in her place. Well, you're fucking right, she wouldn't, but she'd accept mine. Toph exclaimed, she knows I kept my damn mouth shut, unlike you. Ever since Ba Sing Se, Wait, what? From that point? Iroh asked. Toph scoffed. I knew what they were doing. I knew they were interested in each other, but nothing had happened yet. Toph growled. Then, by the time it did, I swore to them I'd keep quiet and you'd never know. If they think I somehow told you, then. If they ever find out it was me who gave them away, I doubt they'd suspect you. You were a loyal friend to them all along, Iroh said, lowering his gaze. They shouldn't blame you. It's all me, I know it, and believe it or not, I do regret it. Even if Azula had been, indeed, who I believed she was, what I've done warrants no forgiveness and I would ask for none of it anyway. But whatever you may think of me now, Toph, you'll be in Ozay's murderous path if you dare return. I'm sorry, I know I should have thought this through, and I was impulsive and an unbelievable fool for this. I let my emotions run away with me. No, it wasn't just your damn emotions, Toph hissed. It was your fucked up idea of justice, wasn't it? You got cheated off your throne, so Zuko couldn't get cheated off of his. And you just wanted to think Azula was a monster, didn't you? That she was just like her father, that she couldn't change, that somehow everything wrong that ever happened in the Fire Nation was her fault. But fuck, it wasn't. You knew from the start that Zuko left because of me. It was my fault. I'm the one who told him the things I did, and if I hadn't done that, he'd still be in the Fire Nation. You should have fucking taken it all out on me. If that meant you'd have punished me by letting me die in the slate, so fucking be it, damn you, but not. Not them, shit, not them. They deserve better. Hell, he's going to kill Sokka. The Fire Lord's going to. And you're just sitting here, saying you're sorry but you're not, are you? You don't give a shit. Toph, I do care. I did realize the magnitude of my actions, but it was too late to take anything back, Iroh said, almost pleadingly. Curses, if you'd just told me about what you knew, I wouldn't have. You already goddamn proved why you couldn't know, damn you, Toph said, shaking from head to toe. You could have shut your damn mouth, you could have kept this to yourself, talked to me about it. I could have told you everything. And then, they'd be fine, and you'd be wrapping your damn head around the idea that maybe they're not monsters. But you didn't. The minute you heard or saw them doing whatever they were doing, the first damn fucking thing you did was tell her dad. Do you still think you have any right to pin this damn shit on me when you outright proved why you couldn't be trusted with the truth? I didn't understand everything. I still don't, I know I don't, but I could have understood better if. Iroh said. Toph, however, spat on the ship's wooden floorboards, immediately cutting off his words. You had your fucking chance, Toph growled. You could have listened, for a damn second, to what your nephew told you, and understood it wasn't Azula's fault. You could have listened to me, too, and stopped hounding her the way you did, always suspecting her, always trying to trip her up and fuck her over. But you didn't. You chose to keep that shit up, For no damn reason, and even now when you can tell you messed up, you're trying to blame anyone but yourself. I blame myself enough. Iroh exclaimed. All I'm saying is, yes, what I did was wrong, but it's still possible Azula wasn't the person you thought she was. She may have been your friend, Toph, but she isn't a good person by nature. Right, because she went out of her way to help me in the slate when you ditched me because she's a horrible person and wanted to piss you off, that's how it is. Toph asked, scowling. She made those laws that were helping thousands of people because she's a bad person. Hell, those laws. Even if she had bad intentions, they were good. And now with her fucking father losing his shit, how does anyone know he's not going to abolish them, just to punish her? And then you'll be a much worse person, right? Because you destroyed what she built. If she built something to help others for the wrong reasons, and you tore it all down for the right ones, who's the worst person, huh? Iroh gritted his teeth, falling silent as Toph breathed heavily, waiting for his answer. It didn't arrive. She was my friend, Toph said, her voice frayed, her throat and eyes burning with tears that surged, tinging her fury with unbearable sadness. So was he, damn it, and now he's going to die. He's going to die, and you won't turn this fucking ship around so I can go help them. How can you act like you know who's a good person and who isn't after you did something like this? How can you trust your damn judgment anymore, when that's the whole reason this happened? And how can you expect me to trust you too, after everything? Shit, I should just. Don't even think about jumping ship, Iroh said, raising a hand in her direction. Toph huffed, a near hysterical scream, as she tugged her hair again, inching away from him. You can't swim, Toph. I understand how angry you are at me, but you're in danger because of all this. I didn't drag you with me just because I assumed you'd want to come. No, you're just making fucking choices without giving a damn about anyone's opinion. Toph hissed. You dragged me onto this damn wooden boat, and you'll keep me in the water for hell knows how long, because you think I won't be able to do anything to you here. Even now you're a fucking coward. You're everything she ever said you were. She was right about you, from the start. No, Toph, she wasn't right about me. Iroh gasped, grimacing. I may have misjudged her, but she misjudged me just as well. Toph, please, this is much bigger than her, than me, than anything you expect. The prophecy says. Fuck off. Toph shouted, her voice fierce and deeper than Iroh thought he'd heard it before. You can stuff your fucking ass with that prophecy for all I care. Toph, one of the royal family would be the bringer of balance, and it couldn't be Azula. How the hell do you know that? Toph shouted. Who the hell told you prophecies get to decide how anything works? And even if that's how it was, how do you know it wouldn't be her? Avatar Roku said it was a man. He only referred to the heir as male, and that could only make sense if it's Zuko, Iroh said, gritting his teeth. The one with Roku and Sozin's bloodlines, that's why it's him. He could bring back balance, Toph, and that's why it has to be him, that's why. She fucking married a water tribe guy, Toph said. Iroh's words froze on the spot. She left with him, for that week, and they had their own damn marriage ceremony, away from the whole world. She started fixing things for slaves, too. She had friends everywhere. She even met Zuko and helped him. He only sent you that stupid ass letter because she asked him to. What? Iroh gasped, his eyes wide. She was fucking bringing back balance already. Toph shouted, tears finally streaming down her face. If that's what mattered to you, then you shouldn't have been so damn short of sense, and you would have known it. If even I could see it, so could you. But you didn't want to, that's all there was to it. You were just doing whatever suited your damn ego best, not whatever was right with the world. And you keep trying to make yourself believe she was a horrible person when she was 1,000 times the person you are. Fucking hell. If it'd been Sokka in my place back then, if she'd been about to discard him, you wouldn't have given a flying fuck. You would have considered it a triumph. But she helped me. And you still plan on telling me it's her who was the problem. Iroh fell silent, unable to speak against Toph's latest revelations. Against her latest truths, difficult as some were to believe. He couldn't be sure everything was true, No, but he had to consider the possibility that it could be. I can't believe I ever vouched for you, that I ever thought you were just as good as they were, Toph said, shaking her head and wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I used to think you were amazing. I was happy to think of you as an uncle of my own, but I didn't know you. That's how it is, I never knew you, not for real. We were dishonest. In many ways, Iroh said. Toph scoffed. That I kept my word to my friends isn't the same as what you did with your own fucking dishonesty, she said. They were there for me. Every single damn time. Even when I nearly killed them, they still forgave me, when I couldn't forgive myself. They really are the best friends I've ever had. And you fucking killed them. Azula won't die because of this, Iroh said, and she is resourceful. She might find a way out. Right. Sure, because that's how this works, Toph said, shaking her head. Instead of doing something yourself, instead of trying to set things right and fight back against your damn brother. I intend to do that, one way or another, whether Azula is alright or not, Iroh said, breathing deeply. Toph scoffed. Not like it matters to you if she is or isn't anyway, she said, not like it ever did. All that matters is your stupid ass prophecy, right? Well, you already know where you can shove it, damn you. She deserved a better uncle than you. I deserved a better sponsor than you. And Sokka? He deserved a better death than this. Or are you going to pretend he won't die anyway? That the Fire Lord's not going to kill him? Because you know he will. That guy, he's one of the best people I know. One of the best warriors I know. If I ever get to be half as strong, as resourceful, as talented as he is, I'll be fucking lucky. Toph. Iroh said, watching as tears ran down Toph's face. He was my rival. He was my friend, she said, and you won't even let me help him. You won't let me help her, either. You dragged me into this stupid wooden prison, you spent 3 damn days not telling me the truth. You knew I wasn't going to take it well. You knew I was going to be pissed at you for what you'd done, and instead of trying to fix it, you just decided to save your hide and drag me out of danger because, whatever the reason, really, I don't even. Because I care about you, Toph, Don't. Fuck off with that shit. I don't want you to care about me, not you, Toph said, gritting her teeth as she stepped away from him, not after what you did to them. I can't, Iroh. I can't forgive you. They won't even get to tell you those damn words themselves, and they deserve to. And that's just why I never will. Fuck this. Fuck you, and our stupid ass team. I don't want to be your partner. Never again. You lied, you tricked me, all for your damn benefit. I'm not putting up with it anymore. The minute we reach land, you're on your own. That's. Iroh said, but Toph stormed off by then, rushing down the stairs, back to the cabin he had wanted her to stay in the first place. Toph. There was no chance her intentions would be realized. Iroh knew as much. Toph could say what she wished, she could make vows, decide to abandon him for good, but she was stuck with him, from this point onwards, until this conflict was resolved. No, apologies wouldn't fix what he'd wrought, Iroh knew that too. Saying he was sorry, it would help no one, and Toph would likely only despise him further for it. Yes, he had known the consequences for Azula's misdeeds would be severe, he wouldn't play dumb about that, but he had certainly miscalculated in many ways. Azula was, indeed, a master manipulator, but it seemed she had manipulated him into thinking the very worst of her. Why couldn't she have used that damn skill of hers to sway him into believing her to be the kind, pure-hearted leader the Fire Nation needed? If she had only tried to convince him of that. Though, would he have even tried to see her that way? Would he have ever given her a chance, when that was what Toph had begged him to do for years? He had refused on every opportunity. He had, indeed, antagonized her, for he had always taken for granted that she was her father's loyal soldier. Her affair, it had looked like nothing but a slip-up to Iroh, something done in the spur of the moment, an impulsive occasion in which she had rewarded her loyal slave with the only thing he had ever wanted. It had never crossed his mind that it could be love instead, Not since she had shot down that possibility when he had brought it up in Crescent Island, but of course, why would she ever tell him the truth back then, when all she would have expected was for Iroh to do exactly what he'd done this time? Whatever motives he'd had, whatever impulsive reasoning had guided him, he could finally acknowledge it had been utterly wrong. He covered his face with his hands, acutely aware of lacking the wisdom so many people believed he had in spades. He had thought he had done the right thing, that he had chosen the right heir, until that night had changed everything. But was it in his hands to choose? Was it up to him to choose? What Roku had predicted about his role in ending the war? You will determine the fate of the next Fire Lord. Had he done that with his mistakes, too? Had he determined the fate of the next Fire Lord by letting Zuko be chased away, by destroying Azula's chance at amending what her father had been breaking for the past 2 decades, what their forefathers had been destroying for over 100 years of war? Had he fulfilled his destiny by dooming the Fire Nation, altogether? No, he couldn't let that happen. He had messed up, that much was true, and as much as Toph wanted them to go back, there would be no salvaging Azula's destroyed honor at this stage, let alone would there be any chances to save Sokka's life. But if there was yet a way for the Fire Nation's leadership to be toppled, Iroh wouldn't rest until he made it happen. No, it was no way to amend his mistakes. Azula, without a doubt, would never forgive him. But whatever price he'd have to pay for what he'd done, he'd pay it indeed. Toph was right, there was no point in making excuses or running away anymore. He might never be able to take back what he'd done, but if he stopped stalling, working in the shadows, and finally stepped forward to fully fight back against his brother, there might be some redemption he could yet aspire to, even now. Everything all right, sir? The captain and sole sailor of their small vessel eyed Iroh warily, as though unsure about approaching the ship's stern, even now. Iroh sighed, shaking his head as an earnest answer. I fear nothing will be all right, not for a long time, he said, but keep us on course. The sooner we arrive, the better. Still got another week left of this journey, said the sailor, grimacing apologetically. It'll still be a while. I know. Just keep going, Iroh said. The man nodded in his direction. As you wish, Grand Lotus. He wasn't sure he deserved that title, perhaps he never had. Iroh sighed. He'd attempt to bring up his own demotion to the rest of the leadership of the Order, once they reached their destination. Below deck, Toph no longer intended to take another step out of the cabin she had barricaded herself in. Shivering violently, she had climbed the cot she'd been resting on earlier, clawing her hair with her hands once more, while she had been convalescing pathetically in this dim cabin, while she had been making utterly misguided guesses over whatever had prompted Iroh's behavior. Azula and Sokka had been, for all she knew, fighting for their lives against the Fire Lord himself. While she was relaxed, careless, floating miles away from all land, they were suffering hardships she barely dared imagine. If Azula had been examined to inspect whether or not she retained her purity, would they have known right away that the man responsible was Sokka? Would they have executed him at haste? Was her friend even alive anymore? And if he wasn't, would Azula be able to keep going, somehow, when it seemed she was poised to lose everything? After a nightmare of a month, during which Toph had been inflicted more injuries than she had ever experienced, nothing had hurt her as badly as the conversation she'd just held with the man she had once trusted with her life. How she had dreaded the possibility of facing an enemy she wasn't strong enough to defeat, an enemy who could overcome her and render her powerless. After all that fear, all that uncertainty about being good enough, about being strong enough to face any adversity, it turned out the worst battle she'd face wouldn't be against Combustion Man, or against the Blue Wolf, but against her own powerlessness. When those she loved had needed her most desperately, when she could have done something, anything, to help them, she hadn't been able to. She hadn't even known what hardships they had been enduring on their own, and now it was too late. She couldn't do anything to help tilt the odds of a battle far more important than any gladiator fight in Sokka and Azula's favor. She had been denied the chance to fight altogether. She couldn't save the people who mattered the most to her. Tears poured down her cheeks as she hugged herself, strenuous pain surging in her gut, rendering her useless, helpless, in a wooden prison, on the vastness of the ocean. She had known, she had known, that one day she would fail. That one day, she wouldn't be strong enough. That one day, she would be too late. That day had arrived, just as she had anticipated. Shuddering, sobbing in a cabin, in the middle of the sea, the devastated earthbender, cut off from her power, from her friends, from every certainty underneath her strong feet, stemmed in her fury, in her sadness, in the longing desperation to find her friends again, to apologize for not being able to stop Iroh, to fight for them, to protect them from Fire Lord Oze if she could. She would gladly trade that pristine gladiatorial record, all battles she had fought across the past years, for a chance to help them once more, but reality proved to be utterly unforgiving. Out of all the battles she had waged, won, and lost, the only one she had failed to fight in was the one where her friends had needed her most direly. It wasn't dawn yet when the footsteps awoke Sokka from another fretful attempt to sleep. He shuddered into consciousness, sitting against the wall as he was. Even the commodity of any form of bedding had been deemed a kindness someone of his station didn't deserve. His eyes took time to adjust to the dark room and to recognize the new arrivals, the leader of which stood at his cell's door. He knew those red and gold robes. He knew why they were here. Even then, he didn't move an inch until the man behind the helmet spoke. "It's time," he said, simply. Sokka gritted his teeth, closing his eyes tightly. Wildly, he had allowed himself to wonder if by any chance, Ruishi or Fei Li might be underneath that helmet, that they might have managed to infiltrate the squad that had come to collect him. But no, instead, it was the same voice of the guard who had helped him, bringing him that tray with food and treatments to ease his many wounds. A tray that had been taken from his cell after he'd used its contents by a disgruntled, furious guard who stormed downstairs, demanding for an explanation. In their eyes, he was the lowest of criminals, the most outrageous one, too, and so much as keeping him alive was a chore they would be glad to be rid of. Sokka breathed deeply, wondering if the man standing by the door agreed with those notions. Notions that, no doubt, had seen their origins in the Fire Lord's judgment of this whole situation. "Please, don't make this any harder on yourself than it has to be," the guard said, after Sokka betrayed no intent to move. Words that guard had spoken, too, back when Sokka had been beaten by his fellow guards, in his own home. Sokka glanced at him, almost reproachfully, before dropping his gaze and sighing heavily. Every inch of his body hurt, but all that pain was superficial compared to the one that dwelled within his heart. One mistake was all it had taken for things to come to this. One person giving them away, and now he was forced to face his death before he was ready to let go of life. Before he could make sure the woman he loved would be safe, that she would be able to keep going even if he was gone. They had sworn to each other it wouldn't come to this, they had vowed to succeed where Oma and Shu had failed. But surely Oma and Shu had made similar vows, and just like Sokka's own end seemed inevitable, impending, so had been Shu's. The least he could do was face it head-on, proving himself a gladiator worthy of serving the most extraordinary leader that the Fire Nation, rather, their whole world, had ever seen. He rose to his feet slowly, glancing at the guard with stern eyes. The man gave the order to open the door, and one of the domestic forces guards stepped forward, carrying a large set of keys with him, the keys for Sokka's ankle shackle, of course. Sokka breathed out as the Imperial Guard entered the cell, followed by two others. "Don't even think about doing anything you shouldn't, understood?" said one of the other guards. Sokka's eyes only narrowed further, waiting for the metallic weight on his ankle to finally disappear. The shackle clinked off his leg. By then, the guard who had helped him before had restrained his wrists with another set of handcuffs. Sokka complied silently, knowing he'd get no better treatment than this. Compared to the violence with which they'd dragged him to prison 3 days ago, this group of guards was proving surprisingly mild instead. The full squad assigned to him flanked him as he stepped out of the prison cell. He was guided to the stairs, and he felt the keen glares of all the domestic forces guards who had been asked to keep watch over him through the previous day and night. Sokka ignored them as best he could, following the Imperial Guards down the tower. The cold stone underneath his bare feet wasn't comfortable, neither was the stale air in the building, but even then, Sokka was grateful for each of those sensations. He was still breathing, and there was still solid ground for him to walk on. The pain over his skin, and underneath it, was just as much proof that he was still alive, and just as much of a reminder that, sooner than later, all these sensations would vanish for good. He knew he shouldn't think of that, of course he did, but his empty stomach twisted all the same, whether he formulated such thoughts in his mind or not. He counted the floors, for no reason but to keep track of his reality. The lower they went, the more guards he'd see, and all of them looked at him as though he were a wild beast they had to be wary of. Wasn't he even human in their eyes anymore? Perhaps not. He swallowed hard as they dragged him outside. The sun had yet to rise, though the skies were lighter than before. The air was much cleaner here, and Sokka breathed it in fully, letting it rinse his lungs before he was dragged into another carriage for prisoners. The metal cabin this time, however, was covered with a thick fabric, intended to prevent any onlookers from identifying him. It was a necessary measure now, as back when he had first been captured it had been the middle of the night and he would have been unrecognizable under those circumstances. Parading him across town this time would definitely garner him more attention than the Imperial Guards would want. Even with this fabric concealing him from sight, it'd be difficult to divert attention from the carriage, Sokka suspected. Still, he was urged to climb on the carriage alone, and within a few more moments, the wheels started to roll. On and on they'd turn, until they finally reached their destination within the capital's premises. At the very center of the city, in a darkened room, a princess laid in bed, her eyes open even if dawn had yet to arrive. The familiar tingle of warmth the sun brought with itself was unwelcome, unwanted. Today, the sun should never rise again, if that was what it'd take for the man she loved to live on. But nature, she knew, wasn't so fickle. Even if the thickest clouds tried to cover the skies, the sun would still rise behind them, and her father would still act on his latest decisions, as he ever had intended to. Unwanted proof of her certainties arrived mere moments later. When the door to her room swung open, some other guard had arrived to convey a message to Xiaofeng and his legion of goons, of course. And what message could it possibly be, if not? Get up, and get ready. The execution will take place in an hour. Her stomach sank painfully, a draining sense of panic overwhelming her heart as she refused to process those words. An hour? That was all they had left? She twitched in the mattress, almost imperceptibly. Almost. You already know you have but a choice to make, princess, either you do this the easy way, or the hard way, Xiaofeng continued, scowling at her from the side of her bed. If you'd rather be dragged to the Grand Royal Dome in this shape, so be it. Retaining even a shred of her dignity was but a failed venture, Azula knew, but letting Xiaofeng touch her, or drag her anywhere, was a concept she refused to accept. She released a deep, angry breath, before she pushed herself up to a sitting position. Xiaofeng inched away from her. The way he regarded her revealed he was wary, perhaps even scared. Did he expect her to strike at him? If only she had the strength for it, she gladly would have. Her feet hit the floor just as her servants were ushered inside, at haste. That they'd expect her to eat today was utterly laughable. She didn't even cast a glance at her dining room, instead focusing only on her clothes selection. The servants could clean and tidy up all they pleased, it made no matter. There was no future she could see, no tomorrow worth striving towards, not when the immediate future was a waking nightmare. She changed in her bathroom, again. The servants insisted on helping her this time, and one of them gasped at the swelling skin of her shoulder's wounds once it was exposed to their eyes. Azula disregarded the reaction, cladding herself in her shirt immediately, unconcerned with how disturbed they might be over her physical state. They didn't react adversely to anything else, but they were very careful when placing her black armor upon her body. Azula had been tempted to reject the armor again, but after her latest row with her father, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Instead, she allowed them to prepare her as best they could. To compose her hair into the perfect half knot, to crown it, this time, with her hairpiece. Upon looking at herself in the mirror, her pale, miserable complexion spoke lengths of her mental state. Long ago, she had found herself staring at that same reflection with uncertainty, knowing she looked like the perfect princess when she longed for nothing but to tear apart that image of herself, to prove she wasn't her father's ideal heir, that she hadn't been, for a long time. In the end, she hadn't torn the image at all, but it had fallen to pieces by its own weight. Right now, she could barely recognize the woman who stared back at her in that mirror. "Princess, will you eat some breakfast?" asked Hylan, pleadingly. "It's still warm, I hope, so." Azula closed her eyes and shook her head. The maid fell silent immediately, though her question, and its answer, had been enough for Xiaofeng to step forward. If you won't eat, there's no more time to waste, the general announced. Angela didn't hesitate to shoot him a deathly glare that he pointedly ignored. Get going. Your palanquin awaits you. Palanquin. Angela nearly scoffed at the notion. Didn't her father want this whole matter to be kept quiet, yet he'd have her crossing the city to the Grand Royal Dome on her palanquin, right after he had closed down the Gladiator business? Her chest burned with fury at every single one of his irrational decisions, at the awareness that he'd never acknowledge them as such, too. But what choice did she have other than to abide by his demands? He had already made it abundantly clear, as head Xiaofeng, that any refusal would be met with nothing but violence. Either she complied, or she'd be forced to do so against her will, as was the traditional way in which her father always handled his business. She only fastened her boots silently in response to Xiaofeng's words and made for the door. The guards gathered around her, but when one reached for her, Xiaofeng pulled him back. You are staying in the palace, he hissed, furious as she'd been so far. Angela hadn't even noticed the guard Xiaofeng spoke to right now was none other than Fei Li. He gasped, as Xiaofeng pushed him back into the nearest wall. Disobey, and you'll face dire consequences, Xiaofeng hissed. Your demotion is already guaranteed, as things stand, Captain Fei Li. You don't wish to make matters worse yet for yourself, or do you? Fei Li froze in place, lowering his head. Angela's stomach twisted and turned at his silent surrender. Whatever he'd wanted to convey to her, he'd failed to do so. That he'd be so unwilling to see her off with the rest of the guards, it seemed as though he were desperate. As though he couldn't trust that any of the plans he'd been counting on so far would pay off at all. Was that the case? Was all hope truly lost? She hadn't been counting on the opposite, not really. Not after her father had sent so many guards to watch over her every move, not after he had made his intentions to marry her off to Zhao Non, not after he had announced Sokka's fate would be decided on this very day. Yet after Fei Li's failed attempt to reach her, it felt as though Angela were walking to her own execution as well as Sokka's. Across the city, the wheels of a carriage finally halted, the flap of the fabric covering the cabin was pulled to the side, the metallic cage opened, and the cuffed man within was pulled out of the vehicle briskly, to find himself in a familiar location. We were expressly ordered to bring you here, the helpful guard told him, clasping the chain of Sokka's handcuffs. It's not every day a man is given a chance to fight back on the day of his execution, so you'd best not waste it. Sokka swallowed hard, nodding despite he knew this display of kindness was minuscule, considering the reality of his situation. Even so, it was good to know that Zhao had come through with his promise. Sokka followed the guard through the fence, and the small front yard, that led to the house he'd occupied for the past 4 years. Distribute yourselves across the house's terrains, now, the guard ordered his comrades. I won't run away, Sokka said, glancing at the man warily. Underneath his helmet, he remained impassive. I should hope so, he said, but if I take any chances with you, I'll pay for it. I'll watch over you as you collect your weapons, and if you do anything you shouldn't. I won't, Sokka said, bluntly, raising his eyes to the ajar door. The guard was the one who pushed it open with one brisk movement. The place looked abandoned in Sokka's eyes, despite it had only been empty for a few days. A ghostly light filtered through the windows as the sun was beginning to rise, but it brought no warmth, no life, to the place he'd gladly called a home for as long as he had. The crimson couch lingered where it was, so familiar, and yet so distant, as though it, along with all the contents of the house, had been replaced by a doppelganger that lacked its true essence. Blood trailed across the stairs, and Sokka flinched many times as he climbed the steps slowly, his body shooting jolts of pain through his every joint and muscle over his movements. He had stumbled and fallen down across this very flight, when he had last been here. The memory of every blow, every abuse, still burned vividly in his mind as he reached the top of the stairs. Song's room was closed, and he briefly allowed himself to think that she might still be there, sleeping peacefully before setting out to work on breakfast. That this nightmare would come to an end in some other way than with his death, that his friends, his loved ones, would be safe and sound. That he'd have a second chance to do things the right way, that time would flow backwards and allow him to fight back, to defeat all the guards, or perhaps to slow down with Angela in the waiting room, and instead that they might stop Iroh before he rushed to tell the Fire Lord of any suspicions he'd have, whether accurate or not, about their relationship. But time didn't circle back. When he reached his room, a pool of dry blood had solidified over the floorboards, staining them permanently, he suspected. The bed was a mess, with burnt sheets that had been caught in the crossfire. The guards themselves must have put out the flames in the middle of the fight, otherwise the whole place would have burned down altogether. "Get going, then. We don't have all day," said the guard. Sokka raised an eyebrow, though, and then his shackled hands. "Oh. I'll get done much faster if you do something about this," he said. The guard nodded, though he didn't refrain from warning him yet again. "Don't do anything stupid," he said, bluntly. Sokka nodded, as the handcuffs loosened, leaving him at liberty to prepare properly. He didn't think twice of it, pulling off his prison shirt and tossing it aside before shrugging off the trousers as well. The guard said nothing, likely unconcerned with his carelessness regarding his displaying of his body so openly, and Sokka wouldn't have cared if the man had protested for it in any way, either. He collected one of his blue shirts, as well as the matching, darker trousers he ever wore with them. The fabric was soft upon his skin, just as that of his waistcloth. He tied all of it together with his white sash, taking more care than usual to ensure it was bound properly. Then he stepped towards his armoire, opening it to reveal his large, blue-black armor awaited him there. The very armor he'd built with Azula's help in the early days of their partnership, that had seen him through countless ordeals, the only right attire to wear when he'd be facing death in no time, as far as he could tell. His arms trembled as he picked up the armor. He needed food, and far more rest, as well as a long recovery period, if he hoped to be in the best condition for a fight. But why even think of such impossible things? Why even let himself dream of restoring the strength he knew he'd have no time, no chance to reclaim? All he could do was set the armor upon his shoulders, fastening it expertly, and letting its weight comfort him, even if his aching body resented him for wearing it. He would fight no better without it, however. He was in no shape for the challenge that loomed ahead. He refused to lie to himself pretending otherwise. Heavy or light armor, it would make no difference for a gladiator as battered as he was, let alone when he'd face a man who would blow him to smithereens regardless of whatever equipment he brought with him. He tightened his bandages over his forearms, then he slipped the forearm guards into place. Azula had often taken to fastening these for him, a painful thought to have, and yet a comforting memory to bask in, as he closed his eyes and let himself think of her again. She was the only source of strength he still had left, the only reason he kept going, the only reason to fight rather than accept his death meekly, but every hint of strength was accompanied by misery, just as well. For he knew her future was dark and dangerous, for he knew Oze would be as cruel as he dared be to his daughter, both now and on every day that followed Sokka's execution. So many conflicting feelings raged inside his tormented soul, but Sokka didn't slow down even then. He slid his feet inside the last pair of boots Azula had bought for him, fastening them quickly, before rising to tie up his hair properly. The hair she had told him she liked longer. If only he could feel her fingers brushing through it again, if only he could gaze into those golden eyes one more time, or kiss those lips once more. It didn't matter how many times he'd done it, how he had genuinely cherished her presence, her company, for as long as he had. All the years of unparalleled bliss they'd enjoyed suddenly seemed so few, so short, in the face of these adversities. He collected his weapons slowly, knowing the guard was watching him more intently now than before. First, his sword and boomerang. Then he collected his knife and club, too. Then his bombs. He was running low on the smoke bombs, only 3 left of his last haul. Naturally, these were far more weapons than they were allowed to wield in fights, but this wasn't a legal fight. He didn't care to abide by any rules, not when his very life was on the line. Which was what brought his eyes to focus on 2 boxes he had kept near his weapons. He opened them both, uncertain of what to do. The dispersers, he suspected, would be of little use against an enemy who probably would tear the gas apart with a single explosion and be utterly unaffected by it, but he'd do best to bring them along anyways. And the special bombs, curses, he hadn't managed to make them more manageable, or find any other ways to use their gas. Using them this way, without having even tested any of them personally, was likely a death sentence. But he was already sentenced to death, wasn't he? His eyes widened as a possible outcome for the fight suddenly solidified in his mind. He opened the box, the 6 red spheres as good as begging him to take them, and he did. "Done yet?" asked the guard, once he closed the box anew. Sokka had intended to nod, but one glance across the room told him that no, he wasn't ready just yet. This was the room where they had first consummated their love. It was the place that had become a safe harbor, a haven for their relationship. For a long time, it had seemed as though nothing wrong could ever happen as long as they were there, even after utterly ridiculous incidents such as the one with Hina, where he had been outraged by her invasion. He had still come to see the room as the safest place to be. It was a bitter goodbye, but one he made while letting himself think back, as much as he could, of all the days and afternoons of love-making with Angela. Of the many conversations they'd had, of the way she smiled knowingly under his mischievous, insistent gaze, her eyes gleaming as her naked body eased up after all the bliss they'd basked in, clad in nothing other than. He gasped and startled the guard when he suddenly rushed to his bedside table. The guard was wary, almost taking up a stance upon noticing Sokka's unexpectedly frantic behavior, but the gladiator merely pulled the table's cabinet open gently, fingers trembling as they wrapped around the velvet fabric of the choker he had crafted for Angela. The one she had worn proudly throughout their long, blissful vacation in Shujing, the one she often wore when they were alone and safe from all prying eyes. The one he had clung to in dark moments, just as she had clung to his own bone necklace. Oh, it was wrong, he knew. It was hers, of course, but he couldn't leave it there. He had to hope his body wouldn't be completely burned to ashes, and, if it was, that at least the blue stone would survive the inferno, so that Angela might keep it for good, once this dreadful day was over. He swallowed hard, fastening the necklace over his right hand, concealing the stone right underneath his handguard. It wasn't uncomfortable, and it would allow him to fight as best he could, and the armor, he hoped, would protect the stone from the barrage of flames Combustion Man was likely to cast at him. It would remain draped over his right hand, tight upon his palm, upon the scar that had been the fulfillment of the promise the necklace had stood for. Okay. Sokka said, swallowing hard as he stepped back towards the guard. He hoped the man wouldn't take note of how choked up he was, or of the tears blinking in the corners of his eyes as he raised his hands towards him submissively. Guess I'm done now. The guard nodded, setting the shackles in place once again. Sokka breathed deeply as the guard urged him to get going. Once he crossed the room's threshold, he did his best to set aside his reservations, his uncertainties, his countless fears. He was off to another fight, a fight to the death, for the first time in a long time. It was either him or his enemy, and considering everything that was at stake, he'd do his damnedest to survive, or, at worst, that he wouldn't be the only one to die. He owed as much to all the scars he sported across his body, to all the men he had ever crossed blows with, to all those he'd killed while he survived. His survival hadn't been meaningless. He had helped Angela in many ways, bringing about change in a world that needed it most direly. He had proven he would do right by the lives he had taken, by the lives that had deserved the chance he had been given in their stead, and as wounded as he was, as weak as he felt, as direly as he missed the chance of holding the woman he loved more than anything, he suddenly found a calm sensation spreading across his body, as he stepped down the stairs once more. The guards followed him warily as they led him to the carriage once again, ready to strike. Now that he was fully armed, two of them even rode on the carriage's cage with him, holding their hands up in a position of preparation in case Sokka had any nefarious plans in mind to escape or attack them before he reached the royal dome. Naturally, he didn't. Sokka sank in his seat, eyes closed, right fist tight around the fabric of the necklace, around his marriage scar. And once again, the wheels spun, taking Sokka to yet another familiar location of a city that was waking to another bizarre day. The news of the end of the Gladiator League had spread fast, and rumors about why it had been closed down abounded everywhere. Yet those rumors would begin to come much closer to the truth after that morning, for an unannounced, unexpected, unusually early royal procession was seen crossing the city at dawn. Mutterings arose immediately, as passers-by wondered where they might be going. Those whose curiosities overcame them would trail at a distance, following that procession all the way to their destination, and once they reached it, the utmost confusion only increased further. The Fire Lord didn't care for the mundanity of the Gladiator League, never had, so why had his palanquin been lowered at the steps of the Grand Royal Dome, when he had abolished the League merely a few days ago? There was no sensible explanation for any of it, not for the onlookers at a distance, or for the early risers in the houses nearby. The largest palanquin was lowered to the ground, and Oze stepped out of the vehicle, glaring at the building with murderous intent as he stormed up towards it, followed by a smaller contingent of guards. Half of the first squad was escorting Angela's palanquin, which had arrived mere moments after his own. Without bothering to glance back and ascertain his daughter was abiding by his demands, Jose approached the doors of the building, waiting for his guards to push them open. Naturally, they were locked. One of the guards took to kicking it open in a most uncivilized manner, but Jose took no issue with his procedure as he stepped into the empty vestibule, followed by his men. Once the curtains of her own palanquin had been pulled, Angela glanced at the royal dome with weary eyes. She had been escorted by guards she couldn't trust, carried by palanquin bearers who trembled every step of the way, no doubt aware of the situation and terrified of any potential consequences they might face over the Fire Lord's wrath. Nobody wished to cross Jose, nobody but Angela herself, and in her case, it would be a losing battle regardless of anything she said or did. Her father refused to listen to her, or to listen to reason altogether, and as Xiaofeng stopped beside her, menacingly, she knew she would be subjected to yet another form of humiliation, this time in public, if she didn't acquiesce with her father's demands. Unwillingly, she still slipped a leg out of the palanquin, and then forced herself to stand outside it. To walk to the steps, to climb them one by one, keenly aware of countless stares upon her, whether of the palanquin bearers, the guards that followed her, or the onlookers on the street. They had to be utterly confused by everything, by her father's decisions and by the strange treatment she was receiving on that day, flanked and watched by guards who seemed not to protect her, but to threaten her instead. Perhaps word was already spreading of what had happened, whether her father willed it or not. Perhaps some of those people would be judging her, deeming her unworthy of following her father on the throne for reasons that made no sense whatsoever to her, never had and never would. But whatever judgment others made of her wouldn't matter. Angela knew as much. She knew the love she had shared with Sokka was true, and it was worth every sacrifice she might have to make, even now. If the whole nation would regard her as a lowly whore, so be it, if that meant she'd have a chance to stand by their love for a moment longer. The general urged her to hurry once she reached the vestibule. They'd escort her upstairs, by her father's direct, express command. He had already made his way to the royal balcony. Angela guessed he'd gladly have someone kick it open, just as he had with the front door. She didn't even want to imagine how confused and outraged the League's board would be over her father's behavior. But none of that mattered all that much, not when she glared accusingly at the stairs, longing for nothing as much as she longed to take the ones that led to the standby rooms instead. Was he already there? Maybe he wasn't. Knowing she'd be forced to break their tradition, even when it should have been obvious all along that she wouldn't be able to walk him down to the standby room personally, nearly reduced her to tears right then and there. She glanced about herself, deliberately stalling, but purposefully taking in the opulence, the elegance of the empty vestibule that had been overflowing with love and support for Sokka and her merely a few days ago, when their careless mistake had given Iroh all the ammunition he had needed to destroy everything Angela had ever held dear. She had taken many things for granted over the years, even this building, as familiar as it had become, now appeared to be saying farewell to, for Angela knew it would be the last time she'd step inside it. Whatever the outcome of that day might be, the League was over. As soon as he had a chance, Jose would likely raze everything to the ground and build something else atop it. Knowing him, it would be a factory or a military facility of some sort. Even if he somehow changed his mind, and Angela knew how unlikely that was, too, she had no idea why she'd ever return here, when, if she survived past that day, she'd likely have no further reason to come back anyway. When, in all likelihood, her father would keep her under house arrest for as long as he could get away with it, perhaps the rest of her life, however long that might be. It was the last chance she'd have to take it in, to cherish every opportunity this place had offered them, to reminisce upon the countless battles they'd waged in this building's premises. There had been bad times too, of course, but right now, all she could remember were the highlights. Every time she had felt invincible while on that balcony, and not because she sat well above a crowd, but because the man who represented her was extraordinary, capable of overcoming every adversity with that proud, beautiful smile on his face. Every time she had laughed with him, or at him, every stolen kiss they had shared privately, every exchange that had further strengthened their bond. Her father would ridicule her immediately, had he known how sensitive she was being over what, to him, was but an expensive building and nothing else. The League had meant nothing to him, thus why he had tossed it aside so easily, albeit in hopes to punish his daughter. But for Angela, giving up a major part of her life for the last 4 years proved a challenge she wasn't sure how to overcome. Even then, she'd give it up in a heartbeat as long as it meant she could save Sokka. She didn't need any of her ambitions, any of the glory she had ever hoped to attain, so long as he had a chance to live on. A chance that, she knew, he wouldn't be granted. Move Xiaofeng's unwelcome growl caused her to tighten her fists, scarcely resisting the urge to attack him. Stall, if you wish, the outcome will be no different. If that's how it is, you can very well keep your mouth shut and quit giving me orders, Angela retorted, but where Xiaofeng expected further rebellion, Angela stepped towards the stairs all the same. She didn't wish to go, not like this, not without even having seen Sokka once, but again, the likelihood of being attacked, restrained, forced by her father's men to take her damn seat at the sponsor's balcony was an unappealing notion altogether. She had to go, she knew so, even if every step meant she'd come closer and closer yet to damning Sokka's life, and her very soul, permanently. A familiar tingle in her mind nudged her. In any other circumstances, Angela might have appreciated Xin Long's reassurance that he was with her, but right now, when she was flanked by a group of guards who appeared ready to strike her down at any given moment, when her father was likely salivating at the prospect of watching Combustion Man's carnage turned against none other than Angela's Gladiator, when she wanted nothing but to run into Sokka's arms so he could shield her from reality, right now, the dragon's companionship wasn't enough to chase away the terrifying future that loomed ahead. That shook her to her core. She dared glance one more time at the open gates once she reached the top of the stairs, finding, at first, that several lurkers were trying to look inside the dome, but guards kept warning them away from the building's entrance. Yet just as she was about to move to the next flight of stairs, a new contingent of Imperial guards appeared at the building's threshold. Angela froze in place, her eyes widening, her lips parting. She didn't see him right away, but once the third guard had crossed the threshold, a splash of dark blue amidst the many red uniforms caused her to gasp, tears surging in her eyes. Keep moving. Xiaofeng growled. He wasn't about to allow her to reach for her gladiator, of course not. But Angela disregarded his words, and even shrugged off his hand when he attempted to clasp her shoulder. She snarled, the tears burning in her eyes as she allowed her gaze to fall upon the battered but still dignified warrior she loved with every beat of her heart. The ruckus up at the second level of the building startled the guards down at the vestibule. Sokka's head whipped up quickly, a sudden spurt of hope taking seed in his turbulent heart. Gold and blue met, across that long distance, across that building that always had intended to keep them separated, with her at its heights, and him at its lowest levels. But no tradition, no social pressure, no Fire Lord's orders, had kept them apart in the past, and that impulse to rebel surged powerfully inside them both as soon as they recognized each other, no matter how far away they might still be. You wretched! Xiaofeng roared, clasping Angela's right shoulder anew. Sokka's eyes glowed with fury at the sight. Just as Xiaofeng intended to keep the princess away from him, the slew of guards assigned to the gladiator attempted to hold him down now, too, try as though any of them might, though, the overwhelming fury of two lovers torn apart could not be decimated quite so easily. Angela! Sokka called for her, urgency ringing in his voice as he spoke her name with impassioned strength. She could barely hear him over the ruckus caused by the soldiers, by the noise of Xiaofeng's hands upon her armor. It didn't matter, though. None of it mattered as much as he did, and that awareness pushed her to raise her voice, far more powerfully than she had expected she'd be able to, resounding across the whole building as she spoke words she'd already spoken long ago. You're coming back to me. You hear me? An empty promise to ask for. A pointless wish that would surely go unfulfilled, and everyone knew it. Yet she dared speak it aloud, disregarding the hands that reeled her back, that tried to drag her to the next floor against her will. But they couldn't succeed before the flames of determination burned fiercely in Sokka's blazing, blue eyes. Words she had spoken long ago, when he was set to face a deadly battle he might not survive, in a world of lava and metal that could have cut short their time together. Words he had returned to her, not even 2 months ago, when she had forced him to take command of a military group while she faced a deadly threat without him. Angela spoke them anew now, and even if she had little to no conviction in them, furious drive surged inside Sokka's heart, even as the Imperial guards around him attempted to drag him away quickly, to silence him, to warn him there'd be hell to pay if they kept this up. But he had never been one to obey orders, let alone when he deplored them. "I fight for you!" Sokka shouted back, and Angela's heart tightened within her chest as Xiao Feng stiffened beside her, aghast that his men couldn't seem to silence the fearsome man. "I fight for you, my princess, and you know I always will." Xiao Feng snapped his tongue before finally losing his temper completely. He seized Angela's left arm now, tugging her violently enough that she cried out in pain, but even then, she continued to angle herself towards him, towards the doors, for one more moment, before Xiao Feng dragged her upstairs with him, all finished with giving her any opportunities to retain her dignity. "Take your fucking hands off her!" Sokka roared, still ignoring the men around him. No matter if they had even taken to violence by now, one of them slapped him, but Sokka didn't stop because of it. "Xiao Feng, you stop this already!" The friendlier guard said sharply. Angela was gone from sight now, but that only strengthened the impulsive recklessness of the furious gladiator, even though the guard before him had stopped his fellow officers from striking Sokka any further enough. "Get a hold of yourself, damn it, or else I. Sokka managed to wheeze out, his eyes out of orbit with fury. He should wrestle out of these damn shackles. He should run upstairs now, and use Space Sword to run through Xiao Feng on this very moment. "Come on!" the guard hissed, grabbing Sokka by the shoulder and pulling him towards the stairs that led down into the building's basement. "Instead, you've made enough of a scene as it is. Didn't I warn you this would only be worse for her if you rebel? You can't expect me to shut up when..." Sokka said, tears of helpless rage burning in his eyes. "That bastard. Keep your thoughts to yourself, damn it," the guard growled. "Don't speak of our commanding officer so carelessly, you scum!" shouted another one behind Sokka. The gladiator snarled in the man's direction, despite knowing he wouldn't be remotely as menacing as he wished he could be. It was exactly what he'd always wanted to avoid, exactly why he couldn't die now, for if he did, who would protect Angela from monsters like Xiao Feng? Who would help her face the future and whatever it might throw at her? Who would stand by her, offering her all the strength she might need when she was at her weakest? After waking up with the awareness that the blade of death dangled mere inches away from his neck, a single glimpse of Angela, of the nightmare of a future she'd face if he died today, had only just sent his soul into the darkest of places and filled him with a new, contradictory, and complicated resolve. He couldn't die. He shouldn't die. But if he did, then he ought to take not only Combustion Man with him, but Xiao Feng, all these guards, all the goons who'd gladly do the Fire Lord's orders unthinking, and of course, if there was one death he'd certainly not hesitate to deliver any longer, it was Ose's own. But as the dark corridors leading to the standby room greeted him, he knew the chances for him to act on those wild, sudden urges wouldn't be likely to pay off. The guards who had treated him as a dangerous beast so far seemed to have run out of patience with him, and they damn near tossed him inside the standby room once they reached it. The golden grid was in place, the sunlight gleamed sharply over the sand, but there was silence. Unusual, unnatural silence, where the stands were usually packed to the brim. Sokka gritted his teeth, retaining his balance with difficulty once the guards let go of him. "Don't do anything else, you hear me?" The helpful guard warned him. "Enough acting out. Once that grid is out of the way, you're heading out there as you're meant to. And that's all you'll do." Sokka huffed but didn't answer verbally. The urge to scream again, to shout for his lover, would almost overcome him, but perhaps this wasn't the right time to do it. No. Once the standby room was sealed behind him, once he entered the sand, by then, he'd speak his mind, once no irksome guards could longer restrain him or hurt him. 3 floors above, Xiao Feng was no less violent than his guards when he dragged Angela to the sponsor's balcony. It was fortunate that the black armor was mostly resilient to the bulk of the pressure Xiao Feng applied to it, but he still could cause the metal to brush painfully against Angela's wound, crippling her to his will by doing so. "You pathetic fool!" Xiao Feng hissed, using a fire-bending punch to break the balcony's door open. Angela's nostrils flared as the door nearly flew off its hinges. "Was this what you wanted?" He pushed her forcefully inside the balcony, and Angela nearly fell over as she stumbled, finding her bearings by grabbing hold of one of the available chairs within the familiar location. She snarled, her aching shoulder sending her warnings she refused to heed, just as she refused to heed her jailer's demands. "Are you merely trying to prove this is exactly the punishment you deserve?" He growled, "Your childish rebellions end here, Princess Angela, whether you like it or not." As if that's how rebellions worked, Angela retorted, glaring at him sharply. Xiaofeng scowled prominently under his helmet as the princess's sharp, deadly glare fell upon him. For a man who's served in the Fire Lord's closest circle for years, you're quite daft, aren't you? The general lingered in silence at her unexpected insult. A slow, dangerous smirk appeared across her face as she eyed him with challenge in her eyes. Then again, "I suppose my father couldn't have felt comfortable with anyone smarter than him among his closest advisors," she whispered, "and, well, I think we all know someone I tricked successfully for as long as I did can't quite be brilliant, can he? Let alone are his mongrels." You hold your tongue this moment, or?" Xiaofeng said. Angela glowered. "Or else what, General?" She snapped back. "You'll do worse than grab my injured shoulder? Go ahead and try. Go ahead, if you have the balls." The man's patience, she knew, was wearing thin. It had been for the last 24 hours, of course. Her small rebellions, her obvious resentment of him, her unwillingness to stand down to his demands, and now, of course, her blatant insults, all of those things seemed to overcome any shred of rationality in Xiaofeng as he stepped closer to her. His first step was slow, menacing. She stepped back, past the seats, eyeing Xiaofeng warily, and he started moving faster. He believed he'd called her bluff. He believed she'd be too weak to fight back once he reached her. Thus, he reached for her rashly, quickly, violently, once she stood merely a step away from the balcony's banister, only for Angela to shrink in her frame, stretching out a leg to kick at Xiaofeng's foot. She had been far quicker than he'd expected her to be, making him lose his balance. His large frame, which towered over hers, nearly fell upon the princess right then and there. But Angela rose fast, her right shoulder rammed into the general's armor. A painless blow, in essence, but that wasn't what the princess was going for. She exerted far more strength than she knew she still had in her, far faster than anyone could have expected her to, with her right shoulder serving as a fulcrum, as the support point upon which Xiaofeng, unbalanced, had landed on. Angela put all her strength into deflecting the man's momentum, pushing him as powerfully as she could with both hands. And she flung him off the balcony. It happened so fast, so suddenly, Xiaofeng had no time to recognize he was in actual danger. His own boldness, his careless underestimating of the princess, had given her the ideal opportunity to use his strength, his weight, his power, against him. She hadn't even used her fire bending at all. It was nothing but hand-to-hand combat skills that she shouldn't have been exercising so carelessly when she was as badly wounded as she was. But try as though he might, Xiaofeng couldn't reach for the banister anymore, or for the ornaments upon it, to steady himself and return to solid ground. By the time his hand shot out towards the closest source of stability, it found nothing but air, and then he was falling. He was falling, straight into the sand pit. A last-minute attempt to slow his descent with fire-bending did nothing for the general. He wouldn't take a deadly blow against the sand, of course not. But the sound of his heavy body hitting the ground startled everyone who hadn't been a direct witness to what was happening in the sponsor's balcony. Angela's chest heaved as she stared at Xiaofeng from above, as good as unable to give credit to her own eyes, to her own defensive skills, either. The man had fallen hard enough that his helmet had fallen off his head, and he languished on the sand for a moment, breathing heavily as he tried to regain the air he'd lost over the impact against the solid ground. On the balcony above Angela, a soldier had just been briefing Jose. All preparations were complete. They were mere moments away from beginning the fight, and then the noise in the sand pit startled the furious, confused Fire Lord. A glance down his own banister found him gaping in disbelief at the small, petrified form of the general of his guards. He knew it was him. He had the more embellished guard uniform, and even at this distance his face was perfectly identifiable, but what on earth had seen him landing there? By his position, spread legs and arms, his face towards the ceiling, it certainly didn't appear as though he'd wound up in the ring by his own volition. What did she? Jose gasped, frowning. Xiaofeng had been guarding Angela. He had demanded for it, personally, partially to get rid of the irksome man's meddling and presence if just for a short time, but also to punish his daughter in yet another manner. Clearly, the punishment hadn't gone as well as he'd intended. He shivered, disbelieving of what he was seeing, before turning towards the guard who'd been briefing him moments ago. "You, keep watch over Angela. You and your whole lot," he roared, "and don't lower your guard, damn you, not even for an instant." "Yes, my lord." The guards knew their duty, of course they did, but the group of guards who had watched Angela with Xiaofeng seemed utterly terrified of approaching her now. It didn't help matters much, naturally, that she'd turn her deadly, golden glare towards them as they stood by the door. "Any other takers?" she asked, darkly. She betrayed in no manner that she had little confidence she'd be able to pull off her latest, unexpected deed a second time. As it was, she hardly knew how she'd done it in the first place, and as neither did the soldiers, they didn't dare antagonize her any further. Yet before any of them could attempt to remind her that she was to comply with the Fire Lord's orders and demands, a new arrival caused the group of guards to shift and step back until a new set of footsteps crossed into the balcony. Where Angela had suddenly found courage after her successful self-defense resource against Xiaofeng, that bravery seemed to flee her very body when her eyes fell upon Admiral Zhao. He entered the room solemnly, despite his brow seemed furrowed. Was he looking for Xiaofeng? Was he puzzled to see Angela stemming in fierce, untamed determination for no apparent reason? Whatever he was mystified about, though, it made no matter to the princess. Her heart sank, and her blood seemed to freeze over in her suddenly cold body. If Zhao was already here. The sound of a body hitting the sand startled the people within the standby room as well. Sokka's eyes widened, a sudden rush of fear overtaking his senses immediately, only for that fear to dissipate once he confirmed it wasn't his princess who had fallen in the sand. No, instead it was T the general, exclaimed one of the guards, as two others approached the golden grid in panic. What just? Said the friendlier guard next to Sokka, staring at the unmoving man with confusion. After moments of languishing, perfectly still, on the sand, the general suddenly shook his head, forcing himself to sit up. His body would likely pain him after taking such a fall, even if he'd fallen on sand, and his armor had surely protected him from taking any serious wounds. Yet, despite knowing the man hadn't likely suffered permanent damage, Sokka had it in him to smile wildly, a soft chuckle tumbling from his lips despite he knew the squad around him wouldn't take kindly to his amusement. Why you? How dare you laugh? Exclaimed one of the guards, only for Sokka to laugh harder still. She's amazing, he laughed again and again, shaking his head. His words startled the guards. If Sokka hadn't said so, they might not have processed the fact that the princess had, most likely, shoved the general off the balcony somehow. Sokka himself didn't know how she'd done it, but he had no doubts it was her doing, not even needing to glance out through the golden grid to confirm as much. Even when she was at her weakest, she had humiliated that general so thoroughly the man could barely make out his bearings. Pushing himself up to his feet while glancing about himself in panicked confusion, he collected his helmet and proceeded to scan the ring, seeking a way out, even though both standby rooms were closed at the time. An unforeseen, loud, chaotic explosion at the standby room opposite to Sokka's stole everyone's attention once again. Angela whipped around quickly, in a panic, as Zhao stepped forward, scowling at the familiar explosion that had wrecked part of the building's integrity, namely the stands underneath which stood the standby room affected by the blast. Upstairs, Oze, busy scowling at Xiaofeng, and resenting his daughter, was also startled by the sudden detonation, and Sokka's amusement, as well, receded quickly before the guards around him could start to berate him for his behavior. From the festering flames, from the rising smoke, a tall, humongous figure emerged. His every step echoed across the silent ring, his muscular build visible through the smoke, almost grotesque in how extreme it was. His shaved head contrasted with his trimmed, but full beard. The smooth, sophisticated, and gleaming metal of his prosthetics contrasted with the utter carelessness of his combat attire, simple as it was, as though wearing armor were a practice utterly beneath him. Yet as every element that comprised the deadly firebender came together, the most striking one would always be that eye-shaped tattoo, vertical upon his forehead, just as threatening as his smaller, dark eyes could be. He hadn't cared to wait for the grid to be raised. He had no business containing his strength to preserve this building's integrity anymore. What he did have, though, was a job to finish, and that job was none other than the absolute destruction of the man he had long set his sights on, the man who had dared humiliate him once before, much as his sponsor had humiliated the general who stood awkwardly in the arena, glaring at Combustion Man like a terrified dog might, unsure of whether to assert his authority and importance or to scurry away in fear. Sokka's chest heaved against his armor as he gazed at the man through the golden grid. He should be afraid, far more afraid than he was, no doubt. But after everything he'd seen, everything he'd been through, he didn't dare back down now. Just as Azula had faced her father, owned her truths and stood resolute in the defense of their love, Sokka had no intentions of backing down in fear today. If this was the end, so be it. "Take off my cuffs," he said, calmly, to the guard beside him. The man scoffed. "I'll take them off once the gates open, not a moment sooner," he determined, nervously. Sokka snorted. "So you'd rather risk letting him blow up this standby room too, would you?" "That's clever," Sokka said, shaking his head as he raised his joined hands to his shoulder. The guard gasped. "What are you?" He couldn't finish articulating the sentence before Sokka swung his black blade down. 3 cuts, systematic and loud against the metal, and then a kick, ensured the dim gate would be sliced into bits quickly. The severed metal fell with a soft thud, dropping on the sand carelessly as Sokka breathed out and stared at Combustion Man. If his latest stunt had been nothing but an intimidation attempt, he would do best to know he wasn't the only one who could tear a standby room to pieces. The firebender scowled at a distance, but he remained in place, silently waiting, watching, as the blue wolf turned towards the guard accompanying him again, who seemed utterly astonished by Sokka's boldness. "Uncuff me. I have a fight to finish," Sokka said, his voice ringing with far more authority than any Fire Nation soldier would ever intend to acknowledge. Yet the guard raised the keys indeed, trembling and watching Sokka warily as the restraints loosened up. Sokka breathed out, glancing at Combustion Man again after his hands were free. "Thanks for everything. Take cover now, for your own good," he said, bluntly. He wasted not a single moment more. With his black blade in hand, his blue eyes blazing with unyielding determination, his brow furrowed in an unforgiving scowl, lips twisted in a menacing snarl, the gladiator strode across the guards without acknowledging any others. Instead, he acknowledged his destiny, he acknowledged the warrior he was about to face off against, whether he would die by the combustion bender's hand or kill him with his own. He had once told Azula, long ago, that for better or for worse, he had always believed his life only began upon meeting her. He had begged her, merely 2 nights ago, not to regret their choices, not to regret the love they had been so determined to protect, the love for which he'd immolate himself now, if need be. Devoting that life, down to its very last moments, to fighting for her, seemed the best way to leave this world, as far as the ferocious gladiator was concerned. Combustion Man stood in the ring, waiting for him, challenging him wordlessly, acknowledging him in ways he never had acknowledged any other gladiators before Sokka. He wanted to fight him, he wanted to kill him, Sokka could tell easily enough. But the fire that burned in the combustion bender's soul was, he found, no stronger than the one that burned in his own. Whether they were matched in physical prowess, creativity, or strategizing, it made no matter. Sokka had determination and drive in spades, far more of them than Combustion Man did. That determination and drive carried the Blue Wolf through the threshold of the final battle of the Gladiator League, his head held high. Chapter 242, The Ultimate Gladiator 13. Silence reigned in the guards' barracks. 4 men waited in that building, kept under watch by soldiers of lower rank, both those who watched them from the walls and who stood around the building's perimeter, assigned to these duties by General Xiaofeng himself. They were the prospects for the next promotion into Imperial Guards, hand-picked by the general, meant to replace the 3rd squad that would soon be dissembled entirely. 10 of these Imperial Guard prospects stood steadfast at the building's entrance. Others, presumably, were scattered across the area, ensuring no one would come in or leave the building. None of them, not even the general himself, were aware of the absence of half the 3rd squad's members. All that had mattered to Xiaofeng was ensuring that Ruishi was stuck, powerless, within the building. One of the 3rd squad's members, however, was on his way to the barracks at that very moment. His sudden arrival caused the whole group of guards to tense up. Raising their fists in the guard's direction, Fei Li raised his own hands in a gesture of surrender. "Seriously?" he exclaimed, "a guy can't even go mope in his room in peace now after finishing his worst shift ever. Why you, the captain of the 3rd squad? asked the apparent leader of this group, the one who stood at the very door. Fei Li huffed, shaking his head. I know we're getting demoted soon, doesn't mean we should stand for this disrespect. He shouted again, unnecessarily loudly. Quiet down. We'll let you in, just shut up. Groaned another guard, walking to the building's door with a key in hand. But, wait. Is it a good idea? Asked the leader, frowning. Maybe it'd be wiser for us to keep him away from the rest of the group. Why? We'd have to split up and watch him someplace else, wouldn't we? Said the other guard, already turning the key and unlocking the front door. We weren't given any orders of the sort, so there's no need for. He was silenced immediately by a sudden strike to his throat. The source of the attack had been lurking right behind the door, waiting for Fei Li's arrival to take action. 4 Imperial guards dashed out of the building at lightning speed. And as the guards assigned to keep them in place were startled by the sudden breakout, Fei Li had the perfect opportunity to attack as well. It was a noisy pandemonium. They couldn't take down every opponent without being noticed, but they had no time to devise a more thorough strategy than this one. Fei Li's return would represent their best opportunity to stage an escape, and the sooner they got out, the likelier they were to survive long enough to help Angela and Sokka. So they fought, ganging up together on the guard prospects that were struggling to articulate a proper defense against them. After almost a decade of working together, there was very little a full squad of less trained guards could do against the synergy of the 5 Imperial guards. Ruishi and Haoran fought together deftly, taking turns to defeat each enemy by taking advantages of the openings the other drew out with his attacks. Chiang and Han worked with Fei Li, raining fire powerfully upon their foes until any of them had a chance to knock the enemies unconscious. They couldn't knock out all of them, some escaped, no doubt rushing off to find backup, and the ones at the walls raised an alarm immediately. It was clear the guards would have no time to waste once they had shrugged off the bulk of the resistance against them. Follow me. Ruishi shouted at his allies, rushing towards the palace building. The others were startled by his order, especially when it seemed he was but guiding them straight into the beast's den, but they followed anyway. When it came to Ruishi, they always did. The servants shrieked and jumped out of the way. The patrolling guards tried to stop them, only to wind up at the receiving end of an inferno for their troubles. They kept running as fast as they could, towards the palace's south wing, and then Ruishi yanked his allies towards the hidden passageway, and to the basement, once more. Should we block the entrance? Fei Li asked, urgently. There's furniture down there, maybe we could. No time. No point, there's other ways into the basement if they figure out that's where we went, Ruishi said, frowning as he continued downwards. Where to now? Haoran asked, breathing heavily. He wasn't anywhere close to exhausted, but adrenaline rushed in his body hastily after all the action they'd been drawn into in a matter of minutes. The tunnels, Ruishi said, promptly, as the 5 made their way down the stairs. The likelihood is the general won't find out we've escaped yet, but we have to leave as quickly and quietly as possible from this point on, nonetheless. The guards voiced soft, affirmative responses as Ruishi led them to the same tunnels he'd taken on his way back from the port, on the night he'd last seen Song. His chest ached terribly whenever he thought of her, but he hoped, deeply, that she'd be proud of what he was doing, that she'd approve of his hard work to save their friends as he fought back against Xiaofeng's oppressive control. He knew the way through the underground network, expertly guiding the 4 other soldiers at a reckless, running pace once they were within the tunnels. No time should be wasted. There was no telling how long they'd have left to act, how long that execution would last, or how much time they'd have to interrupt it, either. No matter how drained any of them might feel after so many sleepless nights, after their souls were completely overcome by an unhealthy mix of misery and stress, they had to keep running as fast as possible. Ruishi knew he'd seldom pushed his body to these extremes, but he barely felt the strain as he finally reached the right tunnel. He pushed the trap door open violently, jumping out into the street after warily casting glances across the mostly empty area. The others followed, climbing after him and then following him through that very familiar house's fence, through the broken door, and through the floorboards covered in dry blood. He had been determined to go all the way to his destination, but Ruishi froze in place as his heart and mind were overcome by sorrow, by flashes of the sounds of Sokka's agony in the next room, by the tears Song had shed on his uniform that dark night. This safe place, this beautiful home, It hurt far more than expected to think he'd likely never set foot in it again. He'd have to reflect on that later, though. He couldn't continue to dawdle, especially if he was merely feeling sorry for himself. The balloon should be outside, he said, guiding the guards into the house they'd never set foot inside before. Let's get to it, then, said Faley, breathing deeply, though his eyes showed remorse just as well. He'd removed his helmet, much like the other four weren't wearing theirs anymore. We should probably pick up everything we can, right? Gather things that could be useful, or meaningful, here. Ruishi frowned, gazing at Faley with uncertainty. He shrugged as the other three guards cast wary glances between them, until the no-nonsense voice of Haoran cut through the silence. You both can take care of finding anything of value worth taking with us, he said, placing one hand on either captain's shoulder. Me and the others can get the balloon running. Ruishi swallowed hard, but even that couldn't do away with the knot in his throat. He nodded appreciatively at both Faley and Haoran, and the five guards split up for their respective duties. Ruishi made for the second floor immediately, his chest tightening as he entered Song's room. She'd left many things behind, despite having enough time to make a few bags before taking off. He sighed, stepping towards her dresser, tugging a cabinet open gently to find her hair ornaments. He'd seen her wearing those at the ball 2 years earlier, and then at Ty Lee's wedding. She would, surely, have intended to find a new one for their own wedding. He gritted his teeth, closing his eyes as tears surged in them, before fishing out the ornamental combs and holding them close to his chest. No, perhaps it wasn't much, perhaps it was silly to take this with him, but it was Song's. It was one way to remember not only the woman he loved, but the promises they had made, promises he had never wanted to break. Perhaps one day, still, they could be fulfilled, but the darker this situation became, the less likely that possibility felt. He had certainly failed his precepts as a royal and imperial guard, so much for not experiencing emotional attachment that might get in the way of his work. Oh. Ruishi, there's a bird here. Fei Li's voice startled Ruishi. His eyes widened, and he tucked the combs in his pockets before making his way downstairs once more. Fei Li stood in one of the scarcely used rooms downstairs, with Hockey perched on his gloved arm. He has a message, I guess, said Fei Li, grimacing. I suppose it's meant for him. No, Ruishi whispered, lowering his gaze. It's meant for her. For Song. Fei Li's eyes widened. Ruishi ignored his reaction as he reached for the hawk, releasing the letter from its cylinder. It was meant for Song, but sending Hockey to Song's current location would be ill-advised. If the bird were intercepted on its way to its destination, her hiding place would be revealed immediately. He breathed deeply, frowning with determination. I'll see to sending her this message, eventually. I'll make sure it reaches her, one way or another, he decided. Not yet, but one day. For now, though. For now, Mayung needed to know the truth. She needed to know her daughter was in danger, and that she wouldn't be able to talk with her for some time. It's her mom. Fei Li ventured a guess. You'll ask her to watch over the bird, I figure. I can't say I know where this whole mess will take any of us, so. Indeed, Ruishi said, closing his eyes. I'll write her a letter. It's a good idea, Fei Li. Right, said Fei Li, smiling weakly as Ruishi breathed out, stepping outside the room to compose that message. Indeed. Everything in the house would hurt Ruishi, Fei Li suspected. He hadn't even brought up that he'd found a ton of food in the kitchen, all of which would come in handy if they took it to the barge with them. Fei Li couldn't help but wonder if knowing he'd be able to taste Song's meals one last time might break his leader's heart. To think the man was working so hard for his princess, when his own love had been taken from him as a consequence of this catastrophe, and yet he kept fighting. His strength was incredible, admirable, as far as Fei Li could tell, but if he ever felt it was failing him, Fei Li would be right there to pick up where Ruishi left off. He never thought he'd be half the leader Ruishi had proven to be, but today, he was more ready than ever to follow on his footsteps. The balloon wouldn't be filled and ready for another 10 minutes, by then, Ruishi would have finished composing a hasty, trembling letter meant for Mayung, and Fei Li would have collected all the useful goods he could gather. He even gathered some of Sokka's belongings, in the hopeful, optimistic case that he might survive, and in the heartbreaking awareness that, if he didn't, the princess might have very few things left to remember him by. Another shadow streaked across the city before the hot air balloon did, though. He hadn't been seen in the city for several days, adding to the strange, eerie atmosphere spreading across the capital ever since the Gladiator League had been abolished unceremoniously. Perhaps the dragon's shape could have felt like a return to normalcy for the people whose eyes caught sight of it, the many onlookers who gasped in delight at the dragon's presence, but that unsettling sensation that had been permeating the city only seemed to increase because of its return. Where is it going? A man whispered, standing by the window of his study. Was it moving in the direction of the Grand Royal Dome? He hadn't been able to jot down a single word after his employment had ended abruptly, just as the League had. Hien had tried to encourage him. He already had made a name for himself, and many people found his writing to be valuable, but Yang's confusion, his anguish over whatever was happening at the palace, in the throes of power, hadn't receded in the least, no matter if his professional life wasn't as bleak now as it had been long ago. He wasn't the only suddenly unemployed man who found a mix of hope and confusion in the dragon's presence. Shoji gasped, rushing back inside the house to share what he'd seen with Ran, Tai Li and Haru. Is Angela riding him? Tai Li asked, anxiously, as she ran to the backyard, where Shoji had glimpsed Xin Long. Shoji, can you see? And no, he's too far away. Shoji admitted, gritting his teeth as they stepped outside the building, gazing at the creature as he crossed the skies at a great distance from the ground. But I don't know where it's going, or what's it doing. I just saw it and thought I'd let you know. The end of the Gladiator League hadn't been quite so devastating for Tai Li and Haru. His new job had moved along successfully so far, and their household's economy wouldn't have hinged on his gladiatorial battles alone anymore. Still, it had been too sudden, too unexpected, and upon attempting to visit Angela, Tai Li had been quick to turn on her heels and return home after catching sight of domestic forces soldiers, berating and even beating up anyone who was caught anywhere within the palace's vicinity, or the Grand Royal Domes, without any permission to be there. She'd heard, shortly afterwards, that many people had been taken into custody for protesting against the Fire Lord's decision. She had heard, too, that the League was but collateral damage for something else brewing deep in the bowels of the nation's political core, but so far, no one seemed to know what it was. Tai Li, however, had an unsettling guess as to what it could have been. To this moment, she was too terrified by the possibility to do anything to confirm her suspicions. But rumors were spreading nonetheless, whether wild, unreasonable or realistic. The city was abuzz with suspicion and fear. And as many people watched the dragon crossing the sky, most of them were caught off guard when the loud blasting noise of an explosion rocked the city anew. An ominous cloud of dust and smoke rose in the distance, in the direction of the Grand Royal Dome. That the League was at its end seemed to have encouraged the rather destructive combustion bender to blow up the standby room's golden gate. That his actions would startle and even scare others within the building hadn't bothered him in the slightest. The set of his shoulders, the fierceness of his stance, the cruelty in his glare, all spoke for themselves regarding how powerful his killer intent was. None of which reassured Fire Lord Oze in the least. That brute, he growled, his hand tightening over the golden banister of his balcony. Does he even remember he's not meant to kill the bastard? Deep down, Oze knew it wouldn't matter who delivered the killing blow so long as someone did, but the willful disregarding of his orders wouldn't sit well with him, the outcome notwithstanding. If Zhao's Dem Gladiator decided to take his execution all the way, Oze would ensure his likely return to his old line of duty as an assassin wouldn't go quite so smoothly. Perhaps by having a certain other assassin do away with competition, it would be the least this combustion man would deserve for disobeying the Fire Lord's direct orders. But then the grid at the other end of the building collapsed, too. It wasn't as violent or as destructive, but it was no less effective. Oze's jaw clenched when the unbound, bruised and battered blue wolf stepped into the sand. A visceral, uncontrollable hatred surged within the Fire Lord's gut upon gazing at that armored fighter. He had been a fool to agree to Zhao's Dem scheme, for sure. Why on earth had he? Even if Combustion Man would certainly defeat the bastard, it would give Oze no peace of mind, no tranquility, to let anyone else even come close to murdering him. He should be the one to inflict death upon that gladiator, the one who had dishonored his daughter shamelessly. Even now, the scum attempted to face death with dignity he'd never had in the first place. Why? He couldn't stop asking himself that question. Why would she ever develop any attachment, any feelings, for that fool? Why would she let her life lose its direction for him? Why was she so ready to risk anything and everything for someone so unworthy of her? He didn't understand, and he didn't intend to understand, either. Once the blue wolf was close to the center of the ring, an impulsive, overpowering urge tore through Ose's remaining rational thinking. Begin, now. His voice echoed across the building, and Sokka tensed up as soon as he heard it, his eyes narrowed with hatred, with the keen need to fight the man who'd spoken, rather than the one who was taking in a sharp breath right now. He had to jump out of the way, he knew he did, but as nimble as he had once been, a body covered in wounds of varying magnitudes would never be as effective at responding as a fully healthy one. When the very first explosion set off, his body was flung across the air, stumbling on the sand and rolling across it, his ears ringing, his chest short of breath. No. No. A voice accompanied by no shortage of whimpers and gasps wasn't strong enough to be heard down below in the wake of that explosion, but Angela couldn't even tell she was speaking aloud as she watched, in desperation, as the man she loved was unable to avoid the blast that had cast him in a parabolic flight across the arena. He landed close to the wall, but not close enough for the spikes to impale him this time. He'd received damage, there was no denying that, but at least, he should be able to retain his mobility, his ability to fight back, to some degree. Angela found no relief, though. Once he pushed himself back to his feet, he was trembling, breathing with difficulty, hardly in any position to retain his footing. He had been too wounded already, he was in the worst possible shape, and his enemy was already gearing up for yet another explosion. Run! Angela shrieked, and this time her voice did break through the explosion, through the distance, all the way to Sokka's ears. What a beautiful voice it was, and how unbefitting was that tone of desperation in it. Sokka snarled, to think anyone had caused her that much strife, enough that she would scream that way, curse them all. Curse everyone who had any hand in bringing them here, today, to where they were. As rebellious as he ever had been, he abided by Angela's counsel, he used as much power as he could muster to push himself to a sprint, running to the side, just before another ruthless explosion blasted behind him. Was the man's power that potent from the get-go? Had his explosions felt this massive, this brutal, when he'd fought Toph? Perhaps they had, perhaps his perception of the battle and his opponent's skills were skewed now that he was in the ring along with him. Up in the sponsor's balcony, though, Zhao frowned with uncertainty. No, Combustion Man didn't attack this way on every fight. He did it today because he was liberated from having to fight with caution so as to not cause Zhao trouble by blowing up the stands and killing thousands in the process, and also because he was facing the only opponent he'd ever acknowledged as a hazard in the entire league. Such was the viciousness of his attacks that, instead of escaping through the Blue Wolf's much safer standby room, Xiao Feng snuck carefully, cautiously, towards the collapsed hallway the combustion bender had left in his wake. If he was careful, the massive bender wouldn't be likely to attack him if he slipped past him, would he? Combustion Man turned his sharp glare upon him after the second of his explosions had detonated and failed to reach its mark. Xiao Feng flinched, fearful that the third eye would aim its next attack towards him, but the lack of sharp intakes of breath suggested the man was giving him a silent warning, leave now or be obliterated. For a man who prized his life and ambitions as much as the general of the guards did, there was no choice to be made. By the time he had scurried away, dodging crumbling debris and leaping over that which had already tumbled to the ground, Sokka had managed to stay on his feet, breathing heavily as he reached for his boomerang. Combustion Man's head turned towards him once again mere instants before Sokka launched the weapon rapidly, another intake of breath, and Sokka ran to the left, only to change directions quickly once the man released his breath and blew up the location Sokka had feinted he'd be moving towards. The boomerang soared at full speed towards the tall gladiator. He raised his right hand, however, protecting his face with the steel obstacle no boomerang would cut through. Sokka snarled, dashing forth to snatch up the weapon that fell on the sand before the next explosion came after him. Combustion Man allowed him no quarter, no chances to breathe, to ease up, to slow down and unravel a better plan other than the impulsive ideas that were constantly saving his life so far. Close combat, Sokka knew, would be his better choice, but how to even come close when the opponent shot explosion after explosion in his direction? Even when he always managed to jump out of the way, the external flames of the explosions still reached him, scorching his waistcloth, batting against his armor until he'd put enough distance between himself and the area of the ring Combustion Man had just blasted. Such a shame, though, that Xiao Feng had gotten away, Sokka thought. If only he could have finished off that bastard for Azula, he would have already felt this damn battle had been worth it. But perhaps there would yet be other ways to succeed at that. Sokka's eyes narrowed as a plan, akin to that of his very first battle in the Ember Crater, came to mind. He dashed to the right, away from the sponsor's balcony. If only the royal one weren't right above that one, he'd be delighted to use this new plan to do away with Oze as well. He refused to put Azula in risk, though, so instead, he dashed in the opposite direction, uncertain of where Xiao Feng would be right now, but willing to wreak enough havoc through Combustion Man to either cause the general plenty of strife or, hopefully, kill him altogether. The next explosion nearly caught Sokka, but he leapt at the last moment, rolling across the sand as the blast hit the spiked wall, and the stands beyond it, too. It was yet another highly destructive explosion that would have cost even more money to amend than the still broken ceiling that wouldn't see any repairs anymore. Sokka jumped back on his feet, doing his best to ignore the burning feeling of his old injuries, as well as the dull ache of his bruises whenever his skin brushed against his own armor. Where he had found himself in perfect comfort inside that breastplate in the past, now every movement was a chore, every attempt to hinder and exhaust his opponent only seemed to be in detriment of his own stamina and strength. He could only hope his latest efforts had resulted in more debris collapsing and damaging the accursed general he despised so deeply. While he ran recklessly, tirelessly, Combustion Man scarcely moved. Unsurprisingly, Sokka lacked the power Toph had in spades to destabilize the grounds underneath the enemy's feet. His long-range attacks would struggle to reach the man, too. So far, this was less than a cat-and-mouse chase, and the winner would be the one who surrendered first. As willful and determined as Sokka might be, he wasn't sure he'd be resilient enough to withstand this assault of combustive explosions for longer than Combustion Man could sustain it. But he wasn't completely out of options just yet. It was only a matter of unraveling how to best make use of his weapons, and how to take advantage of Combustion Man's obvious superiority, turning his confidence against him when he least expected it. Sokka breathed out before casting his boomerang one more time. He raced in the opposite direction as the weapon, reaching for another one within his clothes to attack Combustion Man. Only for the man to blast the boomerang out of its trajectory, and then turn his head to do the same to Sokka. He only had a moment to raise and pull at the disperser's valve before being blasted off violently with one more explosion. Sokka! Zhao had to seize Azula's shoulder when he feared she'd leap off the balcony. The princess slapped his hand away forcefully, not even willing to cast him a furious glare as she stared at the ball of fire that receded slowly, far too slowly. To reveal Sokka had dropped on the sand, still breathing heavily, his helmet blasted off his head, his limbs twitching and almost unmoving. Sokka! Azula repeated, gritting her teeth as the tears she could no longer contain streamed down her face. Oh, the world was spinning for the gladiator, and the only thing he could feel was the sand underneath him, and the fire upon him. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't truly on fire, not anymore, but the flames had certainly done a number on him, burning the bandages of his forearms, and more of his waistcloth, even some of the leather fastenings that kept his forearm guards in place. Again, his brain seemed to be buzzing, and he couldn't get a hold of himself any longer. Curses, he'd die that simply, that easily, without even knowing if he'd achieved a damn thing to help Azula. Any moment now, Combustion Man would strike, a final attack to do away with him completely. Or perhaps Oze would come down to the ring, to finish Sokka himself. That, he thought, would be a good idea. Yes, he would be pleased if that happened. For he knew, as soon as he saw that man's face, he'd find the strength he needed to draw out his sword and run him through, just as he had with Roan. Hopes of killing the Fire Lord who had caused so much damage to the world, who had proven himself completely willing to destroy his daughter to punish her disobedience, sufficed for Sokka to stir, to snarl, to find strength he had lacked and rise to a sitting position. He'd stand in a moment, yes, as soon as possible, and even if it took his very last breath, he'd set Azula free. The lack of a final blow by Combustion Man only struck him as odd when too much time passed without its arrival. His unfocused eyes found the man's large shape after a moment, and his brow drew together in confusion. He was crouched in place, shaking his head violently, hissing, slapping his own face. A sharp intake of breath, and the man only invoked a sputter of sparks that died out, mere moments after he called for them. The disperser had worked. Angela nearly yelped in the balcony upon confirming the new weapon Sokka had devised had paid off. Combustion Man had to be struggling with the same groggy feeling she'd experienced in the Northern Air Temple, that strange, vague vacancy that rendered her unable to control even her facial expressions. Combustion Man, though, seemed to be strong enough to overcome that part of the dispersor's effect. He was too large. He was at least twice Angela's height, and the princess suspected he hadn't inhaled the whole thing. Still, it was a chance. Perhaps the only chance Sokka would get. Sokka! She roared, with a certainty, an intensity of purpose that had been absent in her previous screams. Do it again. Her voice echoed through his mind, calling for him, a beacon that he could only reach for intuitively. She was his salvation, had been for a long time, and his heart soared to hear her again, however many times he might still hear her voice in what would be the last of his days. Do it again, though, she meant he had to spray another disperser at the man. Perhaps, if he did, he'd be able to take him down. If he succeeded, he would still defend Angela's pride and honor, and together, they might just be able to fight back against Oze's designs. Yes, yes, my princess, he said, with a small smile he hadn't known he had any strength to evoke anymore. He rose to his feet as Combustion Man roared. Far from him, the man threw forward his left fist, evoking a very light flame, one Sokka might be able to do away with if he used just another disperser, once he was ready to make his move. Then, his sword would finish the man, and then he'd go through anyone who might yet try to stand between him and Angela, that is, if she didn't do away with them first. You, he said, putting forth as much power as he could so his voice could go further, as far as it could. You said you'd never drop me. Where his words had, at first, seemed to be posed as a threat against Combustion Man, their connotation became clear at once. In the royal balcony, Oze snarled fiercely. Right below him, the tears in Angela's eyes, gaining a hint of hope, couldn't help but run down her cheeks at the sound of his voice. And I will always catch you. Sokka roared, with far more power than before. Silence! Oze shouted, ferociously. Don't speak another word, you filthy savage. I will always fight for you. Sokka continued, willfully disregarding Oze's vitriolic shouting, which only worsened after his new words, but Sokka's eyes finally could focus on the aghast expression across the most beautiful face he had ever seen in his life. Trembling in anticipation and dread alike, he poured his heart out, disregarding the Fire Lord's savage screaming, until my last breath. I live for you, Angela. You will die, dishonorable scum. You won't live a day longer. Oze roared. Whether he understood any of Sokka's words underneath his own shouting, it was unclear for everyone. You are unworthy of your very existence. Destroy him, now. Suddenly, his determination to have Sokka killed by his own hand had gone missing, replaced by an irrational fury that overcame every restraint the Fire Lord might have ever abided by. No doubt, that Sokka seemed no more daunted by his furious words than by being blown to smithereens by Combustion Man didn't appease Oze's wrath in the least. It was as though the gladiator had closed his heart and mind to anything but the woman he gazed at right now, whose every shout to her gladiator had seen Oze snarling in fury. He hissed, storming towards the entrance of his balcony. The guards in place there tensed up immediately. Tell those fools downstairs to contain Angela. At once. He hissed. She won't speak another word to that savage in my presence, or she will face dire consequences for it. That there was no worse punishment to his daughter than the current circumstances didn't seem to matter to Oze at all. He'd think of something when the time came, of course he would. Perhaps this was, indeed, the worst he could do to her, but he didn't intend to ease up on punishing her, no matter how heartbroken she would be once the accursed fool who claimed to live for her was nothing but a pile of charred bones and ashes. Said accursed fool, however, had his own ideas on how this battle would turn out. He raised a hand towards the sword that hung on his back, and the other yanked out another of the dispersers. Combustion Man was still attempting to bend, and Sokka had no intentions of giving him a chance to do so successfully. He started with a weak walk, that soon morphed into a powerful stride. Once he was close enough, once he reached him. Sokka raised the disperser, aiming it at Combustion Man's face, only for the opponent to take a deep breath. Sokka snarled as he reached to release the valve anew. Only for the metal hand he'd cut off once to slap the weapon off his hands. Sokka stumbled at the sudden, obvious counter against his new move, but he was close enough. Just one slice across the man's gut would be. A weak, firebending-powered punch struck him square in the face. Sokka gasped, pulling away from the tight fist just as Combustion Man raised his right foot, slamming it upon the disperser Sokka had failed to unleash on him. The non-bender snarled, he needed to be more careful, otherwise. Combustion Man marched up towards him, his dark eyes glowing with killer intent. Sokka jumped, pulling away as hastily as he dared, but Combustion Man appeared to have decided the best way to fight off the chi blocking was by continuing to exercise his strength. Weakened as he was, the effect of the block was fading, and it meant he would soon be able to set off massive explosions against Sokka again. The Blue Wolf snarled, unwilling to let this devolve into yet another chase where he was a helpless victim. He turned mid-sprint, swinging his black sword towards the enemy, but Combustion Man had already faced Space Sword before. He knew better than to allow the edge to reach him. As Sokka attempted to attack him, to take the initiative now, Combustion Man leveled another sharp glare at him, and he took in a deep breath. The momentum was too strong with the latest of Sokka's lunges. The explosion was small, but it still went off powerfully enough to force Sokka back. The Blue Wolf gasped, strands of hair fell upon his vision, as his wolf's tail was slowly unraveling, as a consequence of Combustion Man's violent fighting style. That new explosion had been unexpected, worrisome. He needed to make proper use of his last disperser. Only then would he be able to defeat Combustion Man, otherwise, the only way the man would be defeated would be if Sokka somehow dragged him to the next life with him. He tried to dash quickly, erratically, to surprise the firebender and force him to launch attacks in the wrong directions. Again, he considered guiding Combustion Man into attacking the whole building, tearing everything apart. He'd have done it so much more willfully if only Angela weren't in that balcony. Her presence was both a blessing and a curse, distracting and helping him focus on equal measure. This was the culmination of a partnership that had lasted almost half a decade. Whatever mistakes he'd made so far, he refused to make more of them today. He owed it to her, he owed it to her. As Combustion Man fell for Sokka's feints, the Blue Wolf had the chance to set in motion another plan. When he tossed one projectile at Combustion Man, the enemy blasted it mercilessly, unleashing a storm of stench and smoke across the sand. Sokka breathed deeply before the cloud from his smoke bomb affected him. He dashed around it at first, before plunging inside it. Once he was far enough from Combustion Man, he would either still be within the thick cloud, swatting the stench away, or he would be attempting to make a run for it. One way or another, Sokka should be able to catch him before he was the wiser, and by then. Another sudden explosion flung Sokka off his feet. The impact against the sand caused him to lose his breath once more, and he wound up inhaling the unpleasant smoke he was usually so resilient against. His head swam, his bile rose to his throat, and his empty stomach threatened to upend over that dreadful concoction he'd stirred himself, long ago. He rolled onto his stomach, crawling away from it. He'd wasted that chance, but another should come. He still had 2 more smoke bombs left and, bereft of that, he cringed as he realized he'd frequently fallen on the red bombs across the fight, whenever he landed on his back. It was fortunate he'd chosen to keep them hidden, but if they set off over any of Combustion Man's sparks, he'd likely burn alive, and alone, by his own weapon's doing. He needed to avoid this, to continue facing the fire directly, and never allow it to hit his back. It was entirely possible that the Mechanist had built a perfectly safe sphere model, but he would be better off not testing that resilience right now. He had to take down Combustion Man, it was what things boiled down to, and he still had 2 bombs left to achieve that. With far more strength than he knew he had left, he rose to his feet and drew out another bomb. Combustion Man was already outside the cloud, struggling to catch his breath. Yes, this would do well as a solution too. Didn't Angela say that breathing was essential for a firebender's power? The less Combustion Man could breathe, the better Sokka's odds would be. If it backfired on him in some ways, he'd endure it. As long as he could reduce the risk Combustion Man embodied, he'd do anything, including filling the entire arena with unbearable stench. He flung the bomb towards Combustion Man as powerfully as he could. The man breathed and attacked it as it remained in midair, but the smoke wouldn't simply linger suspended in midair, as much as he hoped otherwise. It fell upon him before long, and once again, he had no choice but to run for cover, for fresh air, rushing anywhere but the area where the product of those bombs lingered. There was no doubt Combustion Man still had the better odds, but no one had expected Sokka's weapons would keep the murderous Bender on his toes, not even Sokka himself. He had always intended to fight at his best. He had thought it wouldn't be enough. That it might be, though, fueled his fire and urged him to keep fighting, no matter how Oze continued to yell at Combustion Man to finish the job, to tear him to shreds or whatever he was saying now. Sokka was tempted to collect his boomerang solely to toss it at him, but a whim like that wouldn't help him win this battle. He could ponder how to attack Oze after this fight was done, surely, if he managed to finish it successfully. He ran towards Combustion Man, his last disperser in hand again. The large man was struggling to get out of the smoke cloud, still shaking off the effects of the chemical chi blocking, and now fighting against air itself, it seemed. He was furious. How difficult could it be to kill a single non-bender? Why was he making it so difficult when the outcome was inevitable? Why would he fight as though he had any chance for victory when his life had been forfeit from the moment he had displeased the Fire Lord? Never before had he faced a gladiator who would cling to life so powerfully. No, not desperately. Desperation was something he had seen many times as it was, but power, that was a whole other matter. That this gladiator would roar fiercely as he raised his accursed weapon anew, angling it towards Combustion Man, showed he was determined to win, not just to survive, but to win, when it should have been impossible for the likes of him, when Combustion Man had been certain that it would be impossible indeed, if they ever fought one-on-one properly. No one, not even that clever earthbender, had caused him serious trouble before. But this gladiator, even without the fire-bending sword he'd wielded in the past, had so many resources under his sleeve it was uncanny. It was almost a shame that he'd have to die that day, almost. Combustion Man's hand reached out to seize Sokka's own. The blue wolf whimpered as the man's powerful grip tightened around his wrist, then, he took to slamming his metal prosthetic into the breastplate, albeit to force the condemned man to loosen his grip on the very weapon he had been about to trigger. Sokka flinched as his armor became a hindrance, it squeezed his battered body, it crashed against his wounds, he gritted his teeth, trying to bear with it, knowing he wouldn't be strong enough to hold that disperser longer, but perhaps he didn't need to hold it. Perhaps all he needed to do was let go. One more blow, and he couldn't hold on any longer. His hand released the weapon, but only enough so his fingers could tighten on the valve instead, and he tugged it loose. The components of the chi-blocking composite rained upon them both. Sokka did his best not to inhale them, but his body was too weakened, his strength faltering even before he walked out into this battle. A small, impulsive intake was all it took for his body to feel numb. Fortunately, Combustion Man was far less practiced with holding his breath than Sokka was. He released him immediately, but when he attempted to kick at the blue wolf, his metal foot didn't respond. He couldn't raise his knee, try as though he might. He coughed, trying to do away with the substance, but it seemed to be everywhere, and his body wouldn't move easily. And neither would his opponent. Sokka fell to his knees, struggling to crawl away from the substance before daring breathe again. Combustion Man was in no better shape than him, which was good news for now, but only for now. He was down to no dispersers, to a single smoke bomb, and to the last 6 secret weapons he'd do best not to showcase yet. Most his other weapons weren't much use against a fighter he could scarcely ever get close to, a thought that brought him to crawl, purposefully, towards the stench-afflicted area his boomerang had fallen at. He breathed that nauseous smell with difficulty, but he welcomed that disgusting odor over the weakening of his body. If that concoction had been enough to break Combustion Man for a moment, it was certainly strong enough to bring him down too, badly wounded and with faded strength as he was. That Sokka would be able to keep their fight in a stalemate was certainly not what anyone had braced themselves for. Zhao watched in disbelief as his gladiator remained perched in place, unable to walk away from the overpowering substance in that bomb, as well as the chi-blocking one in the disperser. He impulsively wanted to ask what was in it. How on earth had Sokka managed to craft a weapon that powerful, only to reel back the impulse at the sight of the princess's desperate, tear-streaked face. She would answer no questions, she would answer to no one, not even the guards who had just stopped by to warn her she shouldn't speak to her gladiator at all. She hadn't even heard them, Zhao suspected. Now the battle's outcome, it seemed, would be determined by whoever overcame the chi-blocking faster. Sokka had managed to reach his boomerang at last, sheathing it for now as he breathed with difficulty, crawling on the heated sand, his face close to that grainy terrain he had resented so much. He'd fought in it so many times over the years, he'd endured so much pain and chagrin in the amateur arena, ever hoping for death, for any kind of release from that hell. And he'd gained that release, he had been given a new life to make with whatever he wished. He had no longer needed to kill for a living, and he had felt so liberated once that nightmare seemed to be behind him. He could have felt as though he was back in square one now, but the truth was that he didn't. This was exactly where he needed to be this time. He no longer saw his position as a gladiator as a mere insult to a true warrior, he no longer found it lacking in honor, as he had when his journey had begun. Honor, he had talked about it with Piandeo, long ago, not knowing what his old master was referring to, not understanding what he was trying to convey through their conversations about the matter. As far as he could tell back then, being a gladiator was demeaning, as far as he had understood it before, he had been fighting on the whims of a young woman who, as fascinating as she could be, was dangerous, unpredictable and impossible to trust. As he grew to understand her, to care for her, to love her, his stance on his title, on his role in her life, changed without his awareness. From wanting nothing but to see his life as a gladiator ending as soon as possible, whether with his death or any other release from the dreary business, he had become so fiercely passionate about defending Angela he had fought tooth and nail to stay by her side, even defeating superior fighters just to stay with her, for as long as possible. From thinking of going home, even in fear of what his people might say if they saw him again, he had grown to believe he had a place in this world, and that place was right beside her. That was what it meant to be a gladiator. Where he had started fighting only for himself, he had taken to fighting for Angela, to putting his whole heart, body, mind, and soul into defeating every foe she couldn't fight herself. There was no shame to be found in his duty to her, he knew, as he lay on that warm sand, with tears pouring from his eyes. Even if his life ended now, even if he failed to defeat Combustion Man, and he had no intentions of allowing that to happen without dragging him with him, with every new day he'd spent by Angela's side he had come to understand his purpose, to embrace it fully. He was at peace with that truth, he was devoted to defending it, too, he chose to give her his everything, and he had lived by that vow indeed, for even longer than he'd realized he did. He struggled, but he tightened a fist and pushed himself to sit up. The sand was stained with his tears, just as his clothes were covered in scorch marks. He steeled himself with one breath, then another, then another. And then he raised his gaze to the sponsor's balcony. She stood there, desperate, gazing at him with such pure affection his heart broke just to see her. His face offered her a mild, sad smile, as Angela's shoulders shook with her sobs. "Why you have to come back to me?" she said, and only a shred of her voice could reach him right then and there. "You swore." "Saka." The guards behind her attempted to warn her into silence again, only for Zhao to grunt menacingly, raising a hand to tell them to stand down. "Be but the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord will get what he wants." "Leave her be," Zhao hissed. He could say that with conviction if he pleased, but truthfully, he wasn't all that sure that a man who had reduced his gladiator to a trembling heap of impotent wrath would be so easily defeated, let alone killed. Angela shivered, gazing at Saka through misty eyes. He was in one of the worst shapes she'd ever seen him in, no matter how many times she had nursed him to health. His skin sported so many burns and bruises that his natural skin tone was hidden away underneath them. He looked so tired, so broken, but she knew he wasn't, not truly. His eyes, no matter how tearful they might be as well, were ever a window of determination, of that rebelliousness she had once chided him for, but that she had eternally admired in him, even without her awareness. That man, who had been willing to do anything for his people, now was willing to do anything for her. She had earned his loyalty, she had earned his love. And she'd be damned if she'd let both of them go to waste when she treasured him as deeply as she did. Saka raised a hand slowly, so very slowly, in her direction, the same gesture he'd done after his fight against Toph, reaching for her, no matter if she was too far away. Connecting their hearts, their souls, making their bond so real, so tangible, that even if he was down below, and she was high above, it was as though they were meeting in the middle. Once Angela raised her own hand towards him, desperate, longing to reach for him. I will always be with you," he said, softly. Angela's tears ran down her cheeks faster yet, more than anything because she hadn't heard his words this time. "Saka!" she gasped, Her desperation to reach for him was tinged with a horrifying guilt she couldn't shake off. All those wounds, all this misery, her recklessness had led them here, and yet he almost seemed grateful for it. He seemed to believe it was only right to face all this anguish directly, to fight for their love even if it might cost him his very life, his many promises, everything that had ever mattered to them. If this was the last she'd ever see of him, she would never be able to continue living with the knowledge of having failed him. A sudden blast startled the gladiator. Sokka winced, lowering his hand and using it to push himself up to his feet. His eyes, blurry as they were, sought Combustion Man, to find he was triggering small explosions, within close range, much smaller than before. But he had risen to his feet, and going by that ferocious fury in his expression, he was out for blood. Sokka huffed, taking his last smoke bomb and nodding in Combustion Man's direction, a menacing taunt he knew the man would rise to. "Come and get it," he growled, his eyes aglow with resolve. Combustion Man raced towards Sokka far more clumsily than expected. His metal foot helped him keep his bearing, while the other wobbled awkwardly, still shaking off the chi blocking for the second time. Sokka roared once the man was close enough, and he tossed the latest smoke bomb. Again, it was met by an explosion, and this time Sokka breathed deeply before shielding his face from the blast. Smoke poured everywhere, and the two gladiators were quick to put distance between themselves and that rising, dark cloud. It gave them both the chances, the strength, to regain their mobility, or as much of it as they could reclaim, in Sokka's case. Once again, they stood close to the entrances of their respective standby rooms. Somehow, Sokka knew neither of them would leave through either the collapsed passageway or the torn grid on that day. This was the very last moment he had left, the very last chance to fight back before the worst could come to pass. Combustion Man breathed deeply once, twice, and then after the third breath, he took off through the smoke. Sokka gritted his teeth, bracing himself to jump away from the upcoming explosion, but it didn't arrive. Instead, a powerful fist coated in flames came his way. Combustion Man, unwilling to trust his own explosions anymore, had elected a more direct approach instead. Where he'd held back for years, refraining from using the full, destructive power of Space Sword, there was no point in containing himself today. The black blade swung towards Combustion Man's fist, and cleaved it in half. Combustion Man's voice was seldom heard, but this time, the cry had poured out of him as soon as the burst of pain shook his body. He had never expected to lose further limbs in battle, after his accidents in his youth, but before he could jump away from the Blue Wolf, Sokka had roared along with the man's desperate screams, slicing across the upper arm. The limb fell heavily, sloppily, in a bloody heap upon the ground. Sokka gritted his teeth, unwilling to look at the carnage he'd weaved, when Combustion Man, in a fit of fury, released a powerful, short-range explosion anew. Sokka couldn't brace himself, he could barely cling to his sword as he flew off towards that standby room. He hit the wall right above it, fortunately devoid of spikes, unfortunately, so solid his head might have snapped off his neck violently if his armor hadn't kept it in place as it slammed into the solid wall. He lost his breath, his strength, his thoughts, even his eyesight turned fully black as he dropped on the sand anew, letting go of his sword as the world lost focus. Sokka! That voice kept calling for him. He couldn't lose now, not when he was so close. Get up. Sokka, please. Silence yourself, Azula. Sokka. I know you can hear me, please. He twitched, managing to tighten his grip on his sword before he heard Combustion Man breathing again. Sokka gritted his teeth and rolled across the sand. The explosion still caught him, flinging him now to the left, to land against the length of a spike. Then the next one saw him slammed against the wall anew, and as much as he tried to shrink in place, to let his armor take the brunt of the fire, he could barely hold on any longer. Sokka! No. He had to keep going, for her. Not for himself, for her. Everything had always been for her. No matter if he was the smoking husk of a walking corpse, he had to keep going. He had to defeat Combustion Man, no matter the cost. Blood leaked from his injuries. The one he'd received from his fight against Toph had broken open again. The slamming against the walls had done nothing for his health either, and his scalp was no doubt covered in blood by now after his head had crashed into solid rock so many times. Everything was so unfocused, everything but that voice. Sokka! He rose to his feet with strength he hadn't known he had in him, still clinging to his sword, but no longer intending to use it. To everyone's utter confusion, he sheathed it instead, with slow, clumsy movements as he struggled to even stand where he was. He had proven most fortunate, of course, that the furious combustion man was losing his own battle against his sudden, serious injury. The behemoth breathed with difficulty, stumbling, certainly afflicted by the massive loss of blood through his newly severed limb. There was no way Sokka would let that man live for another day. No way he'd allow him to continue serving Oze through Zhao, no way he'd let his purposeless violence to reign supreme anymore. He had found the man so unpleasant when he had first seen him fight, that sensation hadn't dwindled at all, to this day. He still despised Combustion Man, and he'd never had a stronger reason to do away with him than he did today. Even at the cost of his own life. To think of all he'd managed to achieve, to think of the heights he'd reached. To think he had friends who appreciated him, who cherished him for who he was. To think there were people who admired him, utter strangers who barely knew him, but who chose to believe he was worth looking up to anyway. To think he'd gone toe-to-toe with royalty and never backed down, to think he'd earned the respect of many who had never intended to offer any of it to him. To think his family had wanted him home, despite his mistakes. To think he had ever earned the genuine love of an extraordinary woman who saw in him far more value and worth than he'd ever believed he had. It had been a grand life. A far better one than he had ever dared dream he'd live. Perhaps he had failed to topple the Fire Lord's rule by his own hand, perhaps he had broken many promises he'd never wanted to shatter. Perhaps he had made mistakes he never should have, but it had been a journey he could only cherish fully right now, closing his eyes as he allowed the faces of all his loved ones to cross his mind, above all, of one very special loved one, the only one who could see him now, at his last moments. He swallowed hard, letting the tears tumble down his burned, bruised, blood-soaked face before slipping his hands towards his back. Another bomb? Azula gazed at him desperately, unsure that would be enough, not when Combustion Man was in such a wrathful frenzy, however heavily injured he might be. But when she noticed that Sokka had pulled out more than one bomb, her entire body froze over. Her heart seemed to stop. The bomb's containers were red. No. Sokka, don't do it. Sokka, don't. Sokka! She screamed. This time, her alarming shouts didn't result in simply a furious rebuke from her father, or a compassionate acceptance of Zhao's. This time both men frowned at her sudden, different kind of urgency, at whatever it might have suggested her gladiator was about to do. That urgency reached the mind of a creature, high above in the sky. Xianlong had positioned himself above the Grand Royal Dome carefully, following the events through his rider's mind rather than by what little he could see from a distance. It even reached the hot air balloon that hovered uncharacteristically close to the Grand Royal Dome, scouring it from above. Ruishi's eyes widened as he and Fei Li maneuvered the vehicle towards the building, a sense of dread rising quickly within his gut upon hearing the distant echo of his charge's scream. They'd only just managed to hover all the way here, uncertain of how they'd be of any help, but knowing they'd have to do something, even if just distract the combustion bender and give Sokka a chance to survive and escape. They finally caught sight of what was happening within the building when the dragon took to one of his remarkably fast dives. Xianlong sent a message to Azula's mind, an urgent one that he feared she might ignore, and if she did, it would cost all their lives rather than just Sokka's. At that warning, the princess's sudden desperation was paralyzed. Just so, her lover, as distant from her as he was in the sand pit, gazed in her direction with a heartfelt, weakened smile when the wrathful, fierce Combustion Man readied himself to attack him anew. He mouthed 3 words to her. Or perhaps he spoke them, but so far away as he was, Azula couldn't hear his voice, even if she knew them by heart. I love you. He cast the 6 bombs, at the same time. Combustion Man fired at them, as he ever did. A large, dark shape dove down just in front of the sponsor's balcony, without thinking twice of it, with zero regard for Zhao or the guards around her. Azula jumped. Xianlong could have miscalculated, and she would have fallen into nothingness instead, though, if this failed, she would have no problem with having leapt to her death. But she fell into the saddle indeed, her whole body aching for the violence of her straddling of the creature. And then Xianlong dove down faster still, angling his body towards where Sokka had stood. Just as an inferno of a magnitude the Fire Nation had never witnessed before was unleashed within the arena. The air itself was on fire. The combustion attack had set off 2 bombs. They had been consumed quickly by the fire, but their trajectory had continued to bring them closer to Combustion Man. The flames spread across the air, catching the other bombs, burning off their containers, and then even more of the compressed gas released into the open. The very spot where Combustion Man had stood was now nothing but a burst of fire that the man attempted to fight, to kick off and muffle with his only bending limb, his left leg, and it didn't work. Try as though he might, the fire was scorching past his clothes, and then his skin, then it reached down into his muscles, and his blood vessels seemed to burst on fire just as well. He had no control over what was happening. He tried to fight back, but had no means to do so. The inferno was all-consuming, overwhelming, devouring his flesh, destroying everything in its path, immolating the strongest gladiator of the league through an uncontrollable expansion of his own fire. Zhao had gasped when Angela had jumped. He had tried to reach for her, but now the princess went well and truly forgotten as he watched the storm of flames that had seemed to take root where his gladiator stood. The fire rose, spread, branching out even before Zhao could tell for certain whether Hawkeye lived or not. His survival instincts didn't take long to kick in once the fire started to expand, shifting closer to his position. "Get out! Get out, all of you!" He shouted at the guards. Half of them were already past the door, and Zhao crashed into them as he raced to the stairs, running at haste to the next floor. Few guards lingered there, but he knew Oze might not to have left just yet. Ozai! Ozai, get out of there! The Fire Lord stood, frozen, staring at that unexpected, sudden inferno worthy of the most potent bender under the effects of Sozin's comet. It was almost entrancing to watch the flames rising and surging, spreading across the building so quickly, consuming everything in their wake. "Ozai, you fool!" Zhao's voice didn't register in the Fire Lord's head. He only snapped back to his senses when his friend grabbed his shoulder, yanking him towards himself, pulling him away from the royal balcony. And no. What did he? No. Oze exclaimed. It seemed the bewitching effect of the fire had somehow done away with his awareness, his understanding, of what had been happening within the building. "My lord, you must get out, now!" A guard called him, urging both Oze and Zhao to run down the stairs. The fire was already spreading inside the building, as highlights of orange and gold, as well as rising heat, kept bursting through the walls and corridors. The building had been occupied by guards most of all. The first and second squads of Imperial Guards raced out of their stations, towards the vestibule, encouraging their Fire Lord to do the same. Their leader, Xiaofeng, was among them, sporting a few wounds and still looking rather shaken, without his helmet, after his earlier fall, as well as the building's corridors had almost collapsed over him earlier. His befuddlement only grew as he slowly grew to notice the wild inferno that had been unleashed in the building he'd escorted the Crown Princess to. "Out! Everyone, get out!" Zhao roared, forcing each of the men to leave the building's premises. Even from the outside, the inferno was apparent. Countless onlookers, frightened, watched as what could have been a simple, common day suddenly gained a rather dark connotation. The smoke released by the fire was coloring the sky with ashes and cinder, sparks flying dangerously in all directions as the uncontrollable fire gained further strength, so much that the hot air balloon hovering nearby had to be steered away from the fire, for safety's sake. What just happened?" Fei Li exclaimed, clinging to the border of the hot air balloon desperately. "Ruishi. I don't know. The dragon, he dove down." "He did," Ruishi said, his chest heaving as he maneuvered with the balloon's steering wheel. He might have saved them. That has to be why he. But the fire had spread so far, so fast, consuming a whole building in a matter of minutes. Had the dragon somehow broken out of the fire at the other end of the column that spiraled upwards? Was he simply hidden from view? Or had all three of them died in that inferno? He had known the fire would grow wild, of course he had. He hadn't known how fast the process would be, but it certainly had felt alarmingly fast. 1 second Combustion Man had detonated the 2 bombs closest to him, the next he was already half aflame, with the remaining bombs setting off just as well. It made an unnerving but beautiful spectacle, yet Sokka's eyes only wanted to focus on Angela. When the fire was so potent it hid her away from sight, he evoked her image in his mind, her most beautiful golden eyes, that teasing, intelligent smirk he had ever been drawn to. only for a sudden shadow to startle him out of his thoughts. A dragon's shape would be difficult to mistake for anything else, especially for a man who had ridden one for as long as Sokka had. Prepared as he was to die right then and there, he was suddenly broken out of focus, for the woman in his thoughts was suddenly so much closer than she had ever been while he stood in the sand pit. Az-. He couldn't even finish calling her name. Sokka! She shrieked one more time. Her right arm was stretched out towards him, just as before. It was second nature for Sokka to reach for it, even if his heart was simultaneously troubled and overjoyed over Azula's sudden descent. Wouldn't she burn as well? Was she choosing to die with him? Or did she hope to outrun the flames instead? Whatever her plans were, one more chance to see her, to touch her, was a temptation too overwhelming to resist. Their hands met, just as they had when they made their deal, in what seemed like another lifetime. But this time, Azula pulled him towards her, with far more strength than she had realized she had reclaimed. She yanked him powerfully as Xian Long landed briefly, lowering his body enough that she could pull her lover into her arms. And once he was locked in Azula's embrace, the dragon shot upwards anew. Flames licked at his claws, at his tail, protectively. Xian Long turned in midair to hide Azula and Sokka from the inferno, angling them away from it as the princess's legs clung to him tightly, as Azula held her gladiator with all her strength, heavily draped across her lap as he was. The pain of her shoulder flared violently but went ignored, and she disregarded his countless wounds for that very instant, for there would be no wounds to worry about if they couldn't get out. The fire spread so fast it caressed Xian Long's abdomen. Could gold fire have kept it at bay? She doubted it, but even if it could, she wasn't strong or calm enough to wield it. Her chaotic mind, full of fear and anguish, couldn't have brought her anywhere close to the right mindset to use her gold fire even if she'd had no other way to save them. Xian! Azula whimpered, squeezing her dragon tight with her aching legs. They were almost there. The roof was caught in the fire that spread across it now, but they were almost there. She crouched over Sokka's body protectively as they broke like a cannonball across the surging mantle of flames. The saddle was on fire. Azula struggled to muffle it, to do away with the spurts of fire that danced upon her clothes and even her dragon's hair. Sokka's boots and clothes were half burned by then, both over this fire and the impact of too many explosions. All his exposed skin was reddened, and while the amount of blood leaking from his scalp might not have been an indicator of the severity of the wound, Azula's desperate heart was too overwhelmed by anguish to think rationally about how heavily head wounds tended to bleed. Sokka! Sokka, can you hear me? She asked, her voice frail as she called his name. Love, please, just answer me. Azula! He gasped. Just how many times had she feared she'd lose him? How many times had he woken speaking her name, as though all that mattered was her? Her chest ached, and the knot in her throat came undone with a spree of sobs as she hugged him tightly. Azula! What did you do? You're safe. She sobbed softly, holding him closely. Why you're alive? You're safe. You'll be okay. I'll see to it, Sokka. I'll take care of you now. You saved me? Sokka whispered. You always save me, you always. Azula. She couldn't speak any longer, holding him as she was, overtaken by sobs of relief, of desperation, of anguish. She would have died in that inferno with him, without even imagining there could be a way out until her dragon called for her. He had been ready to help, fearing the situation wouldn't allow it, but escaping in the middle of that unnatural disaster proved the one chance he'd find to snatch both his riders and fly off with them without being chased or attacked immediately by the Fire Lord's troops. Xian Long, it's Xian Long who did it? Azula said, sobbing as she gazed at her dragon. He glanced at her, offering her his most confident draconian smile. Thank you, Xian. You saved us both. He huffed and nodded promptly, flying deliberately away from the royal dome. Rising further in the sky, the fire was completely out of control, consuming the glorious, luxurious building as a plague decimated a weakened population, destroying everything in its wake. Azula shuddered. Had her father gotten away? Her heart, fool that she was, seemed torn between hoping he had, and hoping for the opposite. After everything he'd put them through, he didn't deserve the slightest hint of mercy, but he was still her father, no matter how deeply she might resent him. The building burned so brightly it put the sun to shame. Xian Long knew better than to linger near the area, for the smoke could be a hazard for both his riders. Yet before he could take off, despite scarcely knowing in which direction to move to, he growled softly at Angela. A hot air balloon was rising towards them. Angela's chest tightened, yet she was instinctively relieved when she recognized the familiar faces of Fei Li and Ruishi, even at a distance. Yes, they had a plan. A plan to escape that was already halfway to completion. A plan that had nearly gone to waste, but they had managed to salvage Sokka from the dome, and Angela was out of her father's reach too, for the first time in 4 days. Princess! Ruishi called for her, breathing heavily for a moment. We feared. Is he? He's alive. He'll be okay, Angela said, her voice weak, but still audible for the 2 guards adrift in the sky. We can go. We have to go. Are all the other guards on the barge already? No, some are back at the house, Ruishi admitted, eyeing her with uncertainty, suspecting she wouldn't want to be reminded of yet another place tainted by the Fire Lord's wrath. I meant to use the balloon to collect you two, if the chance arose, but fortunately your dragon was faster. Yeah, Angela swallowed hard then. Go find the rest of them, now, Ruishi. The sooner we're out of reach, the safer we'll be. Fei Li finished for her, nodding go, towards the gates. The barge should have crossed them by now, so continue towards Fire Fountain City. They should be somewhere around that area right now. We'll catch up as soon as possible. Be quick, and thank you, Angela said, gazing at them remorsefully. She held on to Sokka so firmly, protectively, knowing her love for the man she held now was the whole reason this entire catastrophe had taken place, knowing her men might just begrudge her for ruining all their lives over that sole man, even if privately. Neither Fei Li nor Ruishi gave away any signs of such resentment. They nodded and got to work with the hot air balloon, angling it towards Sokka's house anew. Angela breathed deeply, gazing at her dragon. You heard them. Towards Fire Fountain City she whispered to Xian Long. Where are we going? Sokka asked, softly. Angela's chest tightened at that question. At its many implications, at its potential branches. At what it could mean for their future, at how Sokka might just disapprove of the one-way forward Angela had concocted by herself, once she had pondered what could be done if he was saved at all. But she certainly couldn't answer that question fully yet. Not until he had been tended to, until he had regained his health, until he had rested, eaten, recovered his strength. He had just left the scene of the most traumatic battle he'd ever waged. The last thing he needed was to worry about their uncertain, dark future. To safety she answered, simply don't worry. Just relax, and rest now. You did a brilliant job, as you always do. You're the best gladiator there ever was, for sure. I don't know if. I do know. And I'd spend a lifetime convincing you of it, if I must. She whispered the words bittersweetly, hoping he wouldn't know she couldn't mean them, no matter how badly she wished she could. You always say that kind of thing, Sokka said, and to her utter surprise, and further heartbreak, he closed his eyes with a gentle smile. So do you, she said, choked up. Just rest for now, okay? Everything else isn't important right now. We're alive, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Her words were empty, she knew as much, acutely, painfully. She spoke with tears in her eyes, tears that her beloved husband couldn't see, but her dragon could feel them with her, just as well. The pain that dwelled in her soul hurt worse than her shoulder ever could, for she had almost lost Sokka for good. She had nearly failed to protect him when it mattered most. And she might have saved him now, but it didn't mean their future together would ever regain the brightness it had lost 4 days ago. So many people had paid the price for their love. Song was out of anyone's reach, by Ruishi's choice, and it was hard to say if any of them would ever see her again. The guards were likely waiting to climb aboard the hot air balloon, ready to take off quickly into yet another uncertain future, where they intended to serve their princess as best they could, as fugitives from Fire Lord Oze's rule. Her many friends would, potentially, become her father's next focus, for he might demand answers from them, retaliation. And no doubt, once everything calmed down, Once he realized she had saved Sokka from that storm of fire, he would send all the available ships, perhaps even aircrafts, to find them. They had no time to waste, whatsoever, if they hoped to outrun them. She had known, all along, that their lives would never be the same again. As she held the slumbering Sokka closely, breathing weakly as his broken body gave in to the need for rest after such a strenuous battle against mental, emotional, and physical exhaustion, Azula's awareness of the horrors that lay ahead only strengthened further. Life, as she had known it, was poised to change forever. In truth, it already had. There was no going back from this. Her father, if he had gotten out of that fire safely at all, would give them no quarter, no mercy, especially after they had escaped his control as they had. He would stop at nothing to kill Sokka, more so now that the gladiator had survived his appointed execution. She had to be prepared to do anything to stop him. Anything necessary to protect the man who meant the world to her. She kept him safe, draped over her legs, resting against her uninjured shoulder, as they continued to fly towards the horizon. It was barely noon, but the smoke of the burning arena had done a number in the sky, turning it darker, redder, hiding the sun behind a film of dust and ashes, the last remnants of the Gladiator League. It could have felt like a small price to pay for Sokka's life, one Azula would pay 1,000 times over if need be, but she grieved its loss all the same. It was what had started everything for them, what had given her the power to make more of herself than the world wanted to allow her to be, and it had burned fast and overwhelmingly, leaving nothing in its wake. Would that fire spread beyond the dome, burning more buildings within the city? Would the countless sponsors and gladiators who relished in the League ever accept the utter annihilation of their fighting arena, where they always wanted to measure their strength against each other? Would the many people who worked for the League, the chairman, Shoji, even Yang, move forward with their lives and find a new future after her actions had seen to the destruction of their livelihoods? There would be no forgiveness for what she'd done, Azula knew as much. The Fire Nation would regard her as nothing more than a traitor from this day forward, by her father's choice. She would be hated, reviled by countless people who had once seen her as a beacon of greatness, shining brightly as she ushered a new era for their nation. Just as she knew she deserved no forgiveness for stealing Sokka from his people, she knew she'd deserve none for the damage she'd done to the Fire Nation, to countless people she treasured, with her actions. Because if that was what it took to save him, she'd do it. If that was how she'd keep him alive, she'd shatter everything else over and over, 1,000 times over, perhaps more than that, until he could be safe. Just as he had destroyed his own soul by killing once again to save her and he had regretted none of it, she could regret none of this. She was that selfish, she was that desperate to keep this wonderful man alive, by her side, for as long as she could make it so. Eventually, the skies cleared again. Within less than an hour, they had flown over Ajalan's great gates. And within 2 more hours of continuous, fast flight, which Azula suspected was exhausting her dragon's strength by now, they finally spotted the familiar golden stern and prow of one of the largest vessels in the Fire Nation Navy. Azula breathed sharply, tightening her grip around Sokka protectively as Xian Long descended towards the ship that, Azula hoped, would become their salvation during the coming days. Whatever uncertain future awaited past the first objective she could think of, she knew the barge would be their sole refuge until they reached that destination. She would see to it that Sokka was tended to, first of all, and then she would ask Tai Wei to set course for the South Pole. Chapter 243, The Ultimate Gladiator 14. A hiss broke from his lips when the cotton cloth caressed his burns with the cleansing ointment. He couldn't help but wince when similar, soothing substances were rubbed gently upon his bruises. He was a mixed bag of damaged skin of all qualities, marred by every injury he had sustained over the course of the last week. He knew he had to be a sorry spectacle right now, he didn't even want to see himself in a mirror anytime soon. Yet the fact that he could, indeed, see himself in one if he chose to do so was a privilege he hadn't expected to still have. He had expected to die merely a few hours ago, and he had assumed there would be no future for him beyond that final moment. In some ways, he hadn't quite come to terms with his current situation, his eyes scarcely focused on the metal walls of the familiar ship. The stinging pain with every new treatment Jianghuo applied upon his skin awakened him, jolt by jolt, from some strange, dreamlike state, from the place his heart and mind had last been in as that swirling, uncontrollable inferno of his own making rose into the sky, overcoming his senses, stealing away every hope of survival he'd ever clung to. Truthfully, he barely felt alive, even now. As though this weren't real, as though it were an afterlife of some sort, and his soul was so stuck on his previous life he couldn't make sense of his current situation. A thick fog clouded his mind and he couldn't wade through it, for it consumed him when he needed to have his wits about him, but he was so tired, his body weighed 1,000 tons, his heart was twice as heavy. He couldn't bring himself to snap out of his daze, he lacked the strength to do even that. He had been teetering in this strange state of unconsciousness when Xin Long descended on the barge's deck. He had the feeling the dragon had flown carefully, delicately, for his sake. Angela has given orders, her voice trembled as she conveyed them, and then strong hands had hoisted him off the saddle, bringing reality back into focus, to a fault, as they did. He had winced when they touched his wounds, cried out a few times as they carried his battered body inside the ship, but nothing had registered in his head quite as vividly, as painfully, as letting go of her hand had. Angela. Angela, don't. He whimpered, reaching for her, his heart shattering over separating from her even if just for an instant. Calm down, Sokka, it's okay. You'll be safe. He wouldn't have believed those words if they had been uttered by any voice but hers. He had complied, quietly, meekly, though still unwilling to be away from her. He couldn't remember the last time he had been so scared of not having someone beside him, perhaps when he was a child, crawling into his parents' sleeping bag when a nightmare had filled him with fear. He hadn't done it anymore after his mother died. Almost 6 years ago, he had been loaded aboard this ship, far weaker and less wounded, but still in dreadful shape. He had spent days in the ship's cell block, fed and tended to by apathetic guards, under the orders of a princess who only had wanted him to live long enough to punish his insurrection harshly. Today, she had put her life on the line to save his. Today, she had ordered her men to tend to his wounds, to keep him alive. This time, his life mattered so much she'd risk everything for him. It was a noble gesture, a natural one, when you loved someone as deeply as Angela loved him, yet, just as she had once told him to love her less if that would save his life, now it was his turn to wish she would be less willing to immolate herself for his sake. Had Roan's incident not happened at all, perhaps he would have demanded that Angela left him to die when she visited him in prison. He might even have been outraged upon learning she had told Oze the truth about their relationship. He would have been willing to take the fall alone, even if his name would be besmirched for eternity by Oze's self-comforting lies, as long as she could be safe. Yet, after experiencing firsthand that desolation when it seemed he might lose Angela forever, after understanding that no future, no nations, no balance, or harmony were worth Angela's many sacrifices, he'd certainly changed his views. Maybe he was more selfish now than he had been before. No, he definitely was more selfish now, no contest, but protecting Angela was his life's guiding purpose, even if that meant their many dreams and hopes for the world would go unfulfilled. As things stood, the one thought that could appease him anymore was the knowledge that Angela was far away from her father's reach. Sokka would endure every injury, whatever agony destiny sent his way, if he could make sure that man would never hurt her again. Jiang Huo spoke to him on occasion, explaining the procedures so Sokka could brace himself against the pain, but while he heard the man's voice, he barely could process the meaning of the words until well after half the healing session was done. He sat in his small clothes, letting his temporary, novice physician take care of the dark injuries across his ribcage and abdomen. His eyes settled on the armor he'd shed earlier, his weapons accompanying it. The bloodied space sword would need to be cleaned soon to keep the coating of blood from dulling its otherworldly edges. But he couldn't quite move just yet, maybe in another minute, or maybe an hour. He just needed to breathe for now, although each intake of air pained his ribs, his muscles, his burned skin, his very heart. He wondered, wistfully, if the pain would never go away, whether that which tormented his body, or the one dwelling and laying roots in the deepest crevices of his battered heart. "All right, that's the last of those nasty bruises," Jiang Huo announced, rising from tending to Sokka's shins. He offered him a weak smile, one that Sokka couldn't reciprocate, but the guard took no offense to that time to bandage you up. "Let me know if the bandages are too tight, okay?" Sokka replied half-heartedly, as Jiang Huo rose to his feet, collecting the set of bandages on the emergency kit. "Guess I need those, everywhere." "Well, there may be a few places you won't have to wear any on," Jiang Huo said, smiling awkwardly, like, "You're right, Ah. It's the other one that got hit." "That's right," Sokka answered with surprising humor. Jianghuo smiled awkwardly as he started his work. "You will recover very soon, I know you will," he said, rolling the first set of bandages over his head wound. "You've seen worse wounds than many of these, and that's made your body very strong. So don't worry, Sokka. You'll be alright, just like the princess said." Hearing the words from a man he'd never been particularly close to stung Sokka unpleasantly. He flinched as Jianghuo wrapped the set of bandages around his left arm, then he moved to the right. Regardless of his reluctance to part with it even for an instant, Sokka had been forced to let go of Angela's necklace for this healing session. It was among his filthy armor and the rags left of his old clothes, nestling neatly, perfect, amid the piling evidence of so much misery. Don't you hold this against me?" Sokka's voice came out before he even managed to formulate his full thoughts in his head. Jianghuo continued working diligently, though he shot Sokka a confused glance. "You mean, these wounds? Or this whole situation?" Jianghuo asked. "Well, everything," Sokka decided, closing his eyes. I thought you guys only put up with this, for her sake. Can't say I mind if that's the case. I understand if you think I'm not worth all these efforts. Not a lot of people would be. It's almost like you think we're completely unaffected by whatever happens to you," Jianghuo said. Sokka flinched, whether it was because of the man's words or because of the bandages that now would crisscross over his wounded torso. "He didn't know you, and I may not be all that close, Gladiator, but I know you're good people. I've seen the way you've grown, the way she has grown with you, too. You'd never know, of course, what she was like before you came along." "I have a few ideas," Sokka mumbled. "When she first found me, she was ruthless. She wanted to prove herself. But most of all, she was lonely." "Exactly," said Jianghuo, rolling more of the bandage over Sokka's body. "We were all with her by then, you know. Well, except Han, he arrived later. Bao's replacement, you might remember him. Angela was badly affected when he was killed," Sokka whispered. She probably would have been just as affected if any other of us had been the rough rhinos delivered casualty, but you see, she valued us because we were her men, handpicked by her, at her orders. She felt responsible for us, she always has. She protects us more than we've been able to protect her, fancy that." Sokka smiled weakly at those words, knowing them to be true. For someone ever so willing to call herself a bad person, Angela always had been kind in ways she'd never want to acknowledge. "But, even Ruishi wasn't close to her before you came along," Jianghuo continued. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "I can't even say that she respected him. He would contest her wildest orders, and she'd always ensure he'd do as she demanded of him regardless. Truthfully, when she took off to find you, in Huiyi, did you ever ask yourself why we didn't go with her?" I guess it was odd, in retrospect, but I figured she didn't want to draw much attention to herself," Sokka mumbled. "Perhaps. But she didn't want Ruishi to oppose her wishes either. She also didn't want to give any explanations, seeing as she didn't have the Fire Lord's permission to act yet, as far as I know. She probably expected that, had we been aware of her intentions, we would have reported her movements to the Fire Lord. She didn't truly trust us. She probably saw us as a symbol of status, a responsibility, a backup plan she never intended to resort to, for she'd handle all her problems by herself. It was only after you came along that things started to change. She stopped thinking of us as a burden, I'd say, and started treating us as useful assets in the field when we helped her chase down the rhinos. Well, not that we were that much help, you two caught them on your own. My point is, however, you have had a much bigger impact on her than you could know. And because of that impact, she changed in how she treated us, as well. Maybe, because she learned to trust, to rely on someone, thanks to her bond with you. And you said it yourself, didn't you? She was lonely, even if she wasn't literally alone more often than not. The one who changed that, well, it was you, without a doubt." Sokka heard those words quietly, feeling a knot forming in his throat. He was undoubtedly proud of having broken through Angela's shell as he had, of having opened her eyes, and those of many others, to her true value, to how extraordinary she was. But her happiness, the fulfillment of her many dreams, even those she had never intended to dream at all, should have never cost her all she'd had to sacrifice in the past month. I guess you'd think we'd begrudge you for a lot of reasons, and I can't blame you for fearing that, Jianghuo said, still covering Sokka's damaged skin with bandages, but as far as I know, most of us are only upset on your behalf. Hers, you'll mean. Yours and hers both, of course. Your relationship was that serious, wasn't it? At least, that's what most of us thought. I'm surprised you felt that way. I mean, I'm glad to hear it, but surprised too. I thought, since Fire Nation culture is so unforgiving with these sorts of things. If she were a commoner, you wouldn't have had to lose nearly as much as you have. Which tells you enough about how important this cultural value is. What do you mean? Sokka asked, eyeing Jianghuo with restrained curiosity. Well, you see, my mother was a commoner, Jianghuo said, and when she was with child, out of wedlock, the man responsible paid no price for it at all. He wasn't pressured to marry her to salvage her allegedly tainted honor, none of that mattered at all because she was a nobody. He was of higher birth than her, he found someone of his station to marry. Someone who, unlike him, was probably pure and untainted. In the end, Sokka, it's not a matter of honor for nobles, it never was. It's a matter of control, of crafting the rules of their world to their liking, all else be damned. It's but a way to keep the greatness of our princess in check, of making sure she won't ever play to a tune that isn't theirs. The Fire Lord can say what he will, but any man of true honor knows he's acted with none of his own, not when it comes to you and the princess. I'm sorry your mom went through anything like this, Sokka said, grimacing. I hope people didn't torment her much for it. Oh, they did in their own way, make no mistake, Jianghuo said. I never needed a father, I was happy with her, our family was kind. But outside the safety of our home's walls, people would judge her, look down on her, as though they had any right to do so. As though they saw her as lesser than them for having taken any lovers out of wedlock. It never mattered to me if it was just my father or if there were others aside from him, all that mattered to me was that my mother was a smart, kind-hearted, amazing woman who raised me as best she could. Whatever mistakes she might have made, she faced them without shying away from the painful truths others would have run away from. She was braver than any of them could hope to be, just as the princess is. Their courage, it takes so much more strength to muster that kind of bravery than any of those fault-finders could ever understand. Hell, even more of it than I'd ever understand, and I lived alongside my mother for most of it. She has passed away by now, and I'm sure she's been blessed in the afterlife with all the kindness she hardly saw in this world. But even then, she had her family. She had a father, my grandfather, who would always be ready to break the nose of any fool who dared speak ill of his daughter. The princess, her very worst and most dangerous accuser, is none other than her own father. I can't begin to imagine how much that anguishes her. Sokka's hand clenched, and he closed his eyes. The pain on the outside of his body was difficult to withstand, but by now there was no comparison between it and the overwhelming one that dwelled in his heart, squeezing it mercilessly. How could he have cost Azula so much? How could their love result in such a nefarious outcome when it had been the brightest, most beautiful part of their lives for as long as they'd given themselves to each other completely? Azula had sacrificed so much to save him and he couldn't do a damn thing to make it up to her, not that he could think of, at least. Jianghuo had knelt before him, taking care of Sokka's legs and feet now. The gladiator remained silent until the last of the bandages were tied safely around his calf, and Jianghuo rose to his feet again after that. Well, you're bandaged up, he said, breathing deeply. We'll have to change the bandages a lot, but for now, I hope it's enough. There's one other thing I can offer, though. Sokka followed Jianghuo with his gaze as the guard moved to a cabinet. He returned from it with a bottle, and Sokka arched an eyebrow at the sight of it. It's not alcohol, Jianghuo explained. It's called midnight nectar and it's, well, not the best thing for these cases, but it helps to keep the injured person functional, so to speak. It chases away the pain, it doesn't help the healing process, however, it just numbs your perception of your injuries. It's a double-edged weapon, you'd say, but it can be very helpful in early stages of recovering from nasty wounds. Double-edged? Sokka said, reaching awkwardly for the bottle. You mean, if the injuries take a turn for the worse? Even the injured might not take notice of the symptoms because it won't hurt, said Jiang Huo, sighing. That's why you shouldn't take more than one mouthful at a time, any more than that could damage your body. Be careful with it. Thanks, Sokka said, nodding weakly. No worries, no worries. I was told this would be my main duty if you guys arrived safely. I'm glad I could do it at all, Jiang Huo said, smiling. Now, the clothes Shuren brought a while ago are right here, so dress in them whenever you're ready. Sokka glanced at a stool in the small, metal cabin. He hadn't quite noticed Shuren's visit, for he had still been mostly out of it. He felt more lucid after talking with Jiang Huo as he had. You should probably get something light to eat soon, too. Your body's very strained, so I'd say food, and rest. Jiang Huo was reciting as Sokka pulled the maroon trousers to himself, Fire Nation clothes. His own garments were utterly useless by now, most of them burned beyond much hope by Combustion Man's attacks. I'll do my best, Sokka said, rising to his feet with difficulty to pull up the trousers. His body ached terribly after this brief period of rest, regardless of the ointments and treatments Jiang Huo had given him. He gritted his teeth and reached for the bottle the man had offered him. Without asking for a cup to pour the liquid, Sokka brought it to his lips and drained one mouthful, without thinking twice of it. He grimaced at the pasty taste of the liquid and took his seat again after fastening the sash around his waist. He breathed slowly, waiting for the substance to affect his body. A slight, tingling warmth spread from his stomach slowly, a deceit of calmness and health that he wouldn't believe in blindly. It was, without a doubt, a potent trick, one he suspected was often given to soldiers who were about to pass away rather than survive dangerous wounds. He had only just reached for the sleeveless shirt he had been brought when the sound of familiar footsteps in the metal corridor alerted him. He raised his head immediately towards the door, even moments before she came into view. What an unsightly mess he'd be, covered in bandages, hair singed, struggling to clad himself in the simplest of attires. He'd never have wanted to present himself like this in front of her despite having no other choice at the moment. Just laying eyes upon her, however, felt like a more effective version of that pain-diluting substance he'd just ingested. As stricken as her expression might be, she was the most beautiful sight he knew he would ever lay eyes upon. Angela. He called her name immediately, and he thought he'd seen her flinch lightly underneath that black armor upon hearing his voice. She stopped at the cabin's threshold and took in the sight of him, the disorderly hair, the open shirt he had only just clad himself in, the countless bandages that covered the skin she had ever been beckoned by, that she knew was covered in a myriad of gut-wrenching wounds. He was more conscious now, but he still looked so broken, so fragile that she could barely breathe at the sight of her stalwart defender in such shape. But she could still help him in many ways, and she intended to do so right now. Here, Angela said, curtly, stepping inside the room, offering him a bowl of rice, and a set of chopsticks. Sokka blinked a few times at the sight of the sudden, necessary meal. It felt like it had been forever since he'd eaten anything at all. Oh, I'd just told him he should eat something. Thank you, princess, said Jiang Huo, trying to smile encouragingly, though make sure to eat slowly. Sokka. I know you must be starving, but it's okay. I will, Sokka said. Maybe he was starving, but he couldn't even tell. Whether it was because of the stress of the situation, the pain that had been muffled by the liquid he'd drained moments ago, or the relief over seeing Angela again, he had no idea. Perhaps it was the combination of all factors. Instead, he reached for the bowl slowly. Angela swallowed hard as their fingers brushed, and she seemed reluctant to release the meal into his hands in fear that he might not be able to hold the bowl properly. But Sokka succeeded at pulling the food close to himself with both his hands. Thank you, he said, with a small smile. Angela nodded. You're all treated now? She asked, before glancing at Jiang Huo. How severe are the wounds? Some of the burns will take a fair amount of time to heal, Jiang Huo confessed, and, well, the bruises of his torso worried me a lot, but he's not coughing blood, or throwing up blood, either way. I think, if he had any internal bleeding, well. I understand, Angela said, closing her eyes before glancing at Sokka again. He was eating slowly by now, bringing grains of rice to his lips at a paused rhythm most unlike him. The injury to his head. It appeared alarming, but not as serious as it may have seemed. Head wounds bleed heavily, but But I'm thick-headed, so I guess it didn't break through my skull or anything, Sokka finished. Jiang Huo nodded. It looks ugly, but I suspect the impact was, perhaps, partly broken by his armor. Jiang Huo guessed, his back probably took a worse hit than his head, but as he was armored, it's just another bruise. If so, that's fortunate, Azula said, still gazing at Sokka remorsefully, but with a hint of relief as well. I know you don't feel all that qualified to diagnose anything, Jiang Huo, but, do you expect a full recovery? I hope so, yes, said Jiang Huo, nodding. Azula breathed out slowly. It's possible some of the damaged skin won't return to full normality, but as long as the burns are treated, they shouldn't be as severe as, well, as your brother's, for instance. Sokka didn't receive any of the fire bending at close range, did he? Fortunately not, Azula whispered. She didn't want to think of what the fight's outcome would have been if his agility had been even more hindered than it was. Thus, the burns aren't life-threatening, Jiang Huo said, smiling at Sokka. You'll be okay. It'll take a while, but you will be. I hope so. Sokka smiled weakly. His appetite was opening up gradually, though he suspected it was only because Azula was here again. Thanks for your hard work, Azula said to Jiang Huo, who nodded positively as he returned to putting away the implements he'd used, and the many cloths with which he had wiped and cleaned the blood off Sokka's wounds. The red stains over the fabrics couldn't be hidden before Azula's insidious gaze spotted them. She closed her eyes tightly, turning towards Sokka anew and finding him smiling in that heartbreaking way once she finally dared open her eyes anew. Are you feeling any better just yet? Azula asked. Sokka nodded weakly. Though, mostly because he gave me a drink so I won't feel the pain. It's weird, Sokka said, biting his lip but smiling a little. I bet I look worse than I feel, though. No need to worry too much anymore, Azula. I always worry. You know as much, Azula whispered, breathing deeply and nodding. Make sure you finish eating. I'll come back to check on you after the others land on deck. The other guards? Sokka asked, eyeing Azula with uncertainty. Azula swallowed hard and nodded. They got a hot air balloon, right? I barely remember, but... yeah, they did. I think it's yours, actually, Azula admitted. Sokka raised his eyebrows. Hopefully they'll arrive shortly. Have we been pursued at all? Sokka asked, uneasy. Are they chasing us, or... Not yet. I don't expect that to remain unchanged for good, though, Azula admitted, but she shook her head. This isn't for you to worry about. You should focus on healing and recovering instead. I'll try, I guess, Sokka mumbled, eyeing Azula almost shyly as she breathed deeply and made for the door. It's just hard not to think of a lot of things right now, but I guess you'll tell me what's going on later, right? When we get to wherever it is we're going. That Azula froze on the spot, just as she was about to leave the room, gave Sokka pause just as well. The rigid stance, the tightness with which her hand clawed into the threshold's metal frame, the obvious panic that shot through her eyes, none of it made any sense to him. Azula. I said you shouldn't worry about any of this, Azula said, her tone a warning Sokka thought to heed at first, until he found himself puzzled by how defensive she was acting, for no apparent reason. At least, none he could understand. I'll check on you later. Wait. Sokka exclaimed, with more strength than he realized he had inside him, as he set aside the half-eaten bowl of rice. Azula, what's going on? Are we in any danger already? And if we were, it wouldn't be your place to deal with it, and no, that's not the case. So finish your food, and don't cause unnecessary trouble, Azula said, bluntly. Sokka's blue eyes bore into hers, but not in an accusatory way, despite his stare certainly was charged with a strange hint of confused betrayal. No, it was pain. He was hurt that she'd shut him out when he knew she needed him most direly. Her own eyes reflected no small measure of similar pain as they gazed at him, but she couldn't let that sway her. She stepped past the threshold and walked away, her footsteps echoing down the corridor as she put distance between herself and the injured gladiator. Sokka sat in place for a moment, unable to process the implications in Azula's behavior. It had been a very long time since he had seen her like this, since she had rejected his offers to hear her out, since she had blocked his attempts to help her. It made no sense, it especially made no sense that she would intend to keep him in the dark about something, whatever it was. Right now, they weren't in immediate danger, she had said so. Was she simply panicking over what would happen once they were? Was she upset that things had come this far, and she simply didn't want Jianghuo to see how afflicted she was? Or were her reactions concealing something much bigger, much darker, than any of those possibilities, instead? Sokka gritted his teeth and pushed himself up forcefully. Jianghuo gasped upon noticing what Sokka was doing, but the gladiator, even if he could only limp, rose to the door and strode out of the cabin. Azula's shape shrank in the corridor, likely intending to head for the stairs that would either lead her to her tower, or down below to the engine room. Azula. His voice was more than unwelcome, it was utterly infuriating right now. Azula turned on her heels, outrage apparent across her face as she glared at the man who stood down that corridor, a hand on the wall, helping him support the weight of his injured, weakened body. "Are you mad?" she shouted, taking 2 steps towards him. "Can't you do as you're told for once in your life, Sokka? Get back in there, eat your damn rice." "You're hiding something," Sokka said, and to Azula's surprise, his blue eyes were narrow with purpose, with understanding shrouded by his furrowed brow. "There's something going on, something you don't want me to know about. And I don't understand why." "Well, you won't understand a damn thing until I feel like sharing it, so turn around now or I'll drag you back myself and tell Jianghuo to tie you to a chair if that's what it takes," Azula hissed, stepping towards him still. Sokka gritted his teeth. "Where are we going?" Azula's footsteps slowed at that, again, a strong sign Sokka didn't want to see in his lover's behavior. A sign that he was honing close to the core of Azula's current troubles, inexplicable as it might be. "Why does that question bother you so much?" Sokka asked, eyeing her with confusion. "I understand. I understand the future is uncertain now, that a lot of the things we were counting on and taking for granted are now, well, a mess. But whatever's next, Azula, we can get through it together. We have the guards too, don't we? So, it's not like we have to deal with everything on our own. I may be a burden for a while because I'm like this, but once I've recovered, we can start figuring out how to fix things. It's looking bad right now because, well, we've literally only just survived and escaped, so it's going to be a while before either of us can shake off all that fear. It's not something to be ashamed of, okay? And even if we have no goal yet, nowhere to go, it's fine to just say it, Azula. We can work out a destination together later on. I can give you ideas. There's bound to be some people who would harbor us if we..." "Stop talking," Azula said, shaking her head. Sokka breathed out slowly as Azula stopped in front of him. "Turn around, and go back into that cabin now, Sokka, or..." "Azula, please," Sokka said, eyeing her in disbelief. "Talk to me. Tell me what's wrong, and we'll fix it. It's how we've done things for as long as we've known how to work together, so how about we do it now, too? Is it you don't want to see me right now because I'm a mess? I mean, I don't blame you, but..." "Of course that's not the problem, Sokka, who do you even think you're talking to?" Azula asked, exasperated. "I'm talking to the woman I love," Sokka said, directly, without holding back any of his words, unconcerned that anyone might have overheard him, such as Jianghuo, who was likely grimacing inside the cabin right now upon hearing their argument. "To my partner. You know I'll go wherever you'll take me, so I don't understand why you're keeping our destination from me. If you already have someplace in mind, and you don't want to answer my other questions until we get there, just tell me where we're going, and I can just wait until we arrive to hear all your answers. Simple, isn't it?" Azula gritted her teeth, shaking her head. Sokka breathed out, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. It truly had been a long time since he'd had this much trouble communicating with her. "Look, unless you're taking us right back to your father's doorstep, I can't see what's so bad about wherever we're going next," Sokka said, breathing out in frustration. "Anything other than that is bound to be an improvement over our latest circumstances, so..." "We're not headed back to the capital," Azula said. Sokka breathed out and placed his free hand on his hip. "Then whatever's next is already better for us than what we're leaving behind," Sokka said. His concern had actually decreased visibly, as though he genuinely believed those words. Angela's chest tightened, and a knot formed in her throat. For it, I doubt we'll be able to stay within the Fire Nation, but I guess if we're off to someplace in the Earth Kingdom we'll be fine too. We have a few friends there, could be they'll give us a hand and your dad won't find out, so. We're not going to the Earth Kingdom either. His relief froze over, giving way to utter cluelessness again. This time he did fall silent for a moment. This time, he had the gall to look worried, perhaps even scared, of whatever Angela's new answer would be. But at this point, his ill-fated curiosity was too strong to disregard, an impulse Angela could only begrudge him for. Then, where are we going? Sokka asked, again. Angela seemed unwilling to answer at first, unwilling to meet his eyes at all. She was ashamed, somehow, of whatever conclusion she had reached, and his confusion only increased when, at long last, she gave him the answer he had been waiting for. We've set course for the South Pole. It took more than 10 seconds of silence for Angela to finally meet Sokka's utterly perplexed stare again. He seemed to brace himself with even more strength against the wall, and Angela snarled as she berated herself mentally for telling him the truth. She shouldn't have, she knew as much, but he had a right to know, even if she would have rather told him later. If he had meant to drag her anywhere without her awareness, without her consent, she would be no less outraged than he was now, no matter if he had intended to take her to a place she had longed to return to for years. The South Pole, Sokka repeated at last, his eyes shifting quickly from side to side. Well, that's not what I expected, but I guess, yeah, we can work with that, we can gather our strength there, then figure out what to do about your dad and everything else. Might be a little tough for you, Xin and the guards down there, the weather's not going to be easy for you guys to cope with, but why had she hidden that? After so many years of promising she'd take him home, of reassuring him that she could take him to his family without needing him to win it all in the Gladiator League, why would she be ashamed or unwilling to convey their future destination if it was simply the Water Tribe? The answers to those questions arrived shortly after he had managed to sense there was a strange disconnection between Angela's actions, behavior, and words. Angela. He called her name, frowning with uncertainty. We are taking you there, Angela finally said. It doesn't mean we're staying too. The finality with which she said those words caught Sokka unawares. The firmness in her voice, however, sounded as strong as a lone, thin pillar holding up a massive mountain. His mouth opened at first, but he didn't dare speak immediately as he looked at her, searching her face for answers she had already given him, and he was incapable of assimilating yet. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, Sokka said, breathlessly. That doesn't make any sense, Angela, why would you? Why you retelling me you're going to drop me off at my tribe's doorstep and then you'll just leave? Why on earth would you do that? Oh, why? You have to ask why, truly. Angela said, eyes wide. The lump in her throat hadn't receded, but it was easier to ignore for now. At least, do you think we can afford the luxury of picking a retirement spot to waste away there without any risks, without any consequences? That's not what I meant and you know it, Sokka said. His voice, his body, trembled now. Angela gritted her teeth. This was what she had wanted to avoid, but this stubborn fool had no self-restraint, and clearly, neither did she. You're going to drop me off? That's it? You're leaving me in the South Pole and then you'll just go elsewhere, without me. You've had very little time to reason with any of what's going on, haven't you? Angela asked, breathing deeply. This is exactly why I didn't want to talk about this right now, but you just had to push it, as you always do. Angela, you can't be seriously planning on doing something like this, Sokka said, shaking his head. Look, I get it, things are bad. Things are very, very bad, and we're not looking at the bright future we once were anymore. I understand that perfectly, but there's got to be a more logical solution than for you to toss me off the barge in the South Pole just to leave afterwards. Logic? That's what you're asking for? Well, then, riddle me this, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. What do you think my father will do when the dust settles? When he realizes not only that we escaped, but that Xin Long and I broke you out of the arena on time for you to survive when his damn plan was to execute you. He'll want revenge again, Sokka said, frowning. He'll be even more furious than he already was, and who will he want to take out his wrath on? Azula asked. Sokka gritted his teeth. Us. He said, immediately, and the only way we'll be able to fight back is together, as far as I can tell. Against the full brunt of his armed forces? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. The navy, the airships, even the occupation troops, you actually expect you and I will be able to stand against all of those soldiers and defeat them? Didn't you acknowledge ages ago that, if you had captured me back when we first met, my father would have annihilated your people in retaliation for your slight? Which begs the question of why on earth you'd want me to go there now, Sokka said, looking at her in disbelief. If anything, you've just made the perfect case for going anywhere but. Where will he think I'll take you, Sokka? Azula asked, cutting off his words. Will he think I'll drag you to the Earth Kingdom, to roam those lands that are largely occupied by Fire Nation forces, where we'll be risking capture constantly, or will he think I'll take you to the South Pole, the only place he has no claim in anymore? Evidently, the second option will make more sense. And do you actually think it'll matter to him, whether you're there or not? He'll send his troops anyway. He'll destroy the entire Southern Water Tribe if he has the chance, your family, and mine as well, not only in a fruitless attempt to smoke you out, but also because it'll be part of his revenge against you. Do you seriously think he'd stop anywhere short of that, just because you happen to be elsewhere? That. Sokka said, grimacing as she spoke. He gritted his teeth and shook his head. Then, we should just, there has to be something we can do to protect your people? Yes. There is, Azula said, firmly. For starters, if you're there, they'll be warned. They'll know what to expect, they'll understand the Fire Nation's movements better because you'll be leading them. But beyond that, the magnitude of that kind of military incursion can be mitigated in some ways. It's possible that my father might not send quite as many troops to strike if I go back to the Fire Nation. Sokka's jaw dropped. Azula, again, refused to meet his eyes, though she did glimpse movement from the corner of her eyes when he shook his head, almost violently. Fuck, no. Hell, no, Azula. Sokka shouted, his voice deep and stern. I don't have a damn choice, Sokka. There has to be another choice. That's suicide, curses, you can't just go back to the Fire Nation. Sokka exclaimed, breathing heavily as he stared at her in disbelief. The hell is this plan, Azula? You're telling me you'll drop me off and then turn yourself in? If it's within my power, I can do my best to mislead him about your location, to convince him or coerce him into not attacking your people, Azula said, gritting her teeth. If he gets me back, then he won't be able to rile up the army or the navy with pathetic propaganda about how you and your people somehow kidnapped me when it's obvious to anyone with common sense that I'm the one who has made all the choices I have so far. Azula, your father is a fucking hazard to you. Sokka shouted, looking at her in disbelieving frustration. He's already hurt you. He's already given the worst orders he can, just to punish you for your alleged crimes. If you turn yourself in, he's only going to make it worse. And I'll bear with it, if that's what happens. Azula cut him off, and Sokka scoffed. You're kidding me. You're seriously kidding me. You can't even pretend this is a reasonable outcome. Sokka exclaimed, and Azula released a frustrated breath. Sokka, it's too damn late. She stated, bluntly. We had it all right? We did. And we were stupid, and reckless, and careless. And yes, you told me not to blame myself, not to blame us, but the truth is, we absolutely broke our vows to maintain balance between us, our duties and our nations since a very long time ago. The two of us have prioritized our relationship more and more over the course of the years, and that's how we lowered our guard to the point where we wound up where we are now. Azula. There's no getting away with this without consequences, even if we don't deserve to face them. Azula said, I won't ever be ashamed of loving you, damn it, but this rotten world of ours has made it so we have no choice but to choose whether to die together in a matter of weeks, or live a little longer by parting ways. And you think parting ways is the right solution? The only bearable outcome, Sokka said, scornful even in his anger, in his pain. Azula, none of this makes the slightest sense to me. This can't be the way things have to turn out between us, it's impossible. I understand you want me to help protect the Water Tribe, but what if Oze just sends his troops south anyway, once you're in his grasp? How will I lead anyone to war against your father's full navy? It's going to be suicide either way. Without me in the way, he'll be less motivated to send the bulk of his forces, Angela said, shaking her head, and if I'm not simply obedient and compliant as soon as I'm back, he will obsess over breaking me and he'll never succeed at it. His revenge against you, it might not be as severe if I can make him focus on me. That way. No. Sokka, just. You're trying to take the whole world on your shoulders, Angela. Sokka shouted, looking at her pleadingly. You're saying we couldn't get away with this without consequences, and you're right. We got caught, we were careless, we shouldn't have been, but we're two people, Angela. If you're supposed to suffer under your father's cruelty for this, there's no sense in you going through it alone. I'm every bit as guilty as you are. We should face this together. He'll kill you, damn it. I'll fight back as many times as it takes. He nearly succeeded today, Sokka. Angela roared. Sokka fell silent, biting back his retaliation when Angela's voice nearly rose into a shriek. I nearly saw you die today, damn it. Do you really expect me to endure that hell over and over again? There's nothing he could do to me that would be worse than forcing me to watch you die. You can't be within his reach, damn it, because the second you are, he will have you killed. And then all we've done so far will be for nothing. You returning to him, when you know he'll go to any extremes to kill me, sounds like everything's for nothing just as well. Sokka hissed. Angela, do you seriously think he'll stop himself? That he'll have compassion, that he'll remember you're his faithful daughter, the most amazing leader his nation ever saw? Do you really think any of that is going to matter anymore? No, I know it won't, Angela said, simply, and Sokka raised a hand in utter confusion. But I'm his only heir. And as cruel as he may be, as long as that's the case, he can't hurt me beyond measure. Angela. Sokka said, shaking his head. You just said what he wanted to do to me would be the worst punishment of all, but even if that were true, the second worst punishment isn't going to be child's play either. He's already given orders against you that he should fucking die painfully for. Even if he only sees you as his lawful heir, what makes you think he won't hurt you in every other way he can? By ruining everything I've ever cared about? By destroying all I worked for, by hurting my friends, by attacking anything I held dear besides yourself? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka gritted his teeth. Yes, Sokka. I've already thought about it. And you know what? He'll do that even if I'm not there to see it. So, if I go back, at least I can count on him not using our friends as hostages to flush me out of hiding. He wouldn't have enough time for it, I'd expect. You're still trying to put up with the full wrath of that Medfire Lord without anyone there to help you, Sokka said, shaking his head. Your guards, sure, but he'll do no less to them than he'd do to me. In the end, he'll punish everyone he can get his hands on, and even then, he's bound to be pissed enough to unleash his fury upon people who had nothing to do with it. He already has by shutting down the League as he did. You can't face him alone, Angela. You can't trust that man knows any boundaries, that he'll think twice before causing you more pain just because you dared rebel against him. If anyone can face him alone, it's me, Angela said. Sokka snarled and shook his head. And no, I didn't expect you'd like this. I didn't say you should. Hate me for this all you want, but it changes nothing. This is the only outcome that will minimize the damage. By making you pay for everything. Sokka exclaimed, looking at her in disbelief. You're sacrificing yourself, shielding the rest of us, even those like me who are every bit as guilty as you, of crimes that shouldn't be crimes at all. We always went at things evenly, Angela. We've always fought side by side, we've been as equal as we could be. You can't face this alone. It's not right. It's not fair. None of this is fair, Angela said, looking at him matter-of-factly. Despite her eyes were charged with emotion. It wasn't any fairer when you thought you'd sacrifice your life for me. It wasn't any fairer when my father decided I was unworthy of fighting him myself in an Agni Kai. It won't get any fairer in the future either, no matter what my father chooses to do, going forward. Unless he somehow burned to death in the arena too, he'll be chasing us wherever we may go until he finally finds us, and you're just as aware as I am that he won't hold anything back by then. If you're to survive, why am I the one who has to survive no matter what? Sokka asked, looking at her in chagrin. My life isn't more valuable than yours, it never could be. You're trading my survival for your freedom. It's worth it, Azula said, softly. Sokka's jaw dropped, his lips trembling as he failed to find the words to answer her. No, Azula. You can't just. I can indeed. Azula shouted, her eyes blazing painfully. I already have, in case you failed to notice. We swore forever ago that we wouldn't be each other's highest priorities. Well, we absolutely went back on that vow. You've chosen me over going home. You'd do it now too, if I were giving you a choice. I've chosen you over my people, over my allegiances, and if I had to, I'd do it again as many times as I must. Our balance, Sokka, is broken. The balance we said we'd work for is gone. We can't even pretend otherwise, you know as much, as do I. We'd let ourselves even dream of running off together, of just living life and forgetting everything else. By now, that's impossible. We can't turn away and pretend nothing is happening, hide away from the consequences while my father lays waste to everything we ever cared for. If I don't go back, Sokka, if I make it so he has to even kill me alongside you once he sends all his forces after us, what do you think the fate of this world will amount to, huh? Have you given that any thought so far? Sokka gritted his teeth, tightening a fist painfully. He couldn't retaliate this time before Azula continued, though. If he loses all his heirs, if he has no one left to perpetuate his cursed legacy, he'll have no choice but to find a woman, any woman, and sire one more child with her. Azula said even if he won't want to, he'll be pressured into doing so, and he is absolutely not going to raise that child the way he raised me. He will be merciless, a nightmare of a father as he takes out all his frustrations over me and Zuko on this new child, whoever it might be. He'll raise them into becoming true monsters this time, and every positive influence, every chance that child might have to become anything other than my father's ideological successor, will be destroyed immediately. He will be unyielding, merciless, and he will do it all for power. That's what we're condemning the world to, if we do nothing. If we just run away and don't face him, I refuse to do that. I refuse to let him destroy another child's life. I refuse to let him continue steering the Fire Nation down the path of hatred that has turned us into the monsters you always saw us as. And the only way I can actually do something about any of those things is by going back and facing him myself. So he can be that unyielding, merciless, power-hungry bastard at your expenses. Sokka asked, eyes wide, so he can continue doing every dreadful thing he can to hurt you, just to punish you? Of all people in this damn world, you're the last one who should ever be at your father's mercy. You're sure he won't kill you because you're valuable, but there's no telling just how far he's willing to go to make sure you never oppose him again. You say he could use our friends as hostages. What makes you think he wouldn't do that once you're there? Azula. What other alternative is there, then? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Tell me. What other possibility is there ahead of us? What chance do we have to survive, stay together, live the rest of our days happily and carelessly, without condemning either your nation, my own, or both at the same time to my father's wrath? What alternative is there with the least casualties involved? Please, enlighten me. Maybe I am completely emotionally distraught, and I can't even see sense anymore, so that means it's up to you to find another way out. Where I fail, you succeed. That's how it always has been, so if you can figure out something else that makes sense, I'm all ears. Tell me. Sokka gritted his teeth, knowing this was a golden chance to persuade her, knowing too, though, that by her disposition, she was unwilling to listen to alternatives just as well. But he had been able to persuade her of many things in the past, he had to be able to figure out a way to do it now, just as well. He just had to think. He just had to think. Maybe he wasn't in the best of shapes, but he had to think. If we go to the South Pole, we can find reinforcements there, and once we gather ourselves we can figure out a plan to fight back against your father, Sokka said. Azula scoffed and shook her head. You'd immolate us, and your people, all the same. Azula said, that we would ever be able to gather the forces needed to fight him is beyond debatable. That we'd have the mobility to leave the pole and strike at anything of note is just as questionable, and my father will have enough forces to wipe us out no matter how quickly we gather our strength to attack. That can be said for just about every possible choice we make, Angela, Sokka said, shaking his head. You can't be sure that just by returning to him willingly he'll hold back when he remembers he wants me dead. If he sends his troops to the South Pole, my people won't be equipped to deal with it. And he's likely going to send them, even without confirmation that you're there, Angela said, curtly. We've already established this. And you expect I'll be able to help keep them alive at all, if that happens? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela, I'm just one guy, and I'm not in the best of shapes. I'll be even worse off if you're not around, so. You are the brightest man I've ever known, Angela said, shaking her head. I'd gladly offer you assurances, a whole army, every encouragement I can to ensure your success and survival, but the best I can do is attempt to prevent the deployment of the whole navy while hoping you'll find your own ways to protect your people. Is it enough? I doubt it. I wish it were. But Sokka, we're stuck. We're not in a good place. Every outcome will mean sacrificing something, and I don't think I'm ready to live with the absolute annihilation of your tribe if we turn our backs on everything and go rogue. And I'm just as unwilling to live with the permanent corruption of my nation when we were finally making true progress towards a better future, so this is it, then. Sokka said, his voice strained, the lump in his throat apparent to Angela now. Her heart broke just to hear him speak that way. This is how it ends? This is how your father succeeds at driving us apart? You're telling me this is the last trip we ever take? The last we'll see of each other, altogether? Angela's fists tightened. Again, she couldn't hold his gaze anymore. Her eyes were visibly tearful, and Sokka's chest ached with each breath he dared take. He couldn't accept this. He wouldn't accept this. It's wrong. This is beyond wrong, Sokka said, shaking his head. I belong by your side, I know I do, and you know it too. Even if we can't see it right now, there's got to be another way, Angela. I can't accept it, I refuse. It's wrong, no doubt. Angela said, gritting her teeth, just as it's wrong to leave thousands, millions, to die because we loved each other. Or are you going to disagree with that notion? Sokka gritted his teeth. How could he? No, it wasn't fair that their love would cost them so much, let alone that it could cost so many others their very lives when they had nothing to do with this, but Angela was right. He knew she was right. He couldn't bring himself to say it out loud, unwilling to comply with her plan at all, but letting the world die because of their love wasn't right either. I'm trying to do the right thing. The only thing I can do to feel like I'm worthy of everything we had, of everything we've lost, Angela said, gritting her teeth. By jumping headfirst into the erupting volcano, alone, Sokka said, looking at her in chagrin. You did everything you just did, you defied your father, you've turned your back on him, all to save my life, Angela. You can't ask me to sit by and watch as you give up yours for everyone else. I'm not asking you to watch, Angela said, swallowing hard. I'm asking you to go home and spend your days with people who love you. I'm asking you to make the most of your life, and to fight to preserve it no matter if my father tries to take it from you. I'm asking you to live on, Sokka. I'm asking you to understand that I selfishly saved you and intend to take you home because I can't fathom existing in a world where your life has been extinguished. But you can fathom existing in a world where we might never see each other again? Sokka asked, tears burning in his eyes, his voice breaking as he uttered the words. You expect you can live with that, Angela? It's better than the alternative, Angela said, looking at him earnestly. Sokka shook his head. You, of all people, don't deserve to face this hell alone, Angela. And you, of all people, deserve to live your life in peace, she retaliated, firmly, even if her heart was breaking as she spoke. I'm fulfilling my very first vow to you by taking you home now. See it that way, if it makes you feel any better. It doesn't. Well, that's too bad. I guess we'll both be miserable enough about doing the right thing, no matter what comes next, Angela said, rolling her eyes as she gestured at the cabin Sokka had been sitting in earlier. Go back and finish your food. This is getting us nowhere, you're not going to listen to me anyway. I've listened, Angela. I just can't believe this is our only choice, let alone our best choice, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. You say you're taking me home, but you're clearly forgetting that you, Angela, are my home now. You have been, for longer than either of us has known or accepted it. If it's home you want to take me to, then it means my home will drop me off at the South Pole, and sail away from me just the same. That's all it means. Don't. Sokka, please, Angela said, shaking her head as he stepped closer to her. I can't live out my life not knowing if I'll never see you again. I know you feel the same way, Sokka said, trembling as he reached for her hands. She winced at the contact. Despite the one who was wounded was him. I'd rather jump into the volcano with you. I'd rather face the wrath of the worst man in the planet 1,000 times. As long as I'm with you, who stands a chance? Aren't we the greatest team there ever was, Angela? Haven't we done the unthinkable ever since we first joined forces? Aren't we strong enough to face whatever's ahead? Angela closed her eyes, listening to his words, or so Sokka hoped. Slowly, gently, she pulled her hands out of his own. She had listened to his words and rejected them. Angela. You won't listen to reason, she whispered. Neither will you, Sokka said, almost pleadingly. Now, you can't want this, Angela, you know this is only. It's no longer about what either of us wants, damn it. Angela snarled, glaring at him. We are past the point where we can be fickle, where we can act on whims, where we can prioritize ourselves, our needs, above anything else. Then why did you save me? Sokka asked, frowning. Why did you sweep down and snatched me out of that arena? If what matters is the greater good, I should have died today. Your father would have been less furious than he will be after he finds out we escaped. Maybe he wouldn't have even tried to strike the Water Tribe in retaliation. You could have protected the world better if you hadn't fought as hard as you did to save me, so don't ask me to give up on you, to let you go, when you never gave up on me. When you were the one who reached for my hand in that fire and refused to let go. Angela gritted her teeth and shook her head repeatedly, disregarding the pain of her shoulder as she turned on her heels and walked away. Sokka snarled, raising a hand towards her, but she was faster than him, and he caught nothing but air. Angela! He shouted. You're in no condition for this shouting match, damn you! Angela said, turning again once she was near the stairs again. Get back to your food, to your rest. And then what? Sokka asked. You'll avoid me for the rest of the trip, so your resolve stops wavering? Is that the plan, Angela? Because I'm not going anywhere. If you get to save me, I get to save you too. If you will throw yourself in the fire, I'll hold you and make sure it gets me first. There's no point in my survival if you don't live on as well. There's no reason I would waste away until I'm old and broken if you're not there, growing old with me. My life wasn't worth more than yours, it never has been, and it never will be. I was born to fight beside you, to be your partner, to be your gladiator. If I can't be any of those things anymore, it means I have nothing to live for. Angela cast him a dark glance, standing in silence as his miserable tirade ended. Perhaps he had gone too far, perhaps he shouldn't put this weight upon her shoulders. But it was the truth. Across the last years, he had grown certain of what his role in this world would be. He had believed, firmly, in standing beside her and helping her change the world, indeed, in being her firmest ally, fighting every battle she couldn't fight for herself. Returning to the Water Tribe was a worthy goal, of course it was, but then what? How would he ever feel that was his home again if Angela wasn't there to share it with him? He let himself hope she'd change her mind, if just for a moment. That his words had finally sunken in, and brought her to reconsider her thoughts, her hasty decisions. But you will live. Sokka's eyes widened as they met hers at a distance. Somehow, she managed to stand firm, despite speaking these words was destroying her. Angela, he said, his voice faint. The princess raised her head in his direction. You will live. As long as you're alive. I can face anything, if I know you're still breathing, Angela finished. I'm selfish that way. No, Angela. It's enough. We'll talk this through later, Angela said, shaking her head before finally starting up the stairs. Angela. He called for her, but this time, she didn't stop. This time, her footsteps echoed across the metal hallway until he couldn't hear them anymore. He snarled, tightening his trembling hand into a fist. He couldn't believe this. He couldn't believe her. This couldn't be happening. She would leave him. She'd drop him off, and then she'd leave. If she had at least said she'd go elsewhere, he might have simply been affronted to be left behind. But she intended to return to the very damn place they were getting away from, and for what? She was aware of how dangerous and unhinged her father could be. His actions had already caused her a world of pain in all senses, and she still intended to return. Just as he had been thinking, he could no longer blame her for wanting to save his life, at whatever cost it might have come. He now found himself facing the same predicament he had before. Again, he felt like he had that day, standing outside the physician's wing, not knowing whether she'd live or die. That was what every day of his life would be like if he stood by and allowed Angela's plan to proceed, unchallenged. There had to be another way. There was no chance this was the only way out. Sokka refused to believe it. But perhaps he did need food, perhaps he did need rest to unravel an answer. Right now, nothing came to mind that Angela wouldn't be able to counter. Maybe, after he'd slept off the nightmarish battle in the dome, after he'd rested to make up for all the days he'd been in too much pain to truly rest in prison, he'd figure something out. It was his only hope, at this point, but whatever came next, he had no intentions of being left behind in the South Pole while Angela ran to fight without him. He couldn't bear that thought. He wouldn't stand for it. He returned to the cabin, knowing his obvious displeasure wouldn't sit well with the guard who had looked after him. Sokka walked quietly, glaring at the bowl of rice he was almost unwilling to eat, furious as he was, despite knowing he direly needed it. Jianghuo grimaced, as Sokka breathed out and took his seat again, his brow furrowed. I didn't want to overhear, but try to give her some time. Tempers are flaring now because this is all very fresh, or so I hope, anyway. Just be patient if you can. I'll try, Sokka said, narrowing his eyes. But patience wouldn't resolve this. Patience wouldn't give them a better answer. Patience meant letting time slip away until they found themselves saying goodbye, a notion he couldn't even stomach. He wouldn't. It was unthinkable, no matter what Angela might say. Did you know where we were headed? Sokka asked. Jianghuo shook his head promptly. No, I only knew we would travel past the great gates of Ajalon. Everything else was up to her to decide, I suppose, Jianghuo admitted, lowering his gaze. I'm sorry, though. I'm sure you'll figure something out. The two of you. Sokka nodded weakly, before bringing another mouthful of rice to his lips. He hoped Jianghuo's confidence and trust in their ability to resolve this conflict wasn't misplaced, for, if it was, he had no idea what he'd do. Nothing came to mind yet as he ate half-heartedly, dreading his body wouldn't be able to digest any of this food when his frustrations had taken hold of him. But he did know he couldn't let go. He couldn't let everything end this way. They hadn't fought so hard, for so long, just to let Oze shatter what they'd worked for, tearing down the world they had done their best to build during the years of their partnership. Sokka's eyes returned to the pile of armor he'd discarded earlier, to the blue stone of Angela's necklace, crowing the pile, that belonged fastened around her neck. He wouldn't say goodbye. This wasn't the end, it could never be the end, not as long as they were willing to fight for their love, just as they had been so far. He was ready to fight indeed, no matter if the 1,000 bandages across his body said otherwise. The only question left to be answered was whether Angela intended to fight alongside him, or if, for the first time since he'd known her, she intended to surrender when the odds were against her. He breathed deeply, seeing the bottom of the bowl at last. No solution had come to mind. The red sky didn't clear, and it wouldn't for hours. Perhaps it wouldn't until a storm finally poured upon the land, forcing all the smoke and ashes to fall upon the earth, washing away the blazes that had burned the air itself, leaving nothing but a blackened husk of a structure where a magnificent building had stood, merely 10 hours earlier. The fire had poured out, burning some nearby buildings. Fortunately, the flames had become more manageable by then. All available benders had worked together to stifle the fire until it could be controlled again, but the flames that had consumed the Grand Royal Dome had taken much longer to subdue than anything else. Until the last of its fuel had been spent, until the last of the condensed, highly volatile gas had burned completely, it had been impossible to approach the building altogether. By now, domestic forces officials were trudging through the wreckage, intending to find trapped survivors or confirm the number of casualties. As the building had been mostly empty, and the bulk of the Imperial Guards had already been accounted for, a search for survivors seemed to serve little purpose, but 3 people were still unaccounted for, one of whom the Fire Lord had demanded was found at once, namely after hearing of how she had leapt into the fire he had been entranced by until the gravity of the spreading flames had finally sunken in. Jose was irrational, though his fury seemed to be touched by a hint of despair. If his orders, his demands, had caused his own daughter's death, then Zhao hoped he'd at least have enough sense to regret his actions. He knew, however, that Jose would merely deflect responsibility, claim Angela herself was to blame for this outcome, rejecting any notions of personal shame even when his most valuable asset had potentially leapt to her death rather than continue to serve him, enduring the relentless torment he intended to force upon her. Zhao didn't want to believe she had killed herself with her gladiator. He hoped Angela wasn't quite so blind to her own value as to discard her life that easily, let alone the life of her dragon as well. He had seen that shadow crossing the balcony right when Angela had jumped, just before the flames had burst powerfully and overtaken the entire building in a matter of minutes. If they hadn't made it, then there would be 4 casualties in the ring, one of whom would be the princess's own dragon, the last one left, as far as any of them knew. And Jose would claim to regret none of it. He had been eager to get away from his unreasonable friend. Jose's mood shifted often, going from utter shock and disbelief, perhaps when it dawned on him that his hubris had led to such a nefarious outcome. Instants later, it would swing to nothing but prideful wrath and he'd give out reckless orders, spewing vitriol with his every word, overcome by an irrational fury that daunted even those who knew him best. Jose was dangerous on any given day. No one had expected, however, to see him as furious as he was right now. The perceived betrayal of his daughter pained him in places where he had never been hurt before. Where Zuko had been a source of frustration, Angela had always been the opposite thing. He wanted nothing to do with his son, and he had waited for the best opportunity to do away with him for good. Meanwhile, he had expected everything from his daughter. He had sought perfection and she had delivered more than that, until she turned against him. The one person he had been sure would never betray him, the one he had built into his perfect heir, had been the one to topple his world and set him on a mad spree of wild, vengeful wrath Zhao suspected he'd never be dissuaded from. For as Zhao followed the domestic forces officers through the debris and the acrid stench of the fully destroyed Grand Royal Dome, he had the stark feeling that, instead of 4 corpses in the arena, they'd only find 1. The officers who had reached the source of the fire hadn't revealed their discoveries yet, no doubt terrified of conveying anything the Fire Lord wouldn't want to hear. Zhao didn't want to convey it either, but he determined he would see the scene of the crime for himself. The fighting pit was completely unrecognizable. The scorched sand, the wrecked stands, the balconies that had collapsed upon them, all of it was dark, burned to a crisp, consumed and left to its very last shreds of decayed, consumed matter. Zhao flinched away from the unnerving stench, covering his nose with a hand and stepped into the blackened fighting ring for the first time in his life. It was easy to tell where the worst of the fire had started, though even now, when the flames had been stifled, no one dared light a small flame of their own just to shed further light upon their surroundings, in fear that they might reignite the air somehow. Zhao breathed out slowly as he stepped closer to the source of the fire, to the carcass at its center, consumed to the bone, easily identifiable by the metal arm and leg that had withstood more resiliently against the merciless fire than that blackened skeleton they had been attached to. Hawkeye, Zhao had said, breathing out slowly as he gazed at the remains of his associate. He wouldn't have called him a friend. He was sure Hawkeye had no friends during his lifetime, and he wouldn't have called Zhao a friend either. He hadn't been prepared for this unexpected loss. However, Hawkeye was invulnerable, undefeatable. Even the strongest foes he'd faced had scarcely ever delivered any damage that couldn't be amended, but not the Blue Wolf. Not that fearsome man who wielded a blade sharper than any other Zhao had ever seen before. Not the man who had somehow acquired impossibly dangerous igneous bombs that had caused Hawkeye's own fire to consume him. He had underestimated Sokka, absolutely. He had felt sorry for him, certainly. Both him and the princess had seemed but a pair of reckless lovers, almost like teenagers, with very little sense, no self-restraint, steered by their emotions without considering how dangerous their actions would be. Now he was faced with the possibility of having misread them entirely. The possibility that the pair might have been completely aware of their actions, completely prepared to pay any price for them, as well as to destroy whoever tried to destroy them, in turn. They weren't children or teenagers who had been playing a dangerous game that had backfired on them, the two of them were the dangerous ones. They were ruthless, they were deadly, and underestimating them would come at a steep price that Zhao was most unwilling to pay with his own life. He cast a glance towards the place where he was certain Sokka had been standing on, to find nothing. He let his eyes travel across the arena slowly, to take in the sight of this once glorious building turned into ruins, and there was no sign of a dragon's consumed corpse, or two more human bodies scorched to death. Only Combustion Man. Zhao breathed again, letting his eyes fall upon his defunct associate. Was this good or bad? Should he be relieved or displeased to confirm they had survived? It was hard to say, even now. His heart was conflicted by the mixed emotions, unpleasant ones, far worse than those Combustion Man's corpse could evoke within him. He gritted his teeth, cringing away from him as another instance of a burned husk of a body came to mind when, in a fit of youthful fury, he had burned the very soldiers attempting to help him after his parents had been killed. He shook his head. Those weren't thoughts he wanted to reminisce on, though it was no surprise they'd come to mind now. His hand trembled as he turned away from Hawkeye, glancing at the soldiers nearby. Their cluelessness only worsened Zhao's discomfort. "You have touched nothing, have you?" Zhao asked the closest one. This one was the only corpse in the arena. We've located no others," said the officer, lowering his head. "From my understanding, there should be 2 dead? Rather than just the one. 2, or 4. Perhaps, if there were 4, Zhao might actually still have it in him to pity the pair at the center of this debacle and continue to think of them as he had so far, as young fools overcome by their hormones and their childish affection for each other, to the point where they even had been willing to die together. But by now he couldn't continue seeing them that way. Who knew if they had even planned all this beforehand, regardless of Sokka's broken-hearted pleas in prison? There should be 2 indeed. "Continue searching, and report back whether you find something or not," Zhao sighed. "Yes, sir." Zhao breathed out slowly, closing his eyes, knowing the coming days would be no easier yet. How long would it be before he could go home to Rei again? He only hoped she would cope well with his prolonged absence, considering how long he'd been away from her in the past. For how long she had lived without his presence, he certainly expected she'd get by well enough. Still, knowing he wouldn't see her again just yet meant there would be no recovered normalcy, no regained tranquility, for as long as Oze continued to see red and behave as a furious beast might. Many footsteps in the scorched sand behind him startled Zhao from his thoughts. He tried to ignore his pounding headache as he turned quickly and scowled at the Fire Lord, whose eyes narrowed as he took in the wreckage his actions had resulted in. "Oze, get back outside," Zhao warned him. "The area isn't secure yet. You shouldn't be here. This is my nation. I will be wherever I please," Oze hissed, his eyes traveling past Zhao, settling on Combustion Man's corpse. "You're Gladiator." Evidently, Zhao said, bitterly. Oze's displeasure couldn't be more apparent, though not because he grieved for Combustion Man's loss. No, it was because Combustion Man had failed him. Because the undefeatable man had fallen against the most important foe he was supposed to make short work of. He wanted to believe Combustion Man hadn't failed, he truly did. But when his eyes shifted across the sand, the dread that nestled in his heart only surged and strengthened. There were no other corpses. Oh, it was certainly a relief that his daughter hadn't actually killed herself with her damned lover, but the Blue Wolf had survived. Unless he somehow died of his wounds, which should be excruciating and painful, and yet they weren't bad or numerous enough for Oze to be sated, the bastard would survive. "Oze. He's alive," Oze hissed, glaring at Zhao. "He's alive." "It seems so," Zhao admitted. He might have tried to make excuses for them somehow, under any other circumstances. Yet now that he had seen just how destructive the Blue Wolf could be, he wasn't sure his sympathy for their struggles could outdo his survival instincts. He got away. She escaped with him," Oze said, breathing slowly as his eyes focused on Combustion Man's corpse again. "She is alive as well. As well as her dragon. It must be how they escaped," Zhao finished. "Then," Oze whispered, his voice toned, his poorly contained fury at war with complicated emotions he certainly had no intentions to acknowledge, "then we will find them. Wherever they've gone, wherever she's gone. We will find them. They shouldn't be able to go far. The dragon can't be so resilient. Zhao sighed. They wouldn't be outside the Fire Nation's territories yet. I will issue out orders to search for them, if so. To all armed forces, Jose said, the gladiator may be killed on sight, but she must be brought back, to me, at all costs. Zhao almost huffed. Jose's pride had been overcome by fear, then. After seeing what Sokka was capable of, he was no longer chasing a ridiculous catharsis that would never arrive by killing the gladiator personally. Now he saw the man for the threat he was. Now, he simply wanted him dead, no matter how it was done. Well, perhaps that was for the better. It meant perhaps Jose was slightly more rational now, if only slightly. Perhaps confirmation that his daughter had survived had given him some perspective. Or perhaps this was but the eye of the hurricane, right before the storm worsened anew. You do know that she won't come back willingly, don't you? Zhao asked. Jose scowled, leveling a harsh glare at him. Even if we find her, even if he's killed on sight. In fact, if he's killed on sight, it's entirely possible she'll decide to follow him into silence, Jose hissed. Zhao narrowed his eyes. Face the truth, or you won't be able to plan for it, he said, harshly. I'm not demanding for you to throw him a feast, forgive and forget, damn it, Jose. I'm saying, they're trying to escape. You can't capture and run away beast through violent means. You need to be smart about this. Smart? Jose said, frowning to draw them out. To ensure, once we've found them, that she won't be able to escape again. Zhao nodded, and Jose breathed deeply. For starters, that the damn dragon had somehow been on the loose made no sense. He had ordered for him to be locked in his refuge days ago. How had he broken out of the sturdy building, deliberately crafted to endure any flames the dragon dared unleash upon it? How had he gotten away without anyone's awareness, too? He had disregarded tasking anyone to keep watch on him, so furious over Angela's insolences that he had focused only on the gladiator's situation, taking for granted that the dragon was out of commission and no longer a factor to be concerned about. Well, he certainly wouldn't make that mistake a second time around. Very well, Jose said, looking at Zhao pointedly. I suppose a thorough plan is in order. Zhao's chest tightened, but again, he nodded. His days of interceding for the princess were over, clearly enough, when two cornered lovers managed to fight back to this extent, with weapons so destructive they could consume one of the strongest firebenders ever seen. It was only a matter of self-preservation to seek to stop them before they found a way to turn such deadly weapons against the Fire Lord and his associates next, somehow. He would have hoped Angela would understand, that she might forgive him for whatever his next actions might be, but he knew he was well past that point now. She had long decided he was Jose's faithful hound, and perhaps that was what he should be. As things stood, the moment when Princess Angela would be branded a full-blown traitor couldn't be too far away. The moment when she'd be persecuted with the unbridled strength of Jose's armies. Zhao's sense of self-preservation spoke, quite loudly, to say he'd be best served by standing by the Fire Lord's side once said moment arrived. Chapter 244, The Ultimate Gladiator 15. Landing a hot air balloon on the deck of a moving ship might have been an easier task for more experienced pilots, but the 5 Imperial Guards steering their flying vessel struggled as they worked together to reach the royal barge. None of them steered hot air balloons often, even if they had learned how to do so back when the vehicles were still being developed by the machinist. Reaching solid land delicately was a simple enough feat, whereas doing so on a moving vessel proved to be a wholly different challenge. More fire in the engine. Rui Shi commanded, and Qiang obeyed. Rui Shi glanced down at the ship, recognizing they had slowed down far too much to land safely. They were losing altitude and speed, and the second thing could prove catastrophic if their descent wasn't timed correctly. Fei Li tugged at the steering wheel, ensuring they would hover right above deck as best as possible, but his maneuverability was hindered by the extra luggage they had brought with them. Bags and crates of clothes and food separated the passengers from each other, as unintentional barriers positioned between them. They had loaded them quickly when the balloon landed on the house's garden again. As slow as their subsequent trip had been, compared to that of a dragon, they had moved as quickly as they possibly could, rushing out of the capital while hoping desperately not to be shot down by the confused soldiers who had spotted them in the middle of their escape. That the Fire Lord had kept so much of the current situation under a shroud of secrecy had certainly played in their favor. If their status as traitors to the crown were widely known already, there wouldn't have been much of a chance for them to escape the city without being attacked. "We're getting close," Han exclaimed, watching as the barge's metal deck loomed merely a few meters ahead. Xian Long had been perched on deck until he caught sight of the hot air balloon in the horizon. He had made room for them to land, making himself as small as could be as he curled up by the ship's prow. The guards already present on the barge had aided in relieving him from the saddle which, as sturdy and resistant as it was, had been damaged after being scorched by the Grand Royal Dome's fire. It was a wonder how Azula and Sokka had managed to stay on the dragon's back safely for as long as they had, since many of the leather straps had been burned off. It wouldn't be likely for the dragon to take to the skies with a rider anytime soon unless someone aboard could fix the delicate, complex saddle successfully, and he wasn't likely to take to the skies on his own either just yet, for even if the fire hadn't burned him quite as painfully as it would have burned his much more delicate riders, the flames had still battered and damaged his scales, and the full-speed flight towards the barge hadn't been all that comfortable, either. He could only help the newly arriving hot air balloon by getting out of the way, offering the guards as much room to land as possible. Just how ridiculous would it be to pull off everything we have and then just crash the damn getaway vehicle? Haoran grumbled, tugging at the balloon's lid gently as Rui Shi continued to assess their descent. "Slow down," he shouted next, and his fellow guards took to muffling the fire instead. Haoran let go of the rope, closing the lid of the hot air balloon, and their descent halted. "Outright, open it, just a little less than before." I'll try," Haoran said, grimacing as he obeyed again, delicately raising the lid to release just enough hot air. They were at the right speed, hovering just above the deck. Rui Shi breathed deeply, once they descended just a few more meters. "Release it, now." The balloon descended faster, and the 5 guards nearly lost their footing when the balloon's cabin landed brusquely on the metal deck. Yet they had been close enough to the deck that the momentum hadn't tossed them across the ship in any direction. Rui Shi sighed in relief as he clung to the balloon's railing with a hand, clinging tightly enough to it that his knuckles turned white underneath the fabric of his gloves. We did it," Fei Li said, breathing out as the tense guards gazed about themselves in wonder. "We did it. We made it. We're safe, sound, and alive on the barge," Rui Shi confirmed, closing his eyes and nodding. It's done. Whatever came next, well, they'd figure that out later. He had no doubts the princess had her own plans for the future, and they had served her well by giving her a chance to execute them. That all of them were still alive was as good as a miracle, as long as Sokka's injuries hadn't been too severe for Jiang Huo to treat, that was. "We should go check on Tai Wei," Haoran said, breathing out slowly before leaping over the side of the hot air balloon. "They might need help below deck." "I'm coming too," Chiang declared, following Haoran after pushing open the balloon's small door. Han seemed to have taken to the task of cutting off the engines and deflating the balloon, and Fei Li made to assist him regardless. Rui Shi had intended to follow Chiang and Haoran, but just as he stepped off the hot air balloon, he noticed his fellow guards had stopped halfway towards the tower. 2 people stood at the tower's threshold, one a easily recognizable guard, the other covered in bandages and dressed in Fire Nation clothes that he seldom wore. "Sokka!" Rui Shi breathed out, nearly racing off the hot air balloon towards his friend Sokka. Jiang Huo's awkward smile didn't appear to herald any good news, and neither did Sokka's miserable expression. For a man who had very recently escaped death's claws, he hardly seemed to be relishing in his survival as he held himself in place by clasping the tower entrance's threshold with a hand, and that only worried Rui Shi profoundly as he raced past Haoran and Chiang. "Rui Shi!" Sokka called him, his voice emotional, yet dry. "You guys, you made it safely." "We did, as you can tell," Rui Shi said, gritting his teeth. "Are you alright?" "Jiang Huo, is he?" "He's bound to recover," Jiang Huo nodded. "As long as his wounds are taken care of, and we'll see to it that they are, he'll be alright. He should be out of danger now, and he's sturdy enough, so." That's good news, then," said Rui Shi, looking at Sokka again. "We borrowed your hot air balloon," Haoran said. Sokka blinked a few times and nodded. "We've brought a few of your things in it too, mainly clothes. We hoped you'd get away, so we figured we'd bring some of your belongings." "Thanks," Sokka said, nodding. I didn't expect you'd have a chance to bring any of my stuff with you, means a lot that you did, though. No problem. We're just glad you made it, Jiang smiled, stepping forward and clapping Jiang Huo's shoulder. You did well too, Jiang Huo. We were off to check on Taiwei now. Ah, then I should go with you, Jiang Huo said, nodding. Shuren, Wuhan, and Taro have been working hard to get us here, probably doing the work of 5 sailors each. It's bound to be madness. No time to waste, then, Haoran said, breathing deeply as he followed the other 2 inside the tower, towards the stairs that would lead them below deck. The 3 guards left immediately to relieve their fellow officers. Ruishi suspected he ought to follow them, but he didn't dare move to do so, not when Sokka stood before him, averting his gaze from Ruishi's own. Sokka! Ruishi whispered, and Sokka breathed sharply. Is she all right? He asked. The question brought a frown to Ruishi's face. I couldn't do anything for her when the guards showed up, but I hoped, maybe, since she wasn't dragged to prison with me, that Song had gotten away. You weren't told yet? Ruishi asked, surprised. Sokka tensed up at those words, despite the tone wasn't as ominous as he would have expected if the news were dark. I haven't been entirely myself for the last few hours, Sokka admitted. I'm only thinking a little more clearly now, and I should have asked sooner. I know I should have, and I'm sorry. Sokka, after what you went through, Ruishi said, frowning. You have nothing to apologize for. If anything, I'm the one who ought to apologize to you. You? Why would you? Sokka asked, puzzled. Ruishi. I was there that night, Ruishi admitted, swallowing hard. His amber eyes reflected far more remorse than Sokka had seen in them so far, and for good reason. The gladiator's heart sank, and he gazed at the man before him in puzzled, horrified chagrin before Ruishi continued. I heard of what would happen. I knew they'd come after you. I feared they'd go after her, too. I infiltrated the assault team, but only so I could help her stay silent and go unnoticed, until it was over. I didn't do anything to help you, Sokka, because I knew it wouldn't have gone well if I'd tried, but even then, I could have. You saved her? Sokka asked. Ruishi froze when Sokka's dread seemed replaced by hope. Instead, you protected Song. You did? But then, where is? I couldn't keep her with me. With us, Ruishi said, swallowing hard, uttering the words made his throat close in, painfully so. She's someplace safe, with people I can trust will protect her. I don't know what the future holds, and I couldn't force her into an unstable, chaotic life with us. Especially when I didn't know if we'd survive, in the first place. I see. Sokka said, and sadness clouded his eyes now. Yet again I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. I'm the one who's sorry, Sokka. If I'd come up with any other solution and had helped both you and Song, you wouldn't have been through all that pain. Don't torture yourself thinking about that anymore, Sokka said, shaking his head. I'm alive. It's hard to believe, but I survived. If Song is alive and safe too, then, maybe things aren't ideal, but it means there's hope that we can fix them. At least, I'd like to think so. If anything, I'm really glad you could help her. I don't care if you couldn't save me back then, Ruishi. If Song is safe, then she should be. I hope I will be able to return to her, eventually, Ruishi admitted, swallowing hard. I don't know how long it will take, but I'll do whatever I can to make it so. Please, do it, Sokka said, his voice trembling. Ruishi frowned. Whatever it takes, find your way back to her. It's good that she's safe, but she loves you, more than anything. She'll want to see you again, she'll probably wait for you forever, if need be. I know, Ruishi said, eyeing Sokka warily. I intend to go back for her even if it takes a long time, yes. Once it's no longer dangerous for her to be anywhere near us, I'll go to her. Good, Sokka said, nodding. That's what's most important. His voice sounded strained, even past the obvious sorrow that clung to it. As though he wasn't merely being empathetic about Ruishi and Song's struggle, as though his words were conveying something deeper that Ruishi wished he could ignore, despite knowing he shouldn't. "What's wrong?" Ruishi asked, warily, and I mean, beyond all that's wrong. "Clearly, very few things are right within our current circumstances, but as affected as you may be by all of this, there's something off about you. Hell, there's something off about the fact that you're right here, in front of me, alone. Where's the princess?" Sokka tensed up, unwilling to answer right away. The foreboding feeling tearing through Ruishi's very soul only worsened because of it. The princess had to be here, she couldn't have taken off on her dragon. Xianlong was still on deck, he'd seen him. Why on earth would she waste any time at all when she could be with the man she loved again? Was she working with Tai Wei, or was she simply isolating, for reasons Ruishi could scarcely fathom? "We had a bit of a fight," Sokka mumbled, almost unwillingly. Are you serious right now?" Ruishi blurted out, in disbelief. "After everything you've both been through, why would you? Do you know what her plans are, going forward?" Sokka asked, point blank, turning his sharp, emotional eyes on Ruishi's own. "The Imperial Guard froze in place. You don't, do you?" I have no idea how much you two have managed to communicate over the past days, so I guess not a lot." "Guess she made her own decisions and didn't wait to hear how anyone felt about them, huh?" "Wait, what's that supposed to mean?" Ruishi asked. His uncertainty only worsened now, for as stupid as he had found the notion that Sokka and Azula might have reunited only to have an unpleasant argument, the last thing he'd expected was to find that perhaps this time, the argument might have been completely warranted, and that there was a chance Sokka might be the one in the right, in this case. She means to take me to the South Pole," Sokka said, bitterly, to Ruishi's utter confusion. "And, isn't that a good thing?" he asked. "For you, I mean. The part I'm not so big on is her plan of leaving me there while she goes back to the Fire Nation," Sokka finished, harshly, his blue eyes vacant just upon uttering those words. Ruishi couldn't answer Sokka's last revelation immediately. The man's ghastly mood suddenly made perfect sense, and Ruishi certainly found himself sharing his apprehension, entirely. "She intends to go back?" he asked. Sokka shrugged. "So she says. She'll minimize the damage if she turns herself in, or so she hopes," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "And before you ask, no, I don't know what she intends to do about you and the rest of the guards. But, you know her. She's not likely to let you guys face what's coming with her, just as she's refusing to let me stay by her side, so she's bound to have plans for us too," Ruishi said, frowning. "She can't expect to sail this ship herself, though. Even now, with the 10 of us working, the barge is considerably understaffed and we're basically overworking yourselves, I figure," Sokka mumbled. Ruishi sighed. "It's necessary," he said. "We're aware of that. What worries me now, though, is that she might actually believe we should stay in the South Pole with you somehow." "I don't know if she'd do that," Sokka whispered. "She knows she has to travel out of the South Pole somehow. Xianlong's not bound to be enough, though I guess she might think of using my hot air balloon." "She might." You taught her how to use it, didn't you?" Ruishi asked. Sokka sighed and shrugged. "I did." "Fascinating, huh?" he said. "One way or another, she'll do whatever she wants, won't she? And even all this, we can elaborate and imagine 1,000 possible outcomes. We might still not know what her actual plans are, and once we do know, she'll refuse to change them unless we somehow manage to come up with something that deposes her father with no bloodshed whatsoever and doesn't worsen the already bad course the Fire Nation's bound to take, after this." Ruishi sighed, shaking his head as he rubbed his brow with his fingertips. Just when he had hoped the tension would decrease, to a fault, a blast of reality could be counted on to prove him wrong in a matter of moments. "You've tried to talk her out of this?" Ruishi asked. "To find another way. I realized something was weighing on her, something other than, well, everything we've left behind," Sokka said. "I finally coaxed it out of her, but she shut me down every time I tried to find another way out. In the end, When I asked why on earth she'd saved me if my death would have resulted in less chaos, less pain, and destruction, she pretty much walked out on me. I don't know what to think anymore, though. I know this is wrong. I know I should be beside her, that much is clear to me and always will be, but it doesn't matter how hard I try to make sense out of this, I can't seem to find another way out that she'll accept, Ruishi. I'm stuck with my back against the wall and I don't think I can talk her out of this. At least, I can't right now. She's not going to listen to anything I say. If she won't listen to you, there's probably not much use in me attempting to get through to her, either, Ruishi admitted, lowering his gaze. Sokka snarled, shaking his head, I will try, don't get me wrong, but she's so stubborn. He said, covering his face with his bandaged hands. She thinks she knows best, and the worst part is I can't even say she's wrong. Maybe this is the best way forward, the only way that won't result in immediate, absolute carnage, but I can't accept it. I can't. What the hell is the point? Even if she turns out to be correct, and there's no better alternative, it doesn't have to mean you'll say goodbye forever, Ruishi said, clasping Sokka's shoulder with a hand. His words still stung Sokka deeply, but he didn't stop talking. Just as Song and I may find each other again, if this is the only way out right now, it may still be possible for you and her to find your way to each other. It may take time, but it's not impossible. Sokka. I can't. Sokka said, shaking his head, his body trembling violently. I can't say goodbye. Not to her. Not to everything we built, to everything we fought for. I just can't, Ruishi. Ruishi breathed out slowly, squeezing Sokka's shoulder gently as the gladiator struggled, and failed, to contain the tears that now slipped down his cheeks. How had it been so much easier to wrap his head around the notion of dying against Combustion Man, of being executed as a result of Ose's hubris, than to accept parting ways with Azula. No, it wasn't as though their relationship had failed, as though they hadn't worked hard enough to find their rhythm, to understand each other. They had learned from their early mistakes and crafted a bond that had strengthened with each day that passed. It wasn't like he had to regret not giving her his all or failing her when she had needed him most direly. By all means, after their early missteps, they had done everything right. They had been together, so intimately bonded their very energy was one and the same. It made no sense to break apart a bond like theirs. It was unbearable to break apart two souls so intricately connected they barely could be distinguished as parts of one whole. It didn't matter how difficult it was, he had to think of something, of anything, of absolutely any measures he could take in order to save Azula from the fate she was resigning herself to. He had lost loved ones in the past, and his dreams of becoming a warrior had been cemented in the belief, the desire, to protect them. He had to protect Azula, even if she didn't want his protection. Clearly enough, it didn't matter to her if he wanted hers either, for she was extending it over him as she pleased just the same. I'll try to see if there's anything I can do, Ruishi said, through gritted teeth. Try not to despair too much, all right? I'll talk to her. I can't promise anything, but I'll do whatever I can. None of us want the princess within her father's reach. There has to be an alternative to that, somehow. We'll figure it out, Sokka. I know I have no right to ask anything of you. Sokka said, dabbing his eyes violently in a hopeless attempt to dry them. After everything you've done, Ruishi, I can only be grateful that you chose to stand by our side, especially when you've had to make so many sacrifices of your own. I'm sorry we've cost you so much, Ruishi. I wish we hadn't. You're a true friend, the best either she or I could have asked for, when we needed you the most. Ruishi swallowed hard but nodded, patting Sokka's shoulder in a supportive gesture once more. All the more reason why I ought to try to do something, even if you won't ask it of me, Ruishi whispered. I'll see you shortly. Sokka eyed Ruishi wistfully one more time before the firebender walked past him, entering the barge's tower. The gladiator was left to stand alone, under the light of a setting sun, with the vast view of a sprawling ocean ahead, with a twisting, unbearable feeling seizing his gut, reminding him that, unless he found a solution soon, chances were this would be the very last time he'd ride this vessel. He couldn't let it happen, he reminded himself of that 1,000 times, over and again, but his mind still yielded nothing. He still couldn't see clearly through the darkness of the future. Short of actually kidnapping Angela and taking her away on his hot air balloon, a pointless endeavor, seeing as she'd likely have Xin Long carrying her back to the barge as soon as she was done giving Sokka a piece of her mind, there was nothing he could do other than let his mind slowly process the fact that he was going back to the South Pole, back to the Southern Water Tribe. Those had been Angela's orders, and by now, Ruishi had confirmed as much. He had made for the bridge first, doubtful that Angela would be there, but intending to question her orders, if he did find her. If he didn't, he'd still make certain their intended trajectory was indeed what Sokka had reported. If so, he would act upon that knowledge once he tracked down the princess, expecting to find her, in all likelihood, in her cabin. She just came here right after they landed and told us we were off to the South Pole, Tai Wei confirmed, with a shrug, as he gazed out through the bridge's large windows, ever keeping a watchful eye on the horizon. I was surprised, but I guess it makes sense that we'd look for allies elsewhere, huh? Though I don't know if the Water Tribe will be much help against the Fire Lord, but... That's not what she's planning, Ruishi said, surprising both his fellow guards. Then, what does she have in mind? Taro asked, puzzled. We can't waste valuable fuel heading south if that's not our intended destination. No, it is the destination, the first one, anyway, Ruishi sighed, shaking his head. Is everything going well, though? I know the men down at the engine room will have been overworked, and I'll gladly take over for them whenever they need me to. I'd say that you shouldn't worry, you've had a hard enough day yourself. Tai Wei said, grimacing, but I think these hours may be vital yet. Perhaps by tomorrow, if we haven't been chased, or bumped into any resistance, we'll be fine. Isn't it lucky the Navy's still mostly in disarray after the madness caused by the Kinslayer? Ruishi whispered, closing his eyes and shaking his head. Otherwise, we would have likely been intercepted already. It's also lucky that the Fire Lord hadn't given out any public orders to chase us, or released any information about the princess's situation, Taro said, biting his lip. I suppose that's the one good thing about how prideful he is, he makes dreadful choices because of that. And it's up to us to make the most of those dreadful choices, Ruishi said, frowning. I'll go check on everyone, then. The princess, first, then I'll make sure the men below deck are still working smoothly. We may have a few more chances to rest if we succeed at maintaining course, sharply south, as we are right now, Tai Wei said, pointing at the map he'd been relying on to chart their trajectory towards the South Pole. He traced his fingers in a straight line, towards the mountain chain of islands where the air nomads had once dwelled. Ruishi nodded. I'd think, once we're below these islands, we'll be safest. But with the currents, it'll likely take us 3 or 4 more days to reach them, at the very luckiest. Still, I'd say I'll give our temporary crew a break in about 12 more hours. We'll still be in Fire Nation waters, but far enough that we might avoid trouble as long as we notice any potential threats before they identify us. I'll help arrange shifts for each essential duty, then, Ruishi announced, nodding. Good work so far, both of you. Likewise, Ruishi, Taro said, with a gentle, though sad, smile. We've made it this far, all of us. It's not ideal, but we're not doing half bad, I'd say. Fortunately, Ruishi said, breathing deeply, we're fighting against a powerful opponent, though he's blinded with wrath. That wrath may be our undoing, but if we're careful, we can make it backfire on him, instead. Let's make it so, Tai Wei said, nodding. Ruishi released his breath and ducked out of the bridge. For all his apparent optimism, the former guard captain couldn't bring himself to believe they'd succeed at turning Ose's fury against him completely, despite he would gladly do anything to that end. The steps that led up to the princess's cabin felt longer than ever before. Dread built within Ruishi's soul as he progressed towards it, uncertain of what this conversation's outcome might be. The last he had seen her, Angela had been distraught, shaken by how close she and Sokka had been to death in the arena, but that had been hours ago. He didn't dare predict what the princess's current emotional state might be. He had seen her in some of her darkest moments, but he wasn't sure he was prepared to face her right now. He slowed to a halt by the cabin's threshold, letting his eyes travel past the open door, settling on the figure that sat by the edge of the bed. Her hair had tumbled out of its usual half knot, and she had discarded her hairpiece somewhere. Ruishi couldn't see it anywhere nearby. Her armor was a careless heap on the floor, as were her boots. Under any other circumstances, Ruishi would only expect to find her so disheveled after she had spent a lot of quality time with her lover, but he knew no such thing had happened today. She sat with her elbows on her knees, holding her head in place with hands that clawed at her dark, disorderly hair. He didn't dare speak at first, though he suspected she was aware of his presence anyway. Whether she knew it was him or not remained to be seen, Ruishi supposed, but he'd have to gather his strength to speak first, a much more difficult ordeal than usual when he understood, quite deeply, the pain that plagued his charge. We arrived safely, Princess, Ruishi finally said, stepping inside the room as he spoke. We weren't followed or attacked at a distance. So far, we seem to have escaped detection, and it's likely that the Fire Lord has yet to give out any orders to pursue us. Angela didn't answer right away. For a moment Ruishi pondered if she had simply fallen prey to the exhaustion of the past few days as she sat where she did, but before he could gather his courage to speak again, her voice cut off his thoughts. It won't be long before he does, she determined, with a weak voice. Are we still going at full speed? Apparently so, though. Ruishi said, breathing deeply. Our resources are limited. They will continue to be limited by our current circumstances, too. I've been told you intend to travel to the South Pole, whatever the next stage of the journey may be. It's entirely possible the barge will run out of fuel and food before we reach it. The next stage, huh? Angela's vacant tone only alarmed Ruishi further. You do have more in mind than just dropping off Sokka in the South Pole, don't you? Ruishi asked. Angela's eyes narrowed. If you know that much, clearly he's told you more than that, Angela said. Ruishi breathed deeply. Yes, Ruishi. I'm going back to the Fire Nation. What is your intent? Ruishi asked, frowning. Will you gather the enforcers, start a struggle for power within the Fire Nation? That's not what the enforcers have been trained to do, Angela said, simply. Ruishi breathed out, shaking his head. You are too much of a strategist not to have something in mind, Ruishi said, bluntly. You wouldn't be acting impulsively on a half-baked plan, and as I'm assuming the rest of us will be part of it, at the very least share it with us, if you won't share it with him. You were sworn to serve me, to serve the Fire Nation royal family, Angela said. Ruishi's eyes narrowed. In many ways, that means you must protect us from all danger, but it also means following every order, as well as professing absolute loyalty to our assigned member of the royal family, Ruishi finished, scowling. Is it really the time for me to follow your orders blindly, Princess? It is, Angela said, simply. Ruishi's brow furrowed further. I understand what you're attempting to do. I know why you're attempting to do it, too, Ruishi said, stepping closer to the princess, who raised her head. Even if she didn't meet Ruishi's eyes yet, you've never seen the sense in letting others protect you or do your work for you. You've always treated us as a responsibility, not as a commodity. It makes you a great leader, there's no denying that, Princess, but this isn't the time for you to commit political suicide to shield the rest of us from danger. If you truly intend to turn yourself in. If I do. I expect you'll follow my orders to the letter until my political suicide has been accomplished successfully, Angela said, simply. Ruishi snarled. It's not the time for jokes. I'm not joking, Ruishi. Angela finally dared meet his eyes. There truly was no sign of amusement in the princess's visage. You've worked this hard for us, to make sure we could escape. Without you, there's no way any of this would have paid off at all. We owe you a lot more than I can say. You don't owe me a thing. I did my duty. Then consider my actions for the next stage of my plan to be payment for your duty, Angela said, simply. Ruishi frowned. You're clearly aware that I wouldn't drag you and the rest of the guards right back to the Fire Nation with me. You know, as I do, that my father will execute you all if he gets his hands on any of you. A soldier who has been as loyal and true as you have been would never deserve such a fate. A soldier fights for his commanding officer, Ruishi said, frowning. His hands tightened into fists. A soldier protects, defends, his duty is to others, not to himself. And even if you refuse to acknowledge that, you can't truly expect to sail this ship on your own. I certainly have no such expectations, if that's what you're concerned about, Angela said. Ruishi eyed her with utter perplexity. Then, you won't leave us with him, will you? You wouldn't drop us off at the South Pole as well? Not unless you choose to stay there, Angela said. If you did, I'd find another way to turn myself in. If you'd rather sail away with me, then you'll abandon ship elsewhere. Then, you're saying we'll only be of help to you if we leave you to your own devices? Ruishi asked. Angela nodded. It makes no sense. Not to you, it doesn't, Angela said, closing her eyes. But what else is there for me to do, Ruishi? What else can any of us do? Isn't it clear that my father will stand for nothing but the full satisfaction of his wrathful whims? Fighting back won't attain us any better outcomes, all of us might wind up dead in the end. Sakai is badly wounded, I'm not even a shadow of the bender and fighter I've been, all of you are exhausted, how will we fight back against my father's forces? Just be objective and tell me if you truly believe the odds could ever be in our favor in these circumstances. Ruishi held his silence, frowning as he pondered the princess's words. Again, the enforcers came to mind, a green, small branch of an army, as opposed to the experienced, large branches the Fire Lord had in his control. They somehow could contact them, and the enforcers were willing to fight for the princess, but they might just be further collateral damage if Oze tightened his grip around them first, to ensure they remained in his service in the wake of Angela's apparent betrayal. I'm not choosing this because I've lost my mind to grief and I'm trying to punish myself for everyone's crimes, Ruishi, Angela said, intertwining her fingers as she brought her hands to her lips. I'm not trying to be a martyr for the sake of it. It's never been the point. If there were any possibility of success in any other plan beyond this one, I'd give it my all to ensure it paid off. But every idea Sokka offered was just more ways for all of us to die, his whole tribe included, even my brother, the niece I've never even known. I'm not stupid enough to think my father will offer me any genuine mercy just because I turned myself in, but there would be less carnage if I did. He wouldn't go berserk, attempting to track down anyone we know to get information and answers from them. If I go back, there's less chances that he'll try to look for Song, even. She's but a slave in his eyes, Ruishi said, frowning. He wouldn't expect her to give him any answers, he's probably unaware of her existence. Others are aware of it, Angela said, simply Pharaoh, to name one. If my father questions him about whoever visited me while I convalesced, he might remember there was another slave. Even if you've hidden her well, she'd be far safer if my father simply never goes after her. And he's not likely to go after anyone if I just. If you turn yourself in, Ruishi finished, frowning. I'm not asking you to approve of my plan. I never have, Angela said. No, but you are asking me to go along with it, Ruishi said, eyeing her remorsefully. You're asking me to let you put it into practice. To stand by and do nothing as you immolate yourself for all of us. I can't accept this. Well, going by our progress rate, you'll have around 10 more days to figure out how to accept it. Probably a little longer than that, until we're caught, Angela said, monotonously. Princess. Make up your mind, Ruishi, Angela said, covering her face with her hands. You told me, ages ago, that following my orders quietly was what you'd do as my guard, not as my friend. That by watching silently from the sidelines, you hadn't helped me when I needed you most. This time, I'm telling you, outright, what I need from you. This time, you've helped me in more ways than I can ever put into words. You haven't stood by the sidelines at all, you've protected both me and the man I love, you've done everything I could have asked of you, even more than that, and I didn't even have to ask. Resist against my orders now if you will. I'm past the point of fighting about it. Without a better alternative, this is the path I'll take us on. If you won't obey me as my guard, then at the very least listen to me, as a friend would. It's all I ask anymore. Ruishi's fierce frown had shifted into a pained grimace as the words sank in. Even if they hadn't been sensible words, the vacant defeat in the princess's eyes had certainly taken him aback. He had expected an outburst, fury, stubbornness, and unwillingness to listen to any other possibilities. Yet now he could see the truth she hadn't spoken out loud. She did want another way out. She craved a chance to fight for her dignity, to continue to stand by the beliefs she had developed across the years, by the growth that had brought her to where she was now. But she refused to take it unless the alternative yielded less casualties, objectively, than her current, devastating strategy. She refused to take it unless the consequences weren't as severe as to cost the annihilation of another whole nation, of the many friends they had left behind in the Fire Nation. Just this getaway meant trouble for anyone who might be reckless enough to claim support and loyalty for her if confronted by Oze without knowing what the cost of their loyalty might be. From birth, her fire-bending skills had been praised as extraordinary. As years passed, her strategic mind and her resourcefulness had become just as revered across the Fire Nation as her fire. She was synonymous with achieving the impossible, with overcoming any and every expectation anyone ever dared set for her, but as Ruishi held her gaze with his own, he found himself confronted with the truth the Fire Lord wasn't likely to acknowledge. What made the princess the most valuable leader in the Fire Nation wasn't anything as easily weighed or tangible as her skill set, or anything as easily recounted as her successes in every mission she set out to accomplish. It was, instead, the unexpected purity of her heart, the willingness to take responsibility for her actions, whether they were mistakes or not. For a woman like her, the throne wasn't the endgame, it wasn't the ultimate goal she would strive towards. She would carry the world across her injured shoulders if she had to, fighting to protect it, to better it, to reforge her nation, her people, in a new kind of fire that would teach them to rise above the dreadful ideology the latest Fire Lords had submerged them in. She hadn't been this woman all along, Ruishi knew as much. Her ambitions had been so much smaller, so much more contained, and mainly centered around her personal goals rather than anything else. She had never allowed anyone to talk back to her. She would do as she saw fit without any concern over whether she was doing the right thing or making an unforgivable mistake in the eyes of others. It had been a long journey, and a slow one, too, but if there were ever any doubts about Angela's worth, about whether she belonged on a throne or not, she had dispelled them upon becoming the magnificent woman and leader she was right now. His awareness of all these truths could have felt triumphant, but there was no joy to be found in these revelations right now. That very extraordinary leadership was poised to be his princess's undoing, and as noble as her intent to sacrifice herself might be, the horizon ahead couldn't be darker and more foreboding if she effectively committed to this course of action. Not only did he doubt Sokka would ever understand this, not only was he certain that the Gladiator would fight Angela's decision across every league that yet stood between the barge and his hometown, but he also knew that whatever awaited Angela in the Fire Nation would be much worse than what she'd left behind. She might save many lives indeed, at the cost of letting go of every dream and hope she'd ever dared hold for her nation's future. You are worth far more than this, Ruishi whispered. Angela tensed up upon hearing those words. Serving as your guard, it was a greater honor than I ever expected to receive in my life. I know how valuable you are. I know how wise, how strong, your heart is. I've stood by you in many of your worst moments, and I've done whatever was within my power to ease your pain. If the Fire Nation loses your leadership, it will be all the worse off. Ruishi, Angela said, breathing out as she struggled to find the words to counter his own this time, but Ruishi interrupted her before she could say more. Even so. I believe I understand, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. Angela gritted her teeth as she gazed at him hopelessly. If you weren't willing to do this, would you still be the extraordinary leader we know you to be? If you cowered, and hid, would you still be a royal worth following to hell itself? She held her silence, as Ruishi averted his gaze from hers. His set eyes were unfocused, and his stance was uncharacteristically slanted, as though he could barely find the strength to keep his body functioning properly anymore. I came here with little hopes of changing your mind, Ruishi admitted. Angela swallowed hard, lowering her gaze. I might have expected your reasoning to be close to what it is. I knew it couldn't be a simple whim, or a choice you were making lightly. But, even if I understand you, I also understand him. I know why he can't sit back and let this unfold as you've predicted, for I barely want to do the same thing. I know why you believe this must be done, and I admire you for your courage in facing this future even if it's as bleak and sorrowful as it appears. You'd have to understand, wouldn't you? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. I'm in the same place you were, that night. When you chose to save Song by sending her away. The situation isn't entirely the same, but you of all people should understand what I'm trying to do. It's just as what you tried to do for her. Perhaps it is far more similar than I'd like to admit, Ruishi sighed. Perhaps you are far wiser than I could ever hope to be. If this is indeed the anguish I've subjected Song to, in my plight to save her, then I'll deeply regret not having found another way to spare her this pain, far more than I already regret it. You knew it was the right thing to do, and that's why you did it, Angela said, simply. Even if it killed you inside, you had to preserve her life, by any means necessary. All this is what I could do to save Sokka. To keep him alive, just as well. And now, what I'll do in the next days is just an extension of the same thing. Only, this time I'm attempting to save more than just him. I'll try to save you, and the rest of my guards. I'll try to protect my people, as well as Sokka's. It doesn't matter how much it may hurt, Ruishi, it's what needs to be done. You've said it yourself, how could I call myself a leader, worthy of any of the praise I've received, if I acted any differently? How could I take pride in anything I've done if my actions happened to condemn far more people than just Combustion Man? I can't do it, Ruishi. I can't run away from my father, not for good. Ruishi tightened his fists again, but he nodded. He conceded. He understood. Strangely, Angela had braced herself for far more resistance. For far more rejection of her plan. He had protested, but now he complied? If that nod meant he wouldn't fight back anymore, shouldn't she rejoice in it? Shouldn't she be relieved that he'd accepted Angela's likeliest fate? Her stomach shouldn't sink with dread, not when she was fully conscious that this was the only choice, going forward, not when she knew the likelihood of finding any other way out was close to non-existent. How quaint to find, only now, that she still had held on to some hope, imperceptibly, unconsciously. That she had still thought the men under her command would turn around this situation somehow, just as they had during her home imprisonment and Sokka's own time in jail. That she had clung to the wistful, deceptive dream of staying by her husband's side for longer than this voyage, that there might be a way, some way, to ensure they wouldn't have to say goodbye. I don't like this. I don't think anyone will, Ruishi whispered, closing his eyes, but, perhaps, if this is what needs to be done, we can find our way back to you eventually anyhow. Once it's safer, I'd hope. It won't be safe until my father's gone, Angela said, bluntly. However long it takes. I'm sure the others will also wish to wait until then, no matter if it's a decade or two, even longer than that, Ruishi whispered. He won't feel any differently, you know? He will want to come back to you at all costs. Even if you don't want him to, even if you're safe, he will fight tooth and nail to return to you. He can't. He mustn't, Angela said, gritting her teeth. You'll have to dissuade him while we travel, if so, Ruishi said, breathing deeply, but I don't expect you'll be able to. He is, well, just as stubborn as you are. Perhaps he's even worse than you, come to think of it. Well, we'll see, Angela whispered, leaning on her knees as she breathed deeply. I guess, thank you for the warning. And, for not putting up a worse fight. It's bad enough to have argued with him as it is. He's scared, Ruishi said. Angela clenched up, her whole body shuddering at those words. Sokka, scared. He was so brave, so strong, capable of facing death itself as he had proven that very same day, and yet he was scared, now? He fears for you. If he says anything stupid, if he reacts too passionately, it's simply because he doesn't want to lose you. He'll never lose me, Angela whispered, no matter how far apart we may be, or what my father may do to me. I'll always belong with him. Just as I'll always belong with Song. But even I don't know if I'll ever return to her, Ruishi said, closing his eyes. None of us knows what the future will bring, princess. None of us knows if we can face it on our own. That we may have no other choice is a given, but it's no less harrowing because of that. Angela gritted her teeth as Ruishi nodded one more time in her direction. He ducked out of her cabin right afterwards, leaving her to ponder his words, and all the unwanted emotions they had woken within her. It was so much easier to fight, so much easier to argue, it was so much more difficult to face that kind of resigned acceptance. It sent shivers across her body, of the most unpleasant sort. It filled her with the awareness, the knowledge, that they might indeed fail to find any other way out. As determined as she might be to do what she believed and knew to be the right thing, it was difficult enough to put it into action without letting her emotions run away with her. She breathed deeply, letting her fingers slide through her disorderly hair again, her head throbbing, her throat closing in. There was nothing else to it, she knew what needed to be done and she'd do it. That her heart would shatter in the process was guaranteed, but she didn't care to protect her feelings more than she cared to protect those she loved. Whatever pain she had to suffer, whatever anguish her father intended to subject her to in the future, just as she had told Sokka earlier, it would be worth it. Perhaps he'd never believe her, perhaps no one would, but as long as she could convince herself of it, she could go forward into that darkness, no matter how deep and all-consuming it might be. Ruishi walked slowly as he returned to the deck, his chest heavy, knowing he'd offer no relief whatsoever to Sokka. The Gladiator had little expectations to begin with, but that Azula had somehow persuaded Ruishi that her proposed course of action might actually be the most honorable one wouldn't sit well with Sokka, by any means. The voices he heard on deck came as no surprise, though Ruishi raised a confused eyebrow once he crossed the threshold of the tower to find Fei Li and Han were busy unloading the hot air balloon's contents. Sokka had somehow decided to involve himself in that heavy duty, though, a rather ridiculous choice that was completely in line with the Gladiator's typical behavior. "You don't have to worry, we can carry all this without help," Sokka Fei Li was saying as Ruishi approached. The Gladiator's usual humor and leisurely behavior were utterly absent, unsurprisingly. "I have nothing else to do anyway. Might as well give you guys a hand. Why would you exert yourself if you're convalescing?" Ruishi sighed, stepping closer to the three men, who turned towards him upon noticing his arrival. "Get some rest instead, Sokka." "It's what I've been telling him, but he won't listen," Fei Li sighed, and Sokka lowered his gaze. "I don't have anything else I can do to help. And I'm not in pain anyway, something Jianghuo gave me is keeping it in check," he said, simply. "I can just carry this stuff to my cabin, it's fine." Your cabin?" Fei Li repeated, blinking blankly. You don't have to do that, you know? You can just..." Ruishi's pointed stare silenced Fei Li quickly, albeit he still didn't grasp the nuance or complexity of the situation. It seemed most unnecessary for Sokka and Azula to keep up a pointless pretense, more than anyone for the man who had overheard occasional echoes of their conversation and subsequent action back when he was waiting for their reunion in the prison tower to end. There was no purpose in continuing to stay away from each other when their relationship was no longer a secret for anyone. "Take everything inside, to the dining deck if you can," Ruishi said to Fei Li and Han, pointedly. Sokka frowned, eyeing Ruishi with confusion. "Not just his luggage, but everything else. We'll sort it all out by tomorrow, he can pick out whatever he needs later." "As you say, Ruishi," said Han, smiling awkwardly as he tugged Fei Li back to the bags and crates they had brought with them. Fei Li's confusion wouldn't abate yet, but he proceeded to work with Han regardless. Sokka bit his lip but made no moves to join the two guards in carrying the luggage inside the ship. Instead, his eyes shifted towards Ruishi, immediately recognizing the defeated expression on the man's face. "Guess she didn't relent, huh?" Sokka whispered. Ruishi lowered his gaze. I did try to reason with her, but the truth is that in some ways, Sokka. In some ways, she's right, Sokka acknowledged. Ruishi froze in place. As difficult as it's been to admit it to myself. I guess it's better if I just say it, isn't it? To you guys, to our friends, we're the victims of an unfair deal, of Ose's wrath. To the rest of the world, we'll be two fools who would only add further fuel to the fires of a destructive war because we were too stupid to resist the attraction between us. If I were anyone else, if I had never left the South Pole and heard that two people had the chance to change the world, to fix it, but then they blew it because they were thinking with their loins, I'd definitely resent them for it. Not because people would resent you does it mean you'd be wrong to want to be together, Ruishi said, eyeing Sokka warily. Popular opinion is, well, a box of surprises. Sometimes people can have the best understanding of a situation, and sometimes they'll refuse to believe the truth and cling to utter nonsense to explain the world to themselves in the most convenient way. I suppose that's true, but it's still something that would plague her, no matter what comes next, Sokka said, frowning truthfully. Once Ose releases any sort of announcement about what happened, if he does, chances are the people will still think lowly of her, no matter if they were acclaiming her in the arena less than a week ago. If he doesn't release anything, well, he still shut down the league without any explanation. I won't ever be seen in the Fire Nation again, so, more than enough people are bound to do the math, aren't they? I'm afraid so, Ruishi admitted. Sokka breathed deeply and shook his head. She's ready to jump into a volcano, Ruishi, and I don't know how to stop her. I don't know how to convince her to let me jump with her. I don't know what to do, Sokka said, shaking his head. I know why she's doing this. I know why she's choosing this. But I can't accept it. I can't accept what it entails. You have a choice to make, then. Ruishi whispered, softly. Either you find a way, like you said earlier, any solution she'd listen to, or you spend the rest of this trip accepting her plans for the future. It's not an optimistic, encouraging look at our future, I know it's not, but I don't think it will be possible to dissuade her otherwise. She has already told me that, if me and the rest of the guards were to choose to stay in the South Pole with you, she'd simply find a way to leave on her own, without needing us to steer the barge for her. So, in the end, I can't even suggest that we do anything irrational like trying to keep her with us against her will. Not only am I sure you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do so, but she'll find a way out anyway, just to protect you. Sokka sighed, shaking his head as he stepped towards the ship's railing. He placed his hands on the metal enclosure, his whole body trembling as he tried to contain the emotions he barely knew how to placate. He couldn't allow everything to end this way, he just couldn't, but how on earth was he supposed to put a stop to their fall when they were on crash course? How would he shield Angela from the worst of the damage, as he always did, if she wouldn't let him take that fall with her this time? If it helps. Ruishi said, stepping closer to Sokka. The gladiator glanced at him from the corners of his eyes as the guard gritted his teeth. I think she wants you to find another solution. I think she's not challenging you, or rather, us, to figure one out. She hopes we'll be able to see something she overlooked. That we'll find another way, and if we do, she'll be free from having to sacrifice herself as she intends to. Maybe we won't find anything, in the end, but I suspect she wishes we would. Ruishi's words dawned on Sokka slowly. He should have understood that possibility much sooner than he had. Blinded by pain, by his emotions, by his powerful rejection of Angela's plans for the future, he'd foolishly failed to read deeper into her soul, despite all the signs were plain in sight. More elements of Sokka's mind and soul would reawaken upon this sudden jolt of reality. His analytical brain had certainly shut down painfully at some point after too many beatings, too many injuries, whether to his body, skin, and bones, or to his very heart. Sokka said, his breath hitching as he snarled, tightening his grip on the railing. That's what she wants, then. She may listen yet. She probably will want to, Ruishi whispered. If you don't have any ideas yet, you still have time to think of something. Several days, at least, it's better than nothing, isn't it? Sokka nodded, as hope weaseled its way inside his chest, taking root in his heart. Ruishi's hand fell on his shoulder once more, gently squeezing him supportively. The stoic man who had once been so harsh, so aloof, keeping him at a distance and frowning upon his closeness with Angela, now offered him a chance to think, to see more clearly when his mind and heart had been so clouded before. Thank you, again. Ruishi. Sokka started, but Ruishi shook his head. That's enough thanking me, for sure, he said, gesturing at the tower for once. I'll be the one to encourage you to get up there already and talk with her again. No one wants this outcome, Sokka, at least, no one but the Fire Lord. Seems like the worst possible thing for that bastard to get what he wants after everything he's done, doesn't it? You can say that again, Sokka said, his eyes narrowing. I want what's best for Angela, above all else, and I know that would never involve him. Not after everything he's done to her. Then I guess it's up to you and her to figure out how to do what's best for her. Indeed, Ruishi said, breathing deeply. If there's no other way, then I'll accept it, even if I won't like it. But for as long as there's a fighting chance, we ought to reach for it, shouldn't we? Yeah, absolutely, Sokka said, nodding with determination. I'll make sure your things are kept safely in the dining deck, Ruishi said. Thanks, yeah, I know you said I don't have to thank you so much, but I still think I do, Sokka said, with a frail, small smile. If there's still hope for Angela and me, there's hope for you and Song, too. Whatever comes in the future, we'll make sure you can see her again. Ruishi tensed up but nodded. The words were certainly reassuring, despite he had no idea how that would ever come to pass. Song didn't deserve to live with them as a fugitive of the Fire Lord's justice, but he missed her dearly all the same. Wherever their future plans might lead them, he would inevitably keep his sights on making the decisions that would bring him closest to returning to her, no matter how reckless such hopes might be. I know. We'll all do our best. Ruishi breathed deeply. Now, go to her. Just go. Sokka nodded as well, as Ruishi withdrew his hand. The gladiator held his hopeful gaze for a moment longer before making for the tower. Had he been healthy, he would have pressed himself to go as quickly as possible, skipping 5 steps of the stairs at a time on his way to Azula's cabin, but as much as he felt no pain thanks to Jianghuo's painkiller brew, he couldn't bring forth enough energies to sprint across flat terrain, let alone to do so in an uphill climb. So he moved slowly, pondering Ruishi's words, his advice, his insight on Azula, his certainty that, if Sokka came up with a solution, anything that might persuade her, she'd give in. They wouldn't be apart if he thought of something, they would be free to fight side by side, for as long as they lived, if so. She would be safe, he would see to it, and one day they'd reclaim everything they had lost. One day, far in the future, these dark moments would feel like a nightmare that hadn't quite fulfilled itself completely, if only he found the right way to persuade her. Yet he reached the top of the stairs without an answer. He gritted his teeth, though, they could talk things over and find a way out, any other way out. But, for starters, for now, perhaps there was something he could try to do, something that might convince her to work with him so they could find another way out of their predicament. The door was open once he reached it. Ruishi presumably had left it that way. Azula, clearly, hadn't had the strength to stand up and close it, though upon recognizing new footsteps approaching, she had raised her head, tensing up, casting a wary glance through the open door, a glance that met Sokka's eyes. After she had been so fierce, so blunt, and unyielding merely a few hours ago, now Sokka's heart clenched at the sight of his lover, almost crouched in place, her appearance in uncharacteristic disarray. He had seen 1,000 different sides of her, she had shown him everything she ever kept hidden from the rest of the world, but her current state of utter desolation caught him by surprise, despite knowing he should have been prepared for it. She leapt to her feet, turning her back on him as she quickly dabbed at the tears that threatened to run away with her. Sokka breathed deeply, walking past the threshold without waiting for her to allow him to enter her cabin. He moved slowly, giving her ample time to demand he stopped, to send him away, but even after she turned, unable to cover for her current, emotionally chaotic state, she said nothing. She allowed him to come closer to her, to stand before her. They no longer had anything in common with the image of perfection they had projected after their victory against Toph. It wasn't often that they'd struggle to find the words to say, but even when they'd shared prolonged silences in the past, they had never been as tense, as distressing, as this one was. Sokka's lips parted, but every time he attempted to find the words to say, none would come to mind anymore. Azula, averting her gaze from his, wasn't much better off. "Guess Ruishi sent you up here, huh?" Azula finally said, her strained voice triggering every protective instinct Sokka had ever experienced. "If you hoped to change my mind, I'd have to do better than I did before. I know that now." Sokka finished. Azula tensed up, daring meet his eyes now, wary, yet hopeful. "Sokka," she whispered, it was as though she were begging him not to do this, not to give her any hope, any new dreams to fight for. But wasn't that what they ever did? When anything dark hung over them, they made new memories to chase away the darkness of the past. If it had been the remedy for so many of their heart's ailments so far, why wouldn't it work now, too? Things are looking bleak. I know they are. I understand why they are. Sokka nodded. I know why you want to do this. Rather, I know why you think you have no choice but to go forward with your plan. I understand, and the truth is, if our positions were reversed, I might be the one insisting that this is the only way to go forward. You were ready to die out there. You were, Azula said, looking at him accusingly. Surely this can't be worse than that, can it? It's not up to me to decide if it's worse or not, Sokka said, closing his eyes and breathing slowly. It's up to your dad, if anything, because if he decides to punish you further when you go home, there's no telling what he'll be capable of. Every time I let myself think of what he's already put you through, and everything he'll probably put you through in the future, if you do go back, Azula, It's like I'm impaling my chest with one of the dome's spikes. I know, Sokka, I get it hurts, but... Angela said, breathing deeply as she covered her nose and mouth with her hands. If I can come up with another solution, then we'll have a way out. A solution where you won't have to fight him alone, a solution where I won't have to die like I nearly did, Sokka said, stepping closer. He dared stroke her hair delicately, and Angela only seemed to shrink further into herself for it. Maybe I'm not smart enough to think of one on my own, but I'm not alone. Neither are you. We have all the guards with us, we have Xin Long, more than anything, we have each other. We've always been better together, isn't that right? Angela gritted her teeth, lowering her head and dropping her hands, avoiding meeting his eyes yet again. Were his words reaching her? Was his plea successful, or did her refusal to so much as look at him mean she was rejecting the future he wanted to present to her, even before he finished uttering the words? Angela, he whispered, letting his hand move further, cupping her cheek as she shook her head. Don't, she said, and Sokka's heart felt squeezed dry upon hearing the word, even if she could barely bring herself to finish the sentence. If you keep going, I won't be able to. I won't have enough strength to go forward, Sokka. Please. You don't have to be strong on your own, Sokka said, as she shook her head again, yet just before he resigned himself to withdrawing his hand, hers rose to meet it, trembling, unstable, uncertain. Angela. I don't want this, Sokka, she said, and admitting that truth finally seemed to shatter the last defenses she still had left. I'd choose you, to stay with you, you know I would, but if you do, a lot of bad things will happen. I won't deny it. I won't pretend otherwise. It can happen, Sokka said, as his other hand rose to cup her free cheek, but there's bound to be ways to fight back. We won't be alone, Angela, we'll have all your men, and Xin, and my tribe. I know, it's not much, fighting back against a full army with just the tribe's warriors would be no easy feat, but if we're smart, if we put our knowledge of your father's forces to work, we can find their weaknesses, we can stall them, we can even relocate the tribe if need be, set up decoys, use their settlement against them. The waterbenders in the tribe, my sister and whoever that other person is, they can help too. You and I, we can instruct them to make barriers. My dad, he can make seriously powerful explosives, better than anything I ever made. We could even lace the waters near the South Pole with them, make it clear that they can't get close unless they want to risk sinking. And if we're attacked by airships, I guess maybe you and I, with Xin Long, could take them down, right? They won't be armed, so if we fly above them, we could just break their formation and knock them down. If they lost all their resources, all their forces, they might just be too afraid to come back. Don't you think? Angela trembled, listening to his every word, tightening her grip on each of his hands. Sokka took the absence of an answer, of instant retaliation, as a good sign. It had to be a good sign, right? If we give them a good enough scare, we'll buy us time, Sokka said, swallowing hard enough time, to find strength in numbers. To reach out to everyone who still might support you over Oze. With their help, we could continue to keep him at bay, no matter if he tries to bring you back to the Fire Nation. This way, he'll never hurt you again. His hopes that she'd be unhurt, he knew, were unlikely to be realized. She was already in such pain that the mention of her father only broke her heart further. It was entirely possible that Oze would resort to taking hostages, to using other people they cared about as shields, as bargaining chips, as means to attaining everything he wanted. Truthfully, Sokka hadn't imagined a proper solution for that obstacle just yet. Something would have to come to him eventually, but for now. And after that? Sokka said, his voice spiking upwards, as his emotions threatened to overcome him. Hell, even before that, you'll stay with me. You'll be with me, in the South Pole, with my family, with yours, too. You'll get to meet your niece, and you two can pull so many pranks on Zuko together. You'll spend more time with Katara, and she'll realize just how much good you've done for the world, for sure this time. Gran, she'll be thrilled to meet you too. She'll be so happy I found love that she won't care about the past, only about our future. Dad, too, he'll see you're extraordinary. That everything I've ever done, it was worth it if it meant someone like you could become part of our family one day. Her grip on his hands tightened, and her shoulders shook with a sob. Sokka gritted his teeth. His own tears were streaming down his face, and he couldn't contain them despite he still believed he had enough strength to keep going. "And you and me?" he said, softly. We'll have our own igloo. I'll build it, just for us. You can help me, if you want to. We can go hunting together. I bet you'll be amazing at it, once you get the hang of it. We'll make everything we need, we'll put our cooking lessons to practice, even if the food will be very different from what you're used to. It might be hard, finding proper spices for your food, but we'll find a way. I don't need the spices. Azula surprised him. Sokka gazed at her in confusion, yet she clung to his hands still. That's not so important. No. Sokka said, with a slow smile. His breaking heart suddenly seemed to mend with her sudden intervention. Was this truly working? Was she considering his proposal? Well, then. I'll still find a way to get you what you want, but I guess it'll take time. Though, we'll have to borrow clothes from the others at first, parkas, and such. It's very cold. We'll make our own later. I'll ask Katara to teach me to sew, unless you'd teach me yourself. I'm not, and no good at sewing. Azula shook her head, and Sokka laughed softly, pressing his brow to hers. It's okay. We'll get better, he said, quietly, at all chores we have to get better at. Eventually, we'll be able to invite everyone for dinner at our place. And we'll make big dishes, for the open dinners at the tribe's fireplace. We can have more snowball fights, as many of them as you want. We can see the otter penguins, and the tiger seals, too. Though I'll say, I won't let them eat my pants this time. No? Azula asked, and to his delight, she smiled a little. That's almost a shame. You really want me to run around the South Pole without pants? Sokka smiled warmly, caressing her cheeks with his thumbs. Azula laughed quietly, though tears still rolled down her cheeks once she did. Well, then, you can have that. I can even stick 2 fishhooks in my thumb if you want. That might make you laugh as well. Sokka, please. Azula smiled, shaking her head as his heart soared. We can also see the southern lights, he said, swallowing hard. Doesn't happen that often, but it's pretty when it does. And we can go sailing. I won't be shirtless, sorry about that, but we could. I can take you ice dodging. You've already learned the basics of sailing, so you'll do great at it, better than I did, I'm sure. Azula breathed deeply. The smile had faded from her face, but a strange mantle of peace seemed to have settled upon her as his words illustrated a future she hadn't dared imagine for herself. Sokka's chest tightened as he swallowed hard, his thumbs brushing delicately against her beautiful face. We'll make decisions together. Move forward, towards the future, together, Sokka said, trembling. We can get married again, like we said we would. This time, everyone will know, and they'll celebrate with us. And if you ever want to, we can start a family, too. Azula, our future, it can be so vast, so beautiful, if we fight to protect it. Maybe our old dreams can't come true anymore, maybe our old plans won't be put into action, but we can build new dreams. New plans. Azula finished for him. Sokka's drumming heart was almost making him dizzy now, as he nodded enthusiastically. If it's you and me, love. He said, his breath hitching. If it's you and me, nothing is impossible, Azula finished, finally meeting her tearful eyes with his own. As long as we have each other. We can't lose. We won't lose, not unless we stop fighting, Sokka said, earnestly, and I'll always fight for you. That's who I am, that's what I've been born to do. You are my destiny, Azula, by choice and conviction. My heart will always beat for you. The only life worth living, is a life by your side. Azula closed her eyes tightly. The peace she had seemed to attain moments ago had fled her again. Conflict, anguish, crossed her features, just as the tears continued to gain strength, to pour down without control. As much as Sokka had learned to read her over time, it was much harder to do so now, when he had bled out his emotions, his every single hope, into the words he had just uttered, and fear gnawed at him, stronger with every moment they stood there, in that silence barely interrupted by their respective, contained sobs. Suddenly, her fingers eased on his own. His heart sank, as that fear grew stronger. It wouldn't be the first time Angela rejected him, the first time she put distance between them and pushed him away, but it would hurt far more than it ever had in the past. Maybe that was what she had in mind indeed, for she drew back her hands, and her head tilted lower and lower, as though ashamed of what she was doing. Only for those same, trembling hands to suddenly reach up, clasping the back of his neck and pulling him in for a reckless kiss that seemed to stop the slow shattering of his heart just moments before he gave up completely. Relief flooded his heart, his mind, even if he nearly lost his footing to her enthusiasm. His own hands moved to her shoulders first, stabilizing himself, before he wrapped his arms around her body, tightening into the most intimate embrace he could possibly offer her. Oh, but she was broken-hearted, desolate, desperate for any way out, any chances to survive, any future worth fighting for. He could feel it in every single one of her kisses, in the anguish he tasted in them, in the frantic way in which she touched him, as though she were terrified that he might vanish in thin air any second now unless she held on tightly enough. But he wasn't going anywhere, no, not anymore. He would stay with her, wherever this ship might take them. They could sail into an endless sea, into the stars above, it didn't matter where life might take them, as long as they obeyed the mandate of their hearts, following through with every eternal promise they had ever made. The draft Jianghuo had offered Sokka earlier was far more helpful now than before, as much as Angela's fingers hesitated to touch any of his countless wounds, quickly shying away from the bandages across his body. All of Sokka's pain had been muffled, hidden behind a veil that contained it, if just temporarily. Whether this was reckless or not, he couldn't care less. Angela wanted this, Angela needed it, just as she had needed it in a dark night, many years ago, when he had first confessed his love for her. He wouldn't hold back this time. He would give himself completely to her this time, every shred of his body, heart, and soul, albeit in the hopes of persuading her fully that this was the right choice. If she still had any doubts left, he would dispel them. If she still feared the consequences, he would help her find her own courage once more, by offering her no shortage of his own. The more he thought of it, the more apparent it became that the only future that wouldn't frighten him was a future by her side. Perhaps Angela felt the same way, perhaps that was why she had given in when he had expected she'd do the exact opposite thing. But now she leaned in, pressing her body into his, disregarding her own wounds, whether those over her body or deep within her soul. She matched his pain with her own, albeit in the hopes of overcoming it together. When her fingers slid through the fastening of his belt, Sokka answered in kind, tugging loose her long tunic, which he pulled off her body quickly, just as she pushed his open shirt off his shoulders. Every movement was crowned with another kiss, another heated, desperate exchange where pleasure wasn't merely an end goal, but as good as a lifeline. After the anguish they had experienced while apart, after the sorrows they had suffered while dreading they might not escape the Fire Lord's wrath, every sensation that chased away that pain was more than just welcome, it was a necessity. A muddled pool, unsteady and turbulent, grew calm with each drip of purifying water that fell at its center, sending ripples that soothed every particle, every spike of unpleasantness that would simmer and consume it otherwise. Sokka's touch almost seemed to burn Angela's sensitive, tender skin as he pushed open her shirt, finding the body he had known and loved in this manner across the last years. The skin over the 3 scars across her left shoulder was swollen and reddened over the damage done to her by the brutish, forceful Imperial guards. Sokka gritted his teeth at the sight of it, even if Angela didn't acknowledge the swelling of her partially healed wounds. Instead, she gazed upon the many bandages that looped across his torso, now that he was topless. It had been too much for the two of them. They had been through a living hell to come back to each other, only to find themselves willing to disregard their personal pain, but not the others. Angela gasped, her fist tightening upon his bare chest, one of the few areas of his body that had been safe from the brutal attack of the guards when they had first captured him. His abdomen, however, was hidden away behind many layers of bandages. Angela. Sokka groaned, yet his voice didn't carry the same devious desire she had ever come to associate with him in the heat of the moment. Remorse, instead, permeated her name once it escaped his lips. "Why Yuri?" Angela said, gritting her teeth as her hand moved carefully over the abdomen she had cauterized for him so long ago. "What did they do to you?" "Oh, Angela," he said, his hands spreading over her back as he pulled her closer. His face moved to that left shoulder, and his hot tears fell upon her skin, just as her own rolled down her cheeks, as she raised her head, trying to clear her mind, only to find it was impossible to do so right now. The man before her had been beaten so badly, burned, hurt in so many ways, and even after she had unwittingly put him through such ordeals, he still wanted her. He still wanted her so genuinely he'd ask her to stay with him, to live out the rest of their days together. Her hand moved to his head, to the loose hair, the scalp across over which other sets of bandages had been wrapped as well. That anyone would ever hurt him, that anyone would think such a warm, kind, selfless man deserved to suffer as he had, was utterly unforgivable in her eyes. He would heal, though, he would. Jiang Huo had said he would, and that was what mattered. No one would hurt him again. No one could ever touch him, not while she stood between him and the world, not if she shielded him as best she could, embracing him tightly as though to envelop him, to hide him from whoever might mean him harm. His lips trailed over her shoulder gently, softly so they wouldn't worsen the lingering pain as they traversed her wounds, not even when her shoulders shook upon the strength of her uncontained sobs. He had intended for them to kiss each other's wounds better, Angela remembered it vividly, and it seemed he did it now, too, just as he had every time he'd had a chance to, in the past. The caresses of his lips were tender as a soft breeze, as silk upon her aching skin. Her own touch was careful, cautious wherever her hands might move, her mouth pressed to the top of his head as she cried with him. They had never been so broken, so lost, so weak. After everything they had endured, there had always been an underlying certainty that the future would be better, a certainty Sokka sought desperately, that he had tried to offer her through his proposal. Yet in fragile moments like these, no such horizons could be seen. All they could do was share each other's pain, offer each other the comfort of companionship and true understanding. Sokka's hands moved to her waist, her trousers dropped to her knees after his fingers tugged at their hem, same as her underwear, all of it fell down along with the rest of her clothes. Angela struggled to retain her balance this way, but Sokka, holding her closely, walked her to the bed they had shared so many times, leaning down with her in his grasp, firmly holding her until her back touched the mattress delicately. He wasn't quite that strong tonight, but he didn't hesitate to give her everything he could offer, as his lips returned to hers quickly before traveling across her face, stealing away each tear he could make off with. She pushed herself up to a sitting position, beckoning him to stay close to her by reaching for him with her right hand, and Sokka answered her silent request with a kiss, intense and soulful, upon her waiting lips. She worked with his remaining clothes as well, shoving the pants and underwear down to his knees in one quick move, only removing them completely once Sokka rolled on the mattress, giving her freedom enough to strip him bare aside from his bandages. Though Sokka did undo Angela's sole bandages expertly, her breasts were in plain sight quickly, revealed before his loving gaze. His arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer, making her climb over him as he covered her chest with willful kisses. Her heart drummed within her chest. He could feel it as his lips pressed countless kisses upon her left breast, grateful for each beat that signified they were still alive, still strong enough to offer themselves to each other, to find further strength yet in the intimate joining of their very souls. Angela struggled far more to caress him, finding so many bandages, so much damaged skin, all the signs of the pain he had been through, the pain he was happy to ignore as he devoted his energy, all of it, to her. Her fingers trailed over the bare skin of his upper body, her lips kissing the top of his head. His enthusiasm made up for the strength his weakened body lacked, proving that pain-canceling drink had been remarkably effective on him. Sokka wanted to give her his all, everything he could offer her as he laid her down upon the mattress anew, endowing her chest, collarbone, and neck with further kisses. Angela welcomed all of it, despite her heart was conflicted, in many more ways than she dared speak aloud, even now. Should he do this? Was it all right for him to cave into passion, to pleasure, when his body was so badly wounded? Perhaps it wasn't, but she lacked the strength of heart and mind to warn him, for his own good, not to overdo this. So even if she should have known better, she arched her body into his caresses. She spread her legs, giving him ample room to bury his face between her folds, devouring her with such eagerness she could only cry out pitifully, tugging at the bed's sheets, her knuckles white as physical pleasure she hadn't expected to experience anew rose through her body. It was Sokka, and he was making love to her again. After fearing they would lose each other, after she had thought she'd witness his death, they had broken free from a dark fate and stolen back their right to choose their own future. They had overcome the worst odds, even if the cost had been steep, and what fools would they be if they allowed this second chance to go to waste? She couldn't even fathom it, not after she had been so desperate to save him. That his lips would still trail over her body, that he would still touch her with such loving desire, that he would be offering her a beautiful future by his side. Her heart burned with bliss, careless, wondrous bliss, for their love had survived, and it would continue to survive, no matter what might come next. The intensity of the moment reminded her of their prison encounter, even if the circumstances were different enough to be considered an improvement. Her legs trembled under his devoted lips, her heart raced furiously, demanding she obeyed its mandate. With every intimate caress Sokka offered her, she found herself forgetting every reason not to obey it indeed. Her mind, so clouded and troubled, had its dark clouds lifted by his affection, and just for a moment she could let herself believe nothing had happened, to believe they were back in time, back in easier days, where their recklessness hadn't cost them more than they could ever regain. That loss of perspective, that temporary forgetfulness, pushed her forth without fear to the peak he had built for her. She clenched up, then released, aware of the shameless sounds that were pouring from her lips, unconcerned with concealing them. Her legs trembled violently as her body eased up or attempted to. He wouldn't stop, even now. Sokka lapped at her folds hungrily, more than willing to offer her another climax, and Azula didn't see the point in slowing him down. She shivered and shuddered again. Her moans were all the more pitiful and desperate, and Sokka groaned as he received her for the second time in a matter of moments. His ministrations were less intense after the second peak, despite he still was devoted to offering her every possible spark of bliss he dared beckon within her through his mouth and tongue. He breathed heavily as he pulled away, his breath brushing against her soaked folds. If she needed more convincing than this, he'd offer her his all, right here, right now. Her chest heaved, and her fingers were finally loosening up on the sheets. Sokka leaned closer, trailing his lips over her abdomen, kissing her womb softly, up to her navel, and then to her ribcage. He relished in doing this, lavishing her with as many kisses as he could. Right after she finished explosively, it was familiar, comforting just as it was thrilling for Azula to feel his love in every single one of his actions. Sokka! She called him, her voice trembling, unsteady. His lips had reached her chest, pressing new, warm kisses upon her breasts, but his own arms shook as he braced himself, climbing over her. Don't force yourself, Sokka. I'm not, he whispered, leaning in to kiss her neck. He still trembled once she hugged him, forcing him to drop on her body so he wouldn't have to exert the strength he lacked. His violent shivering matched hers, though at this point it wasn't easy to say whether pleasure, overexertion, or anxiety were the causes in either case. Sokka's heavy breaths saw his chest rising and falling against her body. He took his chance to regain his strength as she held him this way, just before climbing over what distance was left before he could catch her lips with his own. She rolled them on the bed once he kissed her. She flinched, however, when she carelessly allowed her wounded shoulder to bear the brunt of her weight. Sokka gasped. And no, Azula, here, he said, helping her roll onto her back again, and then she turned in the opposite direction, letting her healthy shoulder bear with her weight instead. Are you? I'm fine. I'm fine, she breathed out, closing her eyes, trying to retain the tears. Her shoulder had hurt, but her heart seemed to bleed out when she was at the receiving end of his loving concern yet again. Sokka's lips found her neck, once his fingers brushed her hair out of the way. I'm all right, Sokka. You sure? He asked, softly. His hand slid around her abdomen protectively, embracing her gently, compelling her to slide her fingers between his own. She bucked against him gently, rotating her hips lightly enough he might have assumed she sought nothing but a more comfortable position, if only her rear hadn't pressed against his manhood as it had. He breathed out slowly, covering her neck and wounded shoulder with tender kisses. Once his free hand guided his cock to her entrance, she spread her legs to offer him further ease of movement, and he slid inside her cleanly, smoothly, both groaning together, tightening their grip upon each other's hand. Sokka didn't rock forth, didn't thrust immediately, as he often did. Much as Azula had earlier, he seemed utterly paralyzed by the awareness that he was with her again, that their previous tryst hadn't been the last, that he was inside her once again, that she was around him, enveloping him, offering him warmth enough to chase away the cold dread and fear that had threatened to overwhelm him after their previous encounter. Angela threw her head back, attempting to glance at him, even if her muscles pained her for it. Sokka's uneven, heavy breathing was accompanied by tears that spilled upon her skin again, by shudders he couldn't suppress. "Sokka!" She called him. He raised his head, letting his brow brush against hers, seeking stability and peace in that gentle contact after the storm of emotion that had ravaged his heart. But her voice was a beacon, a shelter in the pouring rain, and with her in his arms, he knew his way home by heart. "I love you. I love you, Angela." He managed to whisper, his voice nearly inaccessible for him as his tears burned in his eyes. Angela. She might have tried to reason with his emotional reaction, to put a stop to what they were doing in fear that it might only hurt rather than healing his broken heart, but then he thrusted, and her body shivered pleasantly, inevitably, at the brush of his cock against her sensitive walls. She arched herself against Sokka, releasing a cry that was a mix between a loud moan and a gasp, prompting her lover to kiss her neck and shoulder all the more lovingly. The hand he kept upon her abdomen helped him hold her closely as he eased her into his new rhythm, erratic and unsteady as his breathing was. They gave themselves to their turbulent intimacy, no matter how difficult their movements would be, no matter if their wounds suggested this was the last thing they should be doing. They gave themselves to pleasure carelessly, knowing full well that was the very crime that had landed them here, unwilling to take back any of the steps that had brought them down this path of life, all the same. It was too late for regrets, but it didn't matter whether it was late or early, not anymore. They had freed themselves so they could escape from Ose's reach, completely removed from the dark reality that attempted to condemn them. No more hiding, no more lying, no more pretenses were necessary at this point. Their love, and every beautiful fruit it had ever yielded, filled them both with pride and strength, and that was how it would be until they drew their very last breaths upon this earth, until their souls passed on into a different existence, until their every incarnation returned to each other over and over again, finding their way back to one another without fail, as they had so far. Angela took to thrusting as well, letting her legs lock with Sokka's, urging him to fill her fully, occasionally trailing kisses upon his face when she turned her head towards him. He groaned in response, slowly gaining further power in his erratic rhythm, finding his strength in her, as he ever did. Her moaning whimpers filled the air as her fingers tightened upon his own, still pressed against her lower belly. Her free hand clung to the mattress anew once the pleasure started to overcome her, and she gasped, cried out and shuddered violently when her newest release took hold of her system. He followed soon enough, surrendering himself and his seed to the jolting, tender walls that coaxed him into climaxing smoothly, without any regard for sense anymore. He groaned and unleashed himself, losing strength across his body as he invested all of it into making love to her, for nothing else could matter as much as she did. If his body couldn't withstand the strain, that his last act would be to offer her his everything in their intimacy was, certainly, a much better death than the one he expected to face in such a dark day, in which he had escaped his demise more times than most people had to in a lifetime. But he didn't come undone completely, regardless of his fears that he might. He breathed out slowly, shivering as his grip around her weakened at first, a consequence of that blinding, impossibly pleasant orgasm, only to strengthen once more once the aftershocks of his release had subsided. Even under the influence of Jianghuo's medicine, Sokka knew he couldn't try this again a second time, no matter if his heart yearned to be joined with Angela for a whole night if possible. He breathed out slowly, letting himself slip outside her body. She wasn't trembling anymore, even if she had climaxed briefly before he did. Had this helped her calm down? Had it helped her strengthen her resolve? She had kissed him. He had asked her to come with him, and she had kissed him. They had landed in bed together, they had made love, all of it in such a whirlwind of passion Sokka could barely process it yet. But where he had been completely certain that Angela meant to say yes, now he found himself realizing she hadn't answered him, in the end. Perhaps it was simply because he hadn't asked directly. He had talked, he had attempted to paint a future for them with words, a future he had no doubts she wanted just as badly as he did. She had answered those words, and then his actions with her own. She had seen to it that they wound up in bed together, tightly wrapped around each other, yet where she'd had her back against him by necessity before, now she lay where she did, in silence, unmoving beyond each breath she took. Sokka swallowed hard, exerting just enough strength to push himself up to look at her. Her eyes were closed, though she still seemed far too restless to have fallen asleep that easily. Sokka breathed out, letting his face rest against hers, his brow against her cheekbone. Angela made no move to push him off, but she didn't respond to the closeness, either. She might have been too tired, maybe she had needed this for more reasons than just to calm her aching heart. Perhaps it would ease her into sleep soon. Sokka could feel the pull of tranquility leading him down that path as well. But before that, before he was claimed, completely, by his need for rest, he needed to be sure he hadn't misread the signs before. He needed to know what she had chosen, what her truth might be. Stay. He whispered, echoing words she had spoken the first night they had shared a bed. Angela's whole body clenched up in response to his voice, to the words he spoke with it. Stay with me. Stay, Angela. No answer right away. No response to his request. No acknowledgement of their previous conversation. Stay. He said again, and now his voice wasn't as wistful, let alone as steady. A hint of despair spilled into it, throwing his previous peace into disarray as fear took hold of his soul. Stay with me, Angela. She shifted in the mattress. Sokka frowned, as she drew her knees up, as she gripped his hand as tightly as she dared. Her body curled forward as she hung her head, even while lying horizontally, on her side, across a bed. He knew what the answer to his request would be even before the first sob shook her shoulders. She didn't need to speak. She didn't need to do anything at all, not at that point. For when the first tears had dropped from her eyes, his heart had broken fully along with hers. It hadn't been enough, then. What he'd said, what he'd done just now, none of it had sufficed. He had failed. He could have been furious, frustrated, storming out of this cabin, urging the guards to mutiny against Angela for her own good. The very possibility of reacting that way, however, didn't so much as present itself in his mind. For all he could see, all he could understand, was how broken Angela felt right now. How devastated, how desperate, how miserable she would be. His words, she had responded to them, she had allowed herself to dream of that future for just that moment, for just that instant of bliss they had shared. She had closed her eyes to reality, letting him guide her across what she no doubt had seen as a hopeful fantasy of a tomorrow that would never arrive. It had been blissful, beautiful. But it was impossible. She wouldn't come with him. She wouldn't stay with him. He gritted his teeth, feeling the tears surging in his eyes as well. His breathing had been easing up, but it grew labored again as he gripped Angela's hand, as he held her against himself, struggling to find any more words, to find anything else he could say, to fight back when he lacked the strength to do so. She didn't want to do this, he knew as much. She wanted that future he had offered her, she longed for it so badly she couldn't bring herself to reject it with words, even if she had surely been resolved, all along, to turn him down. She cried now, as desperately as she did, because she wanted to say yes. Because her terrified heart longed to say she'd stay with him, even if she couldn't do so without lying, because the future she was expecting to walk towards was dark, unsettling, and it might destroy her. But just as she didn't regret their love, she didn't intend to run away from the consequences forever. Even if those consequences killed her, she intended to face them, for him. For his people. For her guards. For their friends. For everyone they had ever intended to protect. He snarled, as his tears burned past his eyes, down his cheeks, falling upon her bare skin. The sensation of those tears upon her skin only worsened Angela's sobs. She curled up further into herself, and Sokka embraced her tighter yet because of it. He wrapped himself around her completely, unwilling to let go, if just for now. For every second left would be vital, every moment left for them to share would end too soon. Even if the journey were long, and he doubted it would be that long, it would seem to be over in a heartbeat, in the blink of an eye, and he had to cherish every instant before she was out of his reach forever. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't resist anymore. If he tried, he would only hurt her further. He would only devastate her, and she had already been through enough pain. She had shed so many tears, used all her strength to fight back against her father's demands. She was exhausted. She didn't need him adding to her load. And yet he cried because he couldn't stop himself. He cried, because his heart grieved already for what he'd lose, because he couldn't fathom a world, a life, without her in it. But that was what they were condemned to face. That was what Angela had chosen, and as hard as it was to accept it, perhaps it was the right choice. Perhaps she wasn't wrong to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Perhaps, if he hadn't loved her desperately, with every single fiber of his being, he'd understand far more easily. As he was, though, he had no choice but to surrender bitterly, for her sake more than anything. He couldn't fight back anymore. He couldn't hurt her anymore. She had been through enough. He didn't ask again. She wouldn't be able to answer him with words, even if he had. Broken, defeated, and hopeless, the two lovers clung to each other as tightly as they dared, as they sailed into an uncertain night, to a dark fate, to a most unwilling and most unwanted ending. Chapter 245, The Ultimate Gladiator 16. Only when she shuddered awake did she realize she had been asleep at all. Her head throbbed at the level of her eyes. Twin trails of dried tears gave away that she had wept on the mattress until she had fallen unconscious. Who knew if, somehow, she had cried while asleep, too. But she didn't take note of any of those things, didn't take note of the persistent pain across her left shoulder, or the pangs of hunger in her stomach, for the only pain she seemed capable of recognizing anymore was that ever-growing hole inside her chest. That very pain caused her to almost jump upright on the mattress, frantic even if she could barely remember why, only to find an arm, a hand, draping over her body, as calming kisses were pressed against the back of her head. "It's okay, Angela. You're safe." Her heart was racing, just as her breathing was labored and uneven, but those words, spoken with that kind voice, were the most soothing ones she could have hoped to hear. Sokka. It was Sokka. He was holding her, he was alive. He was safe, and that mattered far more than her own safety, for sure. She drew in a deep breath, releasing it slowly as she tried to make sense of their current situation, of her own anxiety and fear. They were in the barge, in her cabin. Dim sunlight glowed across the window, to the east. It was still morning, then. It was morning, and he was with her. It was morning. Angela closed her eyes again, trying to chase away that slowly dawning awareness of what their circumstances were, of what nightmares they had lived through across the last week. 2 weeks ago, she would have panicked upon recognizing the sunlight outside, ushering Sokka to leave, to get going at haste or they'd be caught. Well, they had been caught indeed. What did it matter if it was morning, at this point? Sokka's fingers trailed gently over her abdomen, no doubt hoping to soothe her with his motions. She could feel his lips pressing gently against the back of her head, across her scalp, poised to offer her a small shred of tranquility, of peace, for he knew she'd struggle to find either thing in the coming days, in the coming years, more like it. Perhaps in whatever time she had left to live, if anything. Her fingers reached for his, once again, much as they had last night. Her words would have reached for him as well, had she known what she wanted to say. Why was it so hard to evoke thoughts, to translate them into intelligible conversation lately, when it had never been a challenge before? Even opening her mouth seemed to take every remnant of her strength, so all she dared do with her lips was release a slow sigh. "You can sleep some more, if you want to," Sokka whispered behind her. Angela clenched up at his suggestion. "I'll be right here when you wake up." I think I'm good," Angela said. She couldn't remember her body being this tired before, truthfully, and yet she didn't want to close her eyes, not for another moment. Not when they ought to be gazing at him, for every instant they had left, and yet even the thought of doing so broke her heart to pieces. She had given herself to fantasies, to dreams, so carelessly last night, to the hopes that this might not be their final journey together. Morning had arrived and all dreams would be left behind in the night, to be reclaimed later, only to be replaced once more by that same unforgiving reality that had broken them only a few days ago. "If you need to, though." "Been awake for a bit," he answered, once her voice trailed off. "I'll rest more later, I figure." To anyone who was scarcely acquainted with Sokka, his behavior might not seem particularly alarming, or unusual. Perhaps to many of those who did know him, it would seem only adequate for him to sound so humorless, considering the circumstances. For the one who knew him best, though, it wasn't the direct, simple words that sent daggers through her heart, it was that serenity, that gentleness with which he caressed her, with which his kisses offered her peace and calmness she wasn't sure how to accept. He was restraining himself in far more ways than the apparent. He focused on her peace of mind, on not being a burden for her, on not getting in her way anymore. She was a fool for wishing he would try to get in her way again after he had finally surrendered. "How are you feeling? Your shoulder any better?" Sokka asked. Softly, "We might have to ask Jianghuo if he has anything for this sort of swelling." "Well, whenever you're up for it, of course. Could be we should just go find something to eat now, instead." "You'll need it," Azula said, quietly. "You should have headed downstairs when you woke up. Found some food for yourself." I didn't really think of it," Sokka said. She could feel his lips curving into a smile against her skin, but his voice gave away it was a broken smile. "In this case, He just wanted to stay with her. To hold her, for every second they might have left." Azula's throat closed in at that thought, and she shut her eyes tightly to prevent any tears from escaping them. Enough of this, enough of crying uncontrollably. Her emotional outpour was causing her fool of a husband to neglect his own health for her sake, as he often did. The more she cried, the more excuses she'd be giving him to do exactly that. She couldn't let that continue, now, could she? "You're awake now, though," Sokka said, swallowing hard. "Means I can get food, for the both of us. Shouldn't it be me who goes get it?" Azula asked. "I've had more to eat than you did." "Did you?" Sokka asked, questioningly. Azula's eyes opened slightly. "No offense, Azula, but I doubt that's true." "What's that supposed to mean?" Azula said, her narrow eyes turning towards him just as he shifted on the bed. He was smiling again, though, and now that she saw his face her previous reluctance to gaze upon him seemed a complete loss of sense to her. That was the man she had married, the man who had stolen her heart away, the man she wished to wake up with, for every day of her life. "It means that I'll question you now about what your last meal was." "Come on, tell me," Sokka asked, leaning close and prodding her nose with his own. "Did you have any meals aboard the barge yet?" I guess I don't." "You didn't? How would you know that?" Azula asked, rolling her eyes. Sokka smirked. "No tray, no plates left lying about in this room? Did someone come clean up after you while we were sleeping, by any chance?" Azula raised an eyebrow slowly, though his words certainly were hitting the spot. When had she last eaten at all? Or had anything to drink? She couldn't remember it. Had she eaten at all on the day before? As it was, she only recalled having walked out of her room and made for the now destroyed Royal Dome. If she'd eaten anything at all before that, she certainly had eaten nothing after they'd escaped. It had been too much tension, and she seemed to have started learning from Sokka's terrible habits of neglecting his health and needs in favor of everyone else's. That guilty silence means, no, Sokka finished, smiling gently, "so I guess I'll go do something about it." "It shouldn't be you," Azula whispered, as she shifted in bed. Lying on her back, Sokka hovered above her, as he often did, and she direly needed him to cut that short distance between them as soon as possible, no matter if her heart might continue breaking with every loving exchange between them. "You're badly wounded. You plan on carrying our breakfast tray all by yourself?" Sokka asked, nonchalantly. "You're very gallant to offer, but your shoulder's bound to hurt a lot still." "I think whatever Jianghuo gave me for the pain is still working pretty well, though I may need a refill on that in a few hours. And a change of bandages," Azula finished, reaching out with her right hand to touch the white strips of fabric wrapped around his abdomen. Sokka nodded. "But until I do need that refill, I can find food for us just fine, Princess," he smiled, leaning closer. Azula caught his lips with hers, leaning closer, stealing into the exchange with so much more enthusiasm than he had expected, considering she had woken mere moments ago. After the night they had shared, he had braced himself for much more distance from her, even if he had hoped otherwise, but it seemed she wouldn't turn her back on him this time, as she had in the corridor below deck after their argument. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Whatever time they had left, there was no point in letting their shared moments go to waste with unnecessary squabbles. Sokka leaned in, ensuring she would rest fully against the bed. Her hand slipped around his body, fingers tracing the exposed muscles of his upper back, the light lines that evidenced years of passionate love-making, as well. He only pulled away once she was lying properly on the mattress once more, her head resting against the pillow as comfortably as could be. "Good morning," he said, with a gentle grin. "Want anything in particular for breakfast?" "Can't think of anything," Angela admitted. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Guess that's good, because as you may recall, I'm not all that great at cooking just yet." He smiled awkwardly. "I'll go see if I can make us something to eat, then. I'll try not to take long, all right?" "You," Angela whispered, holding him in place still, as though unwilling to see him leave at all. Sokka made no movement to leave. Despite his words, he wouldn't do so until she let him go, until she decided she was ready for him to walk away. "You're sure you're okay with taking off to cook, or just anything, really?" "Anything?" Sokka asked, quietly. Angela gritted her teeth. "It's just... I mean, well, the guards are..." She started, but it didn't seem she could string her words together properly. A consequence of exhaustion, lack of nourishment, emotional baggage, or all three merged together, she didn't know, and frankly she didn't care to find out, either. She only closed her eyes and breathed deeply, hoping Sokka would understand her apprehension without needing her to say another word. "You are worried about what they'll say once they see me?" Sokka asked. Angela gritted her teeth, averting her gaze from his. "More than anything, because we spent the night together and this time anyone would be aware of it, huh? If they think we're irresponsible fools, well, they wouldn't be wrong, now, would they?" Angela asked, her voice strained. I'm sure that's the general, worldwide consensus as it is. They might think that. You're afraid they might resent us, huh? Sokka said, biting his lip. They probably should, we all can agree on that, right? But I did bump into more than just Ruishi yesterday. Fei Li, Jianghuo, and Han didn't seem to be acting any differently. We hadn't spent the night together yet, but they seemed a bit weirded out when Ruishi told them to leave my luggage down at the dining deck. Probably because they already figured I'd come here. Or because they thought you'd stay in your own cabin. Angela whispered, eyeing Sokka with uncertainty. Heh. Guess I can find out which is the truth if I bump into any of them, then, Sokka said, smiling weakly. Though, you do know, if they're all here, it's because they made the conscious choice to support us, right? Might be they'll regret it. I can't say for sure they never would, we've cost them a lot. But at least at the starting point, they thought we were worth it. Are we? Angela asked, her gaze seemed to say she felt lost, and Sokka's chest ached at the sight of it. Can we guarantee to them that all they're doing for us is worth everything they've sacrificed? No. We can't, Sokka answered, earnestly. Angela gritted her teeth just before Sokka pressed his brow to hers. All we can do is trust in your men, in the loyalty they've always professed for you, and in the belief that most any other path forward would be worse, whether for them or for us. Isn't that how it is? Angela gritted her teeth but nodded. She highly doubted Sokka believed that to be true, at this point. Even if he presented himself so submissive now, she kept bracing herself for him to turn the tides on her, to offer her some form of resistance, to seize her and keep her in the South Pole against her will. Perhaps it wasn't quite so against her will if she found herself longing for it, come to think of it. Still, if he would seem to have understood that most other paths would only worsen the bloodshed and destabilize their world beyond measure, it was all the better for her. She was tired of fighting, she suspected so was he. Perhaps that was the true reason why he wasn't putting up any resistance anymore. Still, all the more reason for me to go find breakfast instead of you, Sokka whispered, caressing her hair gently. I can check on them, let you know if they're displeased or disapproving of us in any way. You don't have to do that for me. Angela said, raising her hand to touch his face. Sokka smiled and kissed her again. Might be I want to do things for you. How about that? He whispered as he pulled away. She shouldn't have felt helpless when his frame was no longer towering over her, but her chest tightened at his absence, and she gazed at him wistfully as he climbed off their shared bed, retrieving the clothes he'd left scattered within the cabin last night. Being needy and clingy didn't suit her, Angela thought, but even spending a moment away from him seemed so wrong when their time together had an expiration date. Still, she didn't protest. She didn't say anything at all, knowing Sokka's choice to find food for them was a matter of necessity, a matter of looking after her, as well. He had been right, after all, To say she'd eaten very little ever since the dark night that had changed their lives forever. Wherever one of them lost sight of reality, the other was ready to help them regain sight of it. As always, the smooth flow of their relationship continued to amaze her. It was truly harrowing to ponder however she'd survive in this world without someone to stand beside her as he had. Across the past 4, almost 5 years, she'd survived most her life without him, it was true. Back in her teenage years she had wanted to be completely independent, to prove herself to the world that refused to acknowledge her. She had attained that acknowledgement eventually, but her heart truly had yearned for companionship, for understanding, for a different kind of strength than the one she had come to know through her father's teachings. She had found all those things in the man who fastened his sash before her, casting a reassuring glance and smile at her over his shoulder. He hadn't even set foot outside the cabin yet, and she already felt the urge to follow him wherever he might go next. "I'll be back in a bit, okay?" he said, nodding in her direction. "Get more rest if you feel like it." Oh, she wouldn't feel like it, not without him nearby. Each step he took to the door beckoned her to climb out of bed, to join him, even if she lacked the strength to act on those urges immediately. But then he was out the door, and she hadn't even climbed off the mattress. He smiled again at her from the threshold, closed the cabin's door behind himself, and then he was gone. Gone. What was the point of him leaving at all, facing the guards on his own, when she could face them with him? She swallowed hard, her fingers trembling as she forced herself to sit up in bed, careless about the covers that rolled down her bare body. Yes, it was possible her guards would resent them. She had expected that, truthfully, when she had come back to her senses in her room in the palace, back when Ruishi told her Sokka was still alive. Fei Li and Tai Wei, however, had only seemed sympathetic, remorseful, unwilling to see her enduring such trials. Fei Li had even accompanied her to the prison tower, and he most likely had overheard some of her exchanges with Sokka, down to their intimate coupling, which he had nearly interrupted. Who knew if he had tried to stop them when they were halfway there, and they had been far too busy to notice. It was simply unacceptable on her part to leave Sokka to deal with it all. That wasn't how their teamwork was supposed to function. Now that their relationship had been exposed, she couldn't hide and cower behind his strong back and leave him to fend off every obstacle and difficulty on his own. He had fought for her just yesterday, facing death head-on. She couldn't retribute him with such cowardice. She breathed deeply and put forth all her strength, forcing herself off the mattress. That was one step, then. Little by little, she'd catch up with him. He wouldn't have to face this battle alone, he'd have to do so with too many battles he'd see in the future, as would she. By then, Sokka had already climbed down to the barge's deck. Normally, there would be at least 2 guards standing watch, while the many sailors worked in the engine and command rooms. Today, the vessel almost appeared deserted. The guards would be quite busy keeping the barge running, Sokka supposed, as he dared glance across the blue expanse of the ocean and the sky beyond. There was nothing else in sight, nothing but a deep sea that seemed to spread forever. If only it would indeed, if only they could stay adrift at sea, never reaching any destinations, whatsoever. He withheld his miserable, wishful thoughts as he continued downwards, to the dining deck. He guessed he would be able to prepare a simple meal as long as they had the right ingredients for it. Should he make enough for the rest of the guards? That would be the least he could do, though they might not appreciate his unrefined cooking, yet with how busy they likely were, and how exhausted, too, they might welcome any support he might offer, even if his skills in the kitchen left much to be desired. No noise could be heard at the dining deck once he approached it. He breathed deeply as he reached out to the door, pushing it gently, expecting the usually bustling place to be uncharacteristically empty. Only to find such expectations subverted when he caught sight of 4 guards, sitting silently at the tables closest to the kitchen area. Yet another guard was hard at work in the kitchen itself. Sokka's eyes widened, as did theirs when they spotted him. "Oh, Sokka," Fei Li said, waving almost shyly at him. "You, came looking for your stuff? We gathered it all on that corner over there, if that's okay." "Huh. Thanks," he replied, with an awkward smile the others replicated quickly. "Are you guys, taking a break? I thought I'd make breakfast, but..." You don't have to," Fei Li said, waving a hand dismissively at Sokka. "We, raided your house's storage. Sorry about that, but, It seemed wrong to let all those leftovers go to waste, you know. Wait, you brought all of Song's food? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. For real? Won't last us the whole trip. Wuhan said, sitting at the same table as Fei Li, arms crossed over his chest. But at least it will work for the first few days, when the work is roughest. Sokka nodded, smiling weakly. Well, at least he'd have less to worry about for now, food-wise. He knew, firsthand, that Song's food was always of the best quality. He knew, too, that he wasn't likely to taste it again after this voyage. They had left behind so many people, so many valuable friends. His chest ached as he tightened a fist. If it hurt him this much to think of the last times he'd enjoy any of Song's wonderful meals, he barely wanted to imagine how Ruishi felt about this. You said you wanted breakfast, then? Asked Fei Li. Taro's up to distributing the food right now, so if you just wait a bit, you can have some. I can help him, if he wants. Sokka said, but Fei Li waved a hand carelessly at him. No need, he said. You are all covered in bandages, and you should get them changed soon, right? Jianghuo's probably resting right now, but once he's up he'll take another look at you. Then I can help out until he does, can't I? Sokka asked, with a shrug. We're going to be traveling a while, I might as well make myself useful and helpful here and there. You don't have to, though, Han said, with a sympathetic smile. We're all prepared to deal with the tasks to sail the barge, you can just focus on recovering. But... Sokka grimaced, eyeing the 4 guards in sight with uncertainty. It doesn't seem fair. You guys have been working pretty hard as it is, so... That's our job, though, isn't it? Shuren said, quiet as he ever was, to serve the princess, and, well, you're part of that job, as it is. You really think of it that way? Sokka asked, awkwardly. He could feel the color rising in his cheeks under the guard's scrutinizing stares. That. I'm someone you have to serve too. Well, the princess chose you. In many ways, not just as a gladiator, so. Said Fei Li, with a shrug. It's as if you were, her betrothed. And that'd mean we'd work for you both, see? Her betrothed, Sokka said, raising an eyebrow with uncertainty. Fei Li eyed him skeptically. What, you're not going to tell us that's too serious or anything, are you? He said, teasingly. Come on, Sokka, don't sell yourself short. You two were that committed to each other, weren't you? I mean, yeah, we were, rather, we are committed. Sokka mumbled, inevitably blushing further as he breathed deeply. Anyway. The food, how much longer do you think it'll be before? Not that long, I'm sure. Said Fei Li, though his eyes were sharp as they settled on Sokka, most incisively though, you know, before Taro is done with it. I wanted to ask you something. You do? Sokka swallowed hard, wary, more so when the other guards scoffed at Fei Li. Come on. Leave the poor guy alone, he doesn't need you poking his nose in his private business. Han scolded Fei Li. Shuren glared at him too, and Wuhan nodded at Han's words. It's just a question. If he doesn't want to answer, he can just not answer. Fei Li blushed. Sokka grimaced. What exactly is that question of yours? Sokka asked, with an awkward grin. Just. Well, you see, we've been talking, and we were wondering. Fei Li said, biting his lip in anticipation. When, exactly, did this relationship of yours begin? Huh. Sokka blinked blankly. The rest of the guards groaned, just as Taro stepped out of the kitchen, carrying a breakfast tray in each hand. What? Fei Li. We said we weren't going to bother them. Taro exclaimed, aghast, but Fei Li scoffed. I said he can just not answer if he doesn't want to. Fei Li pouted, his voice squeaky as he folded his arms over his chest. I'm just curious. You know, I always figured something was going on, I just wanted to find out for sure if my guess was right. Is that a crime, really? It's none of your business either way, Wuhan declared, and Fei Li scoffed. Don't you guys have any sense of curiosity, whatsoever? We're not gossips, that's what it is, said Shuren, simply. Fei Li scoffed again. Ha. As if. We've talked about this a lot of times, Shuren. Because you brought it up, every time. Not every time. It was Chiang who talked about it back when we heard Sokka had stayed for dinner while the princess was serving as Fire Lord. Fei Li squeaked, and it was Tai Wei when we were wondering if their trips back when we were stationed in Ba Sing Se were just romantic getaways. So, there you have it, it wasn't always me. Wait, you guys were always talking about this? Sokka asked, a slow, uncertain smile spreading over his face, like, your whole group. Yeah. Fei Li said, shrugging carelessly. The others, at least, had the decency to be flustered, embarrassed, awkward about this revelation. Taro ducked back into the kitchen, bringing more trays with food he'd managed to split in the most even portions possible. However hungry as most the men were, they didn't seem all that inclined to start eating just yet, ashamed over Fei Li's answer to Sokka's question, or just curious, as was Fei Li's case. That is strange. I mean, I'm not exactly insulted or anything, so you guys don't have to look at me like that. Sokka smiled reassuringly at the others, just, didn't really expect this from you guys. Though, well, I did expect it from Fei Li. Hey. Taro was just as interested in the subject as I was. Fei Li declared, proudly, prompting Taro to gasp as he set down the third and fourth trays. Sokka snorted, watching the flustered man pouting at his superior, if there was any remnant of rank left between these men, at any rate. I still know better than to ask. Taro said, glancing at Sokka with uncertainty, I'm so sorry, I seriously am sorry, it's just. He is a snoop and a gossip just like me, that's all. Fei Li declared, proudly, waving a hand at the rest of the group, as were all of you, jerks. All of us. Han squeaked, flustered. You know it's true. Fei Li declared, hands on his hips, I remember very well, even now, Han, you thought they got together at some point during our trip to the Northern Air Temple. Wait, I didn't. Tai Wei is sure it started when they got stuck in the forest, Fei Li continued, counting with his fingers. Taro thinks it happened a few months after we got promoted, Shuren said maybe on that trip they took without us to the slate, then Chiang thinks it only happened in the month the princess spent living outside the palace. Haoran said that if he had to choose he'd go for our second trip to Ba Sing Se. Wuhan thinks it happened after Zhang Jiang's attack. Jiang Huo believed it was after the princess set the slavery laws in motion. Seriously? Everyone had a theory. Sokka asked, amused. We did. And I just want to know who was right, Fei Li said, smiling with gleaming eyes. Mine is it happened after you stopped the White Lotus's attack in the capital. Though I'm sure you guys were holding back for a long time because you had no choice, and I really was sure you'd held back all along, but I guess I was wrong, huh? Still, I'd say you held out for a long time anyway, but you were as good as together since that point. Am I right? No, Sokka said, with an awkward smile as Fei Li yelped, his excitement crashing to pieces most visibly. I mean, good guesses, all of you? But, no. That's not possible. It startled Sokka that the one exclaiming such words would be Taro instead of the dismayed Fei Li. Sokka crooked an eyebrow in his direction, and Taro only covered his mouth before ducking back into the kitchen, to fetch yet more trays. Sokka chuckled, inevitably, despite he honestly hadn't thought he'd feel like laughing again, but the fact that Fei Li wasn't the only disappointed guard was astonishing. Han appeared most shocked that his own guess hadn't been correct, while Wuhan was stroking his chin, in deep thought. Then, what, was Renkai right? Fei Li said, scoffing, that feels so weird. Wait. Renkai. Sokka repeated, and his amusement vanished quickly. Why would he feel nervous upon hearing the spy guard's name mentioned, at this point in time? He's not here, is he? Oh, no. Well, Ruishi didn't seem to think we should trust him enough to bring him with us. Fei Li sighed. I mean, he wasn't the friendliest guy, but I liked him. He was the general's agent, in all likelihood, Sokka said, his eyes narrowing. Azula always thought he'd been assigned to your squad just to keep an eye on her, and the rest of you, by extension. We were, well, more careful once he became part of the squad. Oh, well, I don't know if he was just a spy, Fei Li said, shrugging, but even if he was one, well, he still saved us all, in a strange way. What? Renkai did? Sokka asked, puzzled. How? When the general questioned us, The Fire Lord, too, Renkai answered for us all, Shuren whispered. Sokka's eyes widened. He said he believed the princess had wanted us promoted so she could have the way clear to do whatever she pleased with you. Maybe the Fire Lord wasn't convinced by his theory, said Fei Li, sighing, but he took it out on the general anyway, at that point. See, Renkai apparently had reported to him that he thought you two were way too close, and the general didn't make anything of it. He actually reported it, Sokka said, and whatever amicable feelings he might have briefly held for the guard were dispelled immediately. Yeah, guess that doesn't make you any happier with him, huh? Said Fei Li, biting his lip. Must be why Ruishi knew he shouldn't come along, might be he really was working with the general to ruin the princess's life. Still, it's weird, but, if he hadn't reported what he did, and the general hadn't thought it was hogwash, we wouldn't have had an opportunity to help you, Taro finished, as he walked out of the kitchen with more food trays. I don't know if Renkai did it on purpose or not, but, we were lucky to have his help, even if it may not have come from the kindest of places. Sokka said, breathing deeply and shrugging. Not like it matters much, though, whether he reported anything or not. If the general didn't act on it, his report didn't cause that much trouble. If the general had listened to him at all, it'd have cut our time short far sooner, but as he didn't. Far sooner? Asked Fei Li, biting his lip. Well, we don't really know when he reported anything, but, wait. You said, before, that you guys were more careful once he came along. Which means, you two got started before he joined our squad. And that means everyone who guessed it happened afterwards were wrong, Renkai included. Huh? Is this really something to celebrate that way? Wuhan asked, and Fei Li scoffed. It's some vindication, at least. I wasn't that crazy to feel a vibe there when I did, Fei Li declared, hands on his hips. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. No, you weren't wrong about sensing any vibes, if that's what you needed to know, Sokka said, as he stepped closer to the trays Taro had prepared. But that's all I'll say about that. Are these all done, Taro? Can I take them upstairs? Oh, sure. Want help? He offered. I thought I'd take one to Taiwei too, but he said he'd eat here on his break. I figure Ruishi will take over for him as captain while he rests. Great, then, Sokka said, smiling a little. Thanks for the Wait. Ruishi. Fei Li's sudden exclamation startled Sokka and Taro as they were working out which trays to carry upstairs. Fei Li's eyes widened as he pointed at Sokka. You asked if we all had a theory. Well, that silent, stoic bastard didn't have one, Fei Li said, his eyebrows twitching dangerously. And when we heard this was happening, well, Ruishi went all out to help you guys, at once, as though he weren't surprised in the least. Which makes me think he wasn't. I used to believe, you know, that he was just such an upstanding and exemplary man that no gossip interested him at all. But you know what I think now? You think that Ruishi knew all along and said nothing to you guys, Sokka finished, simply. Fei Li gasped. He did. He so did. Oh, I hate him. I can't believe. How could he? He got a girlfriend, and he knew about this, and he told no one. What the heck? I'm going to give him a piece of my Fei Li. Wuhan exclaimed, standing up just to immobilize his fellow guard with a powerful arm lock, stopping the childish Fei Li from storming out of the dining deck to find his admired fellow guard. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not being ridiculous, he's a jerk. He should have told us from the minute he knew we would have supported them. Fei Li squealed, struggling to break out of Wuhan's hold. Imagine how much easier they would have had it if he'd just told us. Imagine just how much easier the Fire Lord would have had it to hold us all accountable if you had anything to do with this, personally. Shuren said, carelessly. You can't keep a secret even if you try, Han sighed, especially with something you're invested in. But I would have kept quiet about something this important. I would have. Fei Li pouted. At this point, Sokka could only smile and shake his head. Calm down, Fei Li, he said. It's way too late to take back, well, literally anything, so don't get so worked up about it. Guess it could have been easier if you guys had known, but it wasn't safe. Angela didn't think it'd be right to drag you all with us if we went down in flames. But we all were fine with going down in flames too. Fei Li pouted, and Sokka eyed him matter-of-factly. Well, all of us except Renkai, probably, but still. Taro said, tapping his chin. Sokka crooked an eyebrow before glancing at the others. I mean, well, I get that some of you are reckless too, Fei Li to name one, but... Sokka said, uneasy, you're seriously telling me all of you were ready to stand by us, even if we were in a secret relationship? Do you really think we'd all be here if that weren't the case? Han said. Ruishi didn't beg us to help him, if you thought he did, said Shuren, quietly. If anything, he gave us a chance to back down, Taro said, smiling a little at Sokka. He said he trusted us all, but that what would come in the future would be very dangerous, and that it was fine if any of us didn't want to go with him. We all chose to join him in helping you. Without a single doubt, Wuhan finished, nodding. Ask the rest of the team, they'll give you the same answer. Sokka swallowed hard, barely containing a heartfelt smile. It wasn't the first time the camaraderie, the loyalty of these men surprised him in a good way, let alone that it had nearly moved him to tears. He had barely bonded with some of them, and his friendships with the ones he was closer with weren't all that tight, save Ruishi, naturally. That they would be so loyal, so willing to follow Azula to hell itself if she were headed there. Azula had very little to worry about regarding being resented by the guards for their carelessness. Perhaps, in some ways, resentment was what they deserved, but it wasn't what the third squad of the Imperial Guards would give them, in the end. Thank you. All of you, Sokka nodded, as he picked up one of the trays. I'm really grateful you guys respect and believe in her as much as you do. She really chose the best guards she could have. Oh, come on, now. Fei Li said, finally stopping his struggle as he blushed and grinned at the unexpected compliment. Sokka smiled as he raised the tray, and Taro followed suit. Say, maybe you can let the princess know she can eat here whenever she wants to. Han suggested, with a smile. We'll keep Fei Li on his best behavior, I promise. Hey. That's neither here nor there. Fei Li squeaked, blushing still. A little curiosity isn't that bad, is it? And besides, Sokka would give us more answers than that dang Ruishi ever would. Oh, I'm still angry, he always said we were crazy. He kept telling us to stop talking nonsense. He must have thought he was so clever, the jerk. Wait, Sokka? You're going already? But I have so many more questions. Fei Li. The others growled, and he groaned in defeat in Wuhan's arms. I'll see you later, I figure. Sokka chuckled. I've got to find out if you can get any questions answered at all, you know? Azula doesn't particularly love it when I run my mouth about anything, really. Wait, does that mean you told other people about, well, things? I wanna know too. Hell, you're so persistent. Sokka sighed, smiling and shaking his head as he made his way to the dining deck's door. We'll talk later, Fei Li. No. Fei Li groaned, flopping in Wuhan's arms as Taro, amused, pulled the door open while holding the second tray in one hand. The two men nearly dropped the trays altogether, with a start. Fully dressed, with her hair tied in a loose ponytail, Azula had been standing right by the room's threshold, her back resting against the wall, arms folded across her chest. Hey! Azula! Sokka gasped. As choked as his voice had been, the guards within the dining deck immediately yelped, jumping to their feet, disregarding food or information alike as they stood steadfast before her, nervous over however her reaction to their indiscretions, if she had overheard them. Princess! Fei Li said, shrinking in place as he bowed towards her, now that Wuhan had let go of him. No one seemed capable of holding her gaze, not even Sokka, though he definitely hoped he hadn't said anything too harmful or incriminating. Yet even now, when everything was out in the open, it was rather difficult to know what the right boundaries would be, in Azula's opinion. I suppose they were taking a break, huh? Azula said, glancing at Sokka nonchalantly, though there was no sign of spite or intimidation in her voice. He swallowed hard and nodded. Yeah, I think these guys were from the first shift. Most the ones who stayed behind to help us directly are working right now, as far as I can tell, Sokka explained, somewhat nervously. I was just on my way with the food, but, hell, for how long have you been standing there? A while, Azula admitted, raising her eyebrows as she analyzed the scene, the rather awkward scene that, to her surprise, brought a smile to her face. Guess they must have assumed you'd be easier to break than you were, huh? We weren't trying to break anything. Fei squeaked, awkwardly. We just had a few questions, that's all. Not we, you. Han huffed. As if you didn't want to hear it too, Han. Growled Fei, scowling at his fellow guard. Angela raised an eyebrow at their exchange before glancing at Sokka. He seemed unusually coy, perhaps ashamed of letting himself get caught up in this conversation rather than rushing to her side at haste. She frowned, though, upon glimpsing his hands trembled slightly under the weight of the tray he was holding. You shouldn't be carrying this when you're... Angela said, moving towards him. Sokka gasped and stepped back, unwilling to relinquish the tray to her. Angela's eyebrow twitched. What are you doing? Your shoulder, we said, is in no condition for carrying trays, Sokka said, his voice back to the usual tone of childish stubbornness Angela had grown accustomed to. She snorted, rolling her eyes at his claim, but he was most unwilling to relent despite her exasperation. I was going to bring you your food upstairs, but now that you're here, maybe we can eat here with everyone, right? Angela breathed deeply, casting an unusually uncertain glance across the room. The guards were the epitome of guilt, all because they had been talking about her private life as carelessly as they had. If anything, it was a surprise that Fei seemed adequately ashamed right now, but she wasn't sure that shame would linger if they stayed in the dining deck. Truthfully, she hadn't thought she wanted to face any of them yet, not in these circumstances. She had managed to dress up, but she hadn't cared to put on any makeup, and with her shoulder sending jolts of pain whenever she raised her arm, she hadn't taken her time composing her hair fully either. Her appearance was somewhat a mirror of her inner turmoil, she supposed, and she didn't quite enjoy showing unsightly sides of herself to others. Still, her bigger secrets were already known, and no amount of dignity she attempted to preserve now would restore the image of the immaculate princess who could do no wrong, an image that, apparently, her guards hadn't wanted her to preserve in the first place. Well, behave. Fei said, pouting a little as he played with his thumbs awkwardly. To his surprise, Angela actually laughed. I have a hard time believing that promise, coming from the one who's been most persistent about asking questions and holding Ruishi accountable for keeping quiet. Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Fei pouted, but I guess, if we're already here, might be better to just have breakfast in the dining deck after all. You didn't have to come all this way if you didn't want to, Sokka said, though he smiled a little. It's probably better that you did, though. Anyway. Just sit down and get started. You need food urgently, Angela. Urgently. Angela repeated, though she made to sit before the tray Sokka had set down moments earlier. No, she didn't feel hungry, not particularly, but she ought to eat something right now, anyhow. You haven't eaten in hell knows how long, you admitted it, Sokka said, patting her uninjured shoulder carefully before moving to fetch another tray for himself. The guards stood watching them warily, earning themselves yet another amused stare from their charge. Are you just going to stand around like that? She asked, causing them to flinch as they remembered themselves. We, have to eat too, yes. We'll do that, Han said, smiling as he sat before one of the trays, while Taro dashed back into the kitchen for more food. The awkwardness in the deck was palpable, even though Angela could tell, both by the guards' behavior as well as their previous conversation with Sokka, that they weren't uncomfortable over the circumstances. In all likelihood, it was just a matter of being flustered over how Angela had caught them red-handed when they had been gossiping. Sokka smiled reassuringly as he returned to her table with food of his own, though the tense silence in the room seemed to warrant being broken somehow, albeit, at this point, nobody knew how to do so, exactly. Well, then, dig in. Sokka smiled awkwardly. Angela raised an eyebrow but abided by his suggestion, only to close her eyes and sigh once she had brought the dumpling to her lips. Song's food, is it? She whispered. Sokka nodded. They managed to haul it with them on the hot air balloon. Probably for the better that they did, huh? He said otherwise it would have gone to waste. And food this good should never go to waste, right? Right, Angela agreed, breathing deeply as she allowed herself to have yet another taste of an old status quo that would never return again, no matter how she wished it might. Their brief conversation died down quickly, and silence reigned in the room once more until Angela glanced at the currently paralyzed, most reluctant former captain who stood by another table, eyeing her warily, amused as she had been earlier. Now she found herself slightly annoyed. "Are you really just going to stand there watching us eat?" she asked, bluntly. "And no, that's not. I mean, well, princess, Fei said, approaching her warily, nervously, until he sighed and bowed his head towards her, remorsefully. "I'm just sorry. We should have known better than to, okay, I should have known better than to pester Sokka about anything. I know things aren't all that easy for anyone and I was stupid to act like it was just something to talk about at leisure." "Well, it's somewhat amusing for daunting Imperial guards to be so preoccupied with matters of relationships, I'll give you that," Angela sighed, "not to mention, it's probably unreasonable of me to drag you all through this madness with me as I have while refusing to give you any answers, isn't it?" "It is, wait, it's not. I mean, wait, what?" Fei said, blinking blankly as he stared at Angela in astonishment. Sokka, as well, seemed puzzled. "You mean that?" he asked. "So, for once I held my tongue and didn't give away anything valuable, and this time it would have been okay if I had." "I didn't say that," Angela clarified, staring at her lover pointedly. He smirked, despite himself. "I suppose there are boundaries, huh?" he said. Angela smiled too. "The problem is you get carried away too easily to recognize any of them. But you did handle yourself surprisingly well this time around, far better than you usually do." "Well, now, I did hold my tongue when Sneers was anguished over Cory and all their struggle, whereas you—" "That's neither here nor there. It's not like I outright told Cory about the things that—" Angela froze mid-sentence, her eyes on Sokka's, as he smirked somewhat judgmentally, no doubt expecting her to give away far more than she ever should have. Angela closed her mouth again, casting a glance at her left, to find all 5 guards within the dining deck were staring at her with unabashed curiosity. "They're worse than Tai Li," she concluded, shaking her head as she turned to her food again. Sokka chuckled as the guards smiled guiltily, though one of them shamelessly picked up a tray and approached them with a bright, eager smile on his face instead. "Then, if you really think it's okay, you can tell us for sure when things began, right?" Fei said, beaming as he took his seat beside Sokka, whose eyebrow twitched at Fei's forward behavior. "Was I right, princess?" "Sokka says I wasn't, says we were all wrong, actually, but I can't believe that. After such a display of loyalty on his part, after you two fought off the White Lotus and stopped them right before they could escape. There's no better point for your relationship to begin than that one, I know that for sure." "There isn't? Truly?" Angela asked, undeniably amused again. "I mean, it's fine if it started back in the forest, I guess, but at least I know now that it started before we got promoted." Fei grinned. "I'm much more confident now that I know that, so. I have to say, I'm honestly impressed, Sokka," Angela said, after swallowing a mouthful of boiled vegetables. "I always thought we were terrible at hiding. In fact, everyone who found out always told us we were terrible at it, but we mustn't have been that bad if these guys were that clueless." Sokka couldn't hold back a cackle of laughter at her observation. Fei gasped, her cutting words leaving him in shambles. Wait, so? I'm not even close. That can't be. He squeaked. Was it sooner than that? Don't tell me it was the forest. Tai Wei will be a pain if it was. Didn't you just say that Sokka told you none of your guesses were correct? Angela asked, smirking. Fei grimaced. But then, when Sokka lost his first fight. He asked. That can't be right. No, it's got to be something else. I'm missing something. Guys, come on, give me a hand here. Wouldn't it be a lot better if you stop trying to guess and just let her tell you, outright? Taro suggested, smiling awkwardly as he approached. He and the other 4 guards chose to change their seats and take their places at a nearby table, rather than barging into Sokka and Angela's own, as Fei had. That is, if the princess wants to tell us, of course. Angela said, raising her eyebrows enigmatically as Fei stared at her insistently. I'll shut up. I will. It's okay, if I was wrong, I was wrong. So, when was it? He asked, with an awkward smile. Angela breathed in, closing her eyes as though struggling to remember the answer to Fei Li's question. Sokka couldn't help but chuckle at her enigmatic behavior, busying himself with his food, allowing the familiar flavor to infuse him with the feeling of still being home, even if every instant they spent at sea took him further away from the now nostalgic house. It was actually, Angela said, carrying the suspense forth for as long as she could, basking in Fei Li's desperation as she did as much. That time we traveled to Shujing, a few years ago. When Sokka had eaten all the barge's supply of food and we had to restock there. Wait, huh? Fei Li gasped, his jaw dropping. Why, Yuri saying, one of our least eventful trips. Really? Sorry to disappoint, Angela said, unable to keep from smiling at his reaction over the unexpected answer, though even if it were anything much more impressive than that, that's all the information you're getting on that front. But that's just, so normal, Fei Li said, blinking blankly. You must have had some really wild fantasies, buddy? Sokka smirked, shaking his head, but we really did a better job at hiding than we thought if they couldn't tell there was anything different after that trip. You two are difficult to judge, you know. Said Taro, smiling awkwardly. We didn't have 1,000 different guesses for no reason, after all. But you all agreed that something was happening or would be happening eventually, didn't you? Said Sokka. Well, yeah. All of us except the jerk who actually knew best, Fei Li growled, his eyebrow twitching. When did he find out, anyway? I hope you guys got to sneak around under his nose for a long time and embarrassed him because of it. He found out as soon as it happened, Sokka admitted, nonchalantly, and Fei Li yelped. Angela, despite herself, couldn't hold back the laughter at Fei Li's indignation. What? You say, how? We couldn't tell there was anything different. He's just that much more observant than the rest of you, you see? Angela teased them, causing Sokka to snort and laugh again. Fei Li groaned, hanging his head. Doesn't take a lot of observation power to infer something like that if you walk in on two people kissing, though, does it? Sokka said, absent-mindedly, and Angela shot him a quick glare. Ran out of restraint by now, have you? She asked, as the guards gasped at Sokka's careless confession. He grimaced under Angela's judgment, though he had to brace himself for Fei Li's next outburst, too. He walked in on. Oh, I can't believe him. And then he kept telling us we were crazy, he did, princess. Oh, forget the food, I'm gonna go give him a piece of my mind, that jerk. Fei Li. Wuhan called him again, forcing the man to freeze on the spot, with just one leg outstretched. He's working still. Go yell at him after the shift changes. Oh, so it's fine for him to yell at him by then? Angela asked, amused. He might as well. He kept quiet for so long, he'd have it coming. Han agreed, amusing Angela further. You're all so much more childish than I ever realized you were, she said, prompting most of her guards to blush at her remark. I'm not saying it is a bad thing, though I guess I'm not saying it is a good thing, either. I just can't believe he seriously could keep the secret for that long without giving anything away. Pouted Fei Li. I guess he must have been with Song for a long time too and we just never knew it, right? Nah, if we hadn't given him a proper push, he wouldn't have gotten a move on at all, Sokka said, waving a hand as he gave away information about Ruishi far more carelessly. They definitely took longer than the two of us. Depends on how you look at it, I suppose, Angela said, surprising Sokka. If you factor in our first encounter, it took us about 3 years. Oh, please, the 2 years after we first met don't count, Sokka said, shaking his head. Either way, if Angela hadn't told Ruishi to talk things over with Song, he probably would have spent all this time hesitating and doubting and unsure about what to do. I'd like to think he would have found his resolve eventually, but it might have taken him more time anyway, Angela admitted, smiling. Might be it's not me who convinced him, though, but that fortune teller. Oh, come on, even if he believed everything she said, it's not like Ruishi had any reason to believe her words rather than your advice. A fortune teller? Fei Li gasped, eyes bright with interest. Did you guys meet a fortune teller? Wait, you met one with Ruishi? When? Back when Zhang attacked Pahui stronghold. Guess you guys should remember that fairly well, huh? Angela said, with a tight-lipped grin. Odd how time and distance certainly made matters diminish in importance. To a degree, it wasn't as though the horrific events from that dark night no longer disturbed her, but the more recent ordeals they'd faced had certainly proved just as nightmarish, if not more so, than the ones they lived through during that trip. Oh, now, but you just said you two were already a thing back then. Taro gasped, glancing at Sokka and Azula in astonishment, which means he wasn't very happy about traveling with us, no. Azula admitted, smiling a little as Sokka chuckled, though neither was Sokka, come to think of it. What, did he give you guys a hard time? Fei asked, curious. Not intentionally, but every common person we bumped into while we were undercover seemed to think Ruishi was my husband and Sokka our servant. Azula smiled weakly, glancing at Sokka almost apologetically as he groaned, smiling a little as well while the rest of the group gasped in astonishment. That must have been awkward, Fei grimaced. See, it wasn't all fun and games for Ruishi either, Sokka smiled. If anything, he probably didn't tell you guys because we've put him through so much trouble that he was sparing you guys from enduring that too. Hard to believe, unless he's the entire reason you two could hide so well, even if you say you're no good at hiding at all. Han mused, was he the one who hid you all along? Not entirely. Not really. Sokka smiled awkwardly. I guess he did help many times, but I wouldn't say it was entirely his doing, or was it? I think our ambiguous behavior helped enough on its own, but Ruishi did help in many ways. Well, to a fault, anyway. Azula said, with a light scoff. To a fault? Asked Fei, raising his eyebrows. Did he ever cause you guys trouble instead? Or did he decide to stop helping you at some point? Well, one time, he did something you guys probably will be pretty surprised to hear about, Sokka said, smiling as he glanced at Azula, who bit her lip, stifling a smile of her own. I bet no one ever imagined Ruishi would be caught playing hooky, but you helped him, so you're the last person who should be acting like it was all that surprising, Azula reminded him, and Sokka snorted as the others gazed at them in utmost confusion. I had a right to be surprised even if I helped him, Azula. He smiled. I disagree. To this day, I disagree, and I'm sure I'll never stop disagreeing. What's this about Ruishi playing hooky? Fei asked, narrowing his eyes. This sounds like the juiciest of all the stories. I've got to hear this one. Oh, you will, all right. It's further proof of how unobservant you lot are, as a matter of fact, Azula said, raising her eyebrows and startling Fei. What? How come? Fei squeaked. For one whole day, while none of you were the wiser, you had another captain leading you, back when you were still my royal guards, Azula said, simply. All 5 guards fell silent, horror etched across their faces as they made sense of Azula's last claim. Their eyes soon drifted towards Sokka, who chuckled in his seat, unable to mask his guilt in any significant way. Whoa, just a second now, did you trade places with Ruishi at some point? Fei squeaked. Impossible. Sokka is Sokka, there's no way we wouldn't have noticed. Taro gasped, prompting Sokka to laugh harder, leaning on the table as Azula smiled disapprovingly at him. I had to coach him into delivering a believable performance. That's the only reason why none of you thought something was off, she said, but in the festival's first day, almost 2 years ago by now. You know, the one where we ended up checking out the stalls after Azula gave her speech. Sokka said, with a nonchalant grin. Another gasp ran through the group, as all accusatory eyes fell upon the guilty couple. It was inevitable that they would laugh again, more than ever at the astonished betrayal across Fei's aghast face. It was you? That day, it was you! He exclaimed, his jaw dropping. The 2 clever fools thought they'd swap places, mainly because Ruishi wanted to have a proper date with Song that day. Azula explained. I'd told him he couldn't do it, he was the captain of my guards, how could he possibly ditch me on the day of the parade, of all days? And then he proceeded to conspire with Sokka behind my back, to convince him that they could switch places and everything would be just fine if they did. Of course, Sokka's pretense didn't last very long. It lasted long enough, Sokka laughed, at least until the temple, right? The temple? Shuren and Wuhan exclaimed at the same time. Sokka's eyes shifted towards them, and he smiled at the 2 guards who had accompanied him that day. You guys might just remember how that went, huh? He said, innocently. You were very harsh on Ruishi that day, Wuhan said, glancing at Angela like there was bad blood between you. And Ruishi didn't speak much. He didn't want to speak to the princess, altogether, Shuren finished, blinking blankly. It was because she would have recognized me in a heartbeat? Yeah, that's right, but she thought, at first, that Ruishi was just mad at her for not giving him permission to have his happy date with Song Saka snickered. Angela rolled her eyes but smiled. Your pretense didn't last much longer than the temple, though. That's for sure, she said. Fei Li stroked his chin, frowning. But, we were attacked, weren't we? He said by the homeless people, right? And it's not like it was that bad or anything, but I'm pretty sure at one point Ruishi, or rather, Saka, fought back too. Once the palanquin bearers dropped the palanquin, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember. Our first indirect bending incident, huh? Saka smiled fondly at Angela, who laughed and covered her face with a hand. That's nostalgic. Indirect bending. Taro repeated, wait, what does that mean, exactly? Well, basically she was bending through me. Saka said, with an awkward grin as the guard's jaws dropped. It was pretty crazy, can't lie about that. That sounds insane. Squealed Fei Li, shocked, how did you guys do something like that? Not sure, the explanation is within the boundaries of what we can and can't share. Saka mumbled, eyeing Angela warily, only for her to fix him with a significant stare. Yeah, guess not. What matters is that it paid off and no one was the wiser about our deception, Angela declared. No one could have known he wasn't Ruishi if he was seen fire-bending, simple as that. I wasn't all that happy when you said maybe we just weren't observant. But, we really weren't observant at all, Han said, eyes wide. We had another captain for a whole day, and we couldn't even tell. You made a very convincing Ruishi for sure, Fei Li told Saka, patting his back gently. Saka smiled. All because Angela taught me how to impersonate him properly, he said, though in some cases it wasn't all that hard to act, such as when she gave me that poetry book. Ah. Did you keep that one, or was it really for Ruishi? Fei Li asked, puzzled, glancing between them both, because, I mean. Saka didn't need a book to write ridiculous poetry, he knew enough of how to do it already, Angela said, smirking teasingly at her lover, who pouted at her mischief. I actually picked that gift as a punishment for Ruishi. I expected you lot would still be reeling over the discovery of his relationship once he returned to his job, but I'm not sure that it worked. Just a bit, I guess. Fei Li said, smiling weakly. We were busy enough with our duties that week that we probably teased Saka undercover far more than we could tease Ruishi until after the festivals ended. That's such a shame. Angela sighed, though I guess I take comfort in knowing you were more irritating once you finally got to meet Song directly. I wasn't that irritating. Was I? Fei Li said, blinking blankly as the others laughed. Their laughter covered the sound of footsteps as other men approached the dining deck. Fei Li was pouting awkwardly by the time he caught sight of someone crossing the threshold into the room, and he leapt to his feet immediately once he identified him. There he is. The jerk who lied to us all, that's who. He squeaked awkwardly, charging towards Ruishi, who shot him a puzzled stare. What's gotten into you now? He asked, before his eyes focused on the princess and Saka. They seemed unexpectedly content now, a rather surprising development considering how utterly miserable they had been the last time Ruishi had checked on either of them. You're both here. As you can see, Saka said, smiling as he waved at him weakly. Good, then. Enjoy your breakfast, Ruishi said, breathing deeply. He had been followed by Tai Wei, who looked exhausted and ready to pass out, but he seemed to prefer finding something to eat before getting any rest. We're well out of the usual navigation paths, Tai Wei reported, as Taro scrambled off to find food for the two new arrivals. Not a lot of land anywhere nearby, so not a lot of Fire Nation outposts. Any sign of ships, whether in water or air, following us? Angela asked, her amusement receding upon the change of subject. He shook his head. Not so far. I guess we really took them by surprise, he said, with an awkward grin. Anyway, I'll die if I don't eat something now, so. We'll be finished eating in a moment, one of us can take over for you while you're having breakfast. Han assured him, as Shuren and Wuhan took to eating faster. It's alright, I left Chiang in charge for now. Ruishi's going back there in a bit, too, Tai Wei said, sinking in a chair at another nearby table. He'll be captain of the barge while I'm getting some rest. He needs rest of his own too once in a while, though, Angela said, glancing at Ruishi, who shook his head and smiled. I'm fine still. I'll rest when everyone else has. Why do you keep staring at me that way, Fei Li? Ruishi finally said, his reassuring grin fading as he glared back at the man who couldn't seem to stop glaring at him. Because you knew all along, you jerk. You knew. You were right there, holding their hand throughout their secrecy from day one, and you kept telling us we were completely crazy for saying it looked like they had feelings for each other. Fei Li exclaimed, pointing at Ruishi with a threatening, accusatory finger. For all this time, you lied to our faces just like that. How can you live with yourself, Ruishi? Ruishi blinked blankly as he waited for Fei Li's rant to end, as his fellow guard breathed heavily once he was done shouting. After 5 seconds of silence, Ruishi finally answered. I live with myself just fine, thank you. And yes, I lied, many times. What of it? He said, simply, before stepping past Fei Li and moving towards Angela. The former Imperial Guard captain was left standing still, frozen with his jaw dropped, as his admired officer ignored him. Jiang Huo is resting right now, but once he's awake he'll probably want to see you and Sokka again. He needs new bandages, you probably need attention on your own wounds. All right, Angela said, smirking as she glanced at the dismayed Fei Li, who clearly had expected a much less blunt and forthright response from Ruishi than that. You're sure you're not pushing yourself too hard, though? I'd do best to push myself as hard as I can, Ruishi answered, earnestly. His gaze had shifted towards the half-finished food plates before Sokka and Angela. Recognizing his lover's work immediately, his heart clenched as he realized he'd still have some more of her cooking, if just for a few more meals. It's the best way to keep my mind busy, at least. At any rate, food it is. Ruishi. Fei Li groaned, making to grab his fellow guard's wrist to stop him. But Ruishi smirked as he sped away too fast for Fei Li to stop him. You owe us answers too. You had Sokka taking your place one time, even. Do we even know you at all, Ruishi? I'm sure you don't, actually, Ruishi determined, smirking over his shoulder until his gaze settled on Angela and Sokka once more as he slowed his pace. Though I'm surprised you two are giving away your secrets that easily. That one's pretty harmless, isn't it? Sokka smiled, shrugging. Then I take it you've also confessed that that wasn't the first time you impersonated a royal guard? Ruishi asked, and Sokka froze as the collective gasp was once more directed towards him. Doesn't look like it. Odd. Well, that's, Sokka said, grinning awkwardly at the astonished guards. You did, what, now? Tai Wei asked, confused and amused on equal measure. No way. Fei Li gasped. But, then, who did you impersonate? And when? How didn't we notice it? It's not that serious, and he didn't do it that often, Angela said, through gritted teeth. Sokka sighed, blushing as he scratched the back of his head. Just when we were starting out, really. He admitted, and I was just using the uniform on occasion. You guys couldn't have known because, well. Because that's how he snuck around to meet with her in secret when he wasn't supposed to, Ruishi said, bluntly. Sokka and Angela flinched and glared at him. Ruishi. Angela huffed. He smiled and shrugged. We can throw more than enough dirt at each other, princess, never forget that, he said, with a proud grin, before ducking into the kitchen. Despite the threatening words, the obvious teasing in them could only bring Angela to smile as she shook her head at his bold revelations. Whoa. So you guys just know each other's worst secrets. All of them. Fei Li gasped, finally reacting and angling himself towards the princess and Sokka once more. Do share. All of it. I want to torment Ruishi forever after he lied to us as he did. Even if he hadn't just threatened to reveal a ton of information as he just did. I would have to say no to that, Angela smiled. I don't think any of us need more stories spreading around, and going by how you all had your own theories on how things started between me and Sokka, perhaps you can just continue to cling to your theories about whatever other questions you wanted us to answer, right? No. But. Oh, but that's just boring. Fei Li pouted, sinking on the floor as Tai Wei cleared his throat. You should save your energies for your upcoming shift in the engine room, Tai Wei said, with a sing-song voice. You ought to get going there already, as a matter of fact. We may be on the right direction as we are, but we can't leave many stations on the barge unattended for too long, can we? Ugh, fine, fine. I'll finish my food and then I'll go fume while I pour coal into engines, fine. Fei Li pouted, clambering back to his seat and promptly eating his meal enthusiastically, more so once he tasted how delicious it was. No one anticipated how comfortable and easy the atmosphere would become after that strange breakfast on their second day at sea. Where the guards ever held so much distance and respect with Azula, now the distance had shortened, though their respect remained. The curiosity of the most insidious ones wouldn't easily go answered. After a while, Azula and Sokka took to deflecting questions instead, mainly in fear of whatever Rui Shi might reveal if they spoke at leisure about anything involving him, but by that point, the guards didn't need answers quite so direly anymore. What they needed was the certainty that they'd done the right thing by their princess, and after she found it in her to laugh again, while playing mahjong with the guards who were on break, using Fei Li's tile set without permission while he was hard at work, they grew to believe that they had. In the end, the princess spent most her day among guards, among friends. As dark as the circumstances were, not having to lead a double life, not having to hide what Sokka meant to her anymore, proved liberating. No one seemed to judge them, no one seemed to condemn them. For however long as their journey might last, they would taste a freedom of the sorts they had been denied all across their relationship, and they wouldn't waste it, no matter how short-lived that freedom would feel once their days at sea together came to an unwanted end. The installation of the system you requested will take us a few days, my lord, but it should be finished soon, the royal blacksmith reported, attempting not to sound choked up as he spoke. If Oze noticed the conflicted emotions present in his voice, he disregarded them completely. I expect the job to be finished within less than a week. 3 days, preferably, Oze snapped back. The blacksmith nodded, bowing his head, unwilling to meet Oze's eyes. General Xiaofeng will supervise these upgrades to the Dragon Refuge. If he reports any hesitation, any foul play on your part, it will be your head, rather than the dragon's, which shall be sliced cleanly by that blade of yours. The blacksmith held back a whimper and nodded. As you say, my lord, he spoke submissively. The Fire Lord didn't call on the royal blacksmith often. The last thing the man had expected, at a time of such turmoil and chaos in the streets, was to receive an official summons, as well as a new, ambitious, dark project to execute by the Fire Lord's demands. He had heard enough rumors in the city, he never thought he'd confirm that maybe some of them were quite close to reality. Yet, if the Fire Lord assigned him a project of this magnitude, there was no doubt that the Crown Princess had done something or another to displease her father, and the inferno that had poured into the skies at the arena merely the previous day might have had plenty to do with that. The city was in chaos, though the domestic forces had handled most of it as best they could. The houses and buildings near the Grand Royal Dome had been evacuated successfully, though the damage to their structure couldn't be fixed easily. Beyond that, all protests about the Gladiator League's abolishment had died down since fear had silenced them completely. The League's chairman had backed down as well, the entire business had been wiped out, and word had been sent to all Superior League arenas across Fire Nation territories to close operations at once or face the Fire Lord's wrath. A new era was starting, it seemed, and the Fire Lord's fury certainly heralded nothing good for his people in the coming days. The blacksmith left the throne room just as Admiral Zhao crossed its curtains, too. He was dressed in his full battle regalia, though judging by the distraught expression on his face, he seemed resigned to wind up at the losing end of whatever challenge he'd be confronting next. Is everything ready, Admiral? Oze asked, sharply. Zhao nodded. 4 airships are ready, as well as 5 battleships, he announced. They have a head start on you. A considerable one, at that, Oze said. I'm aware. We will attempt to communicate with other patrolling vessels to track down their trajectory. Whatever the case may be, their likeliest destination is, of course, the South Pole, Zhao said, simply. If the vermin survived, it would be, Jose hissed, his eyes narrowing. See to it you finish the job, if he did. Avenge your fallen gladiator, won't you? I will do my best, Zhao said, breathing deeply. I will return with Angela. I vow as much. Indeed, you will. That's the entire reason you're being deployed at all, Admiral, Jose said, darkly. Get going. You have no more time to waste. As you command, my lord, Zhao said, bowing quickly before taking off as well. The curtain rustled after him as he vanished across the archway. Jose took a deep breath, releasing it slowly, his deadly glare set on the curtain as it stopped moving. Beside him, hidden in nothingness, a voice spoke quietly. Should I join him, Lord Jose? He was tempted to say yes. To request that he saw to it that the gladiator was dead, utterly dead, with no hope of miracle recoveries or unexpected survivals, but a feeling in his gut urged him not to give the order. He needed someone by his side, anyone, and Cephas was certainly a good choice for that. Angela's betrayal, paired with Zhao's departure, he had been left with nothing, with no one in the wake of the princess's catastrophic actions. Only Cephas was still here, and only Cephas could serve as a reassuring presence, a certainty that he still had some control over his world, when it seemed he was about to lose said control completely. You will stay with me. I'll need you close by for the time being, Cephas Jose said, bluntly. Cephas nodded. It will be as you wish, he decided, and his voice faded into silence anew. So much had gone sideways within just a few days, and so many questions were left to be answered. Countless people could have known of this. How many had? How many, aside from his treacherous brother, whom no one could locate anymore? The bastard had fled the city, it seemed. He hadn't been seen since he revealed Angela's filthy secret, but he couldn't have been the only one who knew. Angela's guards, certainly, seemed to have known, otherwise they wouldn't have orchestrated the escape plan that had even included the princess's barge. The report that the large vessel was missing, that officers who manned the port's barriers had been knocked out and restrained. Had he been less focused on his daughter, he might have paid some mind to all the signs of insurrection and acted upon them quickly. But he had seen red, so all this had escaped his notice, just as he hadn't seen to it that someone kept an eye on the imprisoned dragon, who had probably been freed by those damn treasonous guards. At first, sending a few airships to track down the dragon had almost appeared a simple, if infuriating, matter. Learning, however, that the princess's warship was sailing freely, well past Agelin's gates, pushed Jose's hand further. Zhao would lead a retrieval squad and he would bring Princess Angela home. If he failed at his task, Jose wouldn't limit himself to a small squad next time. The full brunt of as many available ships as he could send, both through water and air, would obliterate the South Pole if need be, until the gladiator was dead and the princess safely captured and brought back home. He couldn't do anything else to aid Zhao in his quest at the moment, though. What he could do, after giving out the orders he had in planning ahead for how to keep his daughter in check once she was dragged back to the Fire Nation, was ponder who else had known the truth and turned a blind eye to it. How many people had a chance to put a stop to Angela and hadn't done so? For each fool who had allowed the princess to get away with her deceit was just as treacherous as the princess herself. His golden, harsh eyes glowered as that realization gained solid form within his head. He had to wait for several days, perhaps even weeks, before Zhao could bring back any results. Until then he could take that time to round up all the traitors, one by one, until they confessed their sins or convinced him of their innocence. When the next Imperial Guard stepped through the curtains of the throne room, Jose gave him an order, without a second thought. Bring me the princess's staff, every single servant assigned to her care over the past 4 years, he hissed. The guard nodded, bowing his head in Jose's direction. It shall be done, my lord, he responded, faithfully, yet Jose raised a hand, to ensure he wouldn't leave before his next command was spoken. The guard waited readily until he uttered it. Also, find the ladies Mai and Tai Li, and bring them to the palace, he said, his gold eyes cold and unyielding. They have much to answer for. At once, my lord. As resilient as the guards were, many had exhausted most their energies over the days leading to their grand escape. Jiang Huo was one of them. He had only woken by mid-afternoon, and he had needed a few hours of preparation to tend to Sokka's wounds and ensure he was healing well. The change of bandages was a long process, one that Angela witnessed fully this time, and as troubled as they had been yesterday in that very same room. It seemed as though all their baggage had been dealt with today, even if the puzzled guard had no idea what had brought about such a vast change. Still, unlike Faley, he didn't feel the need to let his curiosity run away with him. He had kept his thoughts and worries to himself, focusing exclusively on his duty to the princess and her gladiator. "All right. I'd say you're doing all right, all things considered," Jianghuo finally declared, as Sokka drained another cup of pain-killing liquid. "It'll be a few more weeks before the burns are gone, but many of the bruises are paling by now. Some might be gone within a couple of days, if you're lucky." "Sounds promising," Sokka smiled. "Thanks, Jianghuo. Though, before we go, do you have anything to treat swelling?" Azula's shoulder. "Well. Should I take a look at it?" Jianghuo said, turning towards the princess, who sat by the door. Just one glance at her, and although she didn't respond in any visible way, Jianghuo's idea faded immediately. "And no, never mind. I suppose I shouldn't." "You shouldn't," Azula repeated, raising her eyebrows. Jianghuo smiled awkwardly. "I'll feel out of place if I inspect your shoulder directly, princess. I'm not even that much of a healer, in the first place," he said, "but I do have some ointments that should help. I've used some on Sokka as it is." He opened a cabinet, collecting a small box that he offered the princess once he returned to her. He smiled sympathetically at her as Azula allowed him to place the box on her right hand. "You can use all of it, if you need to. Just rub it gently over the troubling area and it should help soothe the skin," Jianghuo said. "Twice a day should suffice. It was enough when I had a laceration that took an ugly turn." "Twice, then, thank you," Azula nodded, and Jianghuo grinned again. "No problem whatsoever, princess. I hope it helps," he said. Azula nodded as she rose to her feet, and Sokka followed suit, picking up the shirt he'd removed for the health inspection. "I'm sure it will. Get more rest if you can get away with it. If not, good luck with whatever shift you have to take up right now," Azula said. "If any of you need any assistance, we will be fine, princess. I'm sure the others told you as much already." Jianghuo grinned, as all three of them exited the small room. "I'm off to the engine room, then. I'll see you both tomorrow for another checkup." "Sure. Thanks again, and good luck tonight." Sokka smiled, waving as Jianghuo walked down the hallway quickly, leaving them behind in the dimly lit corridor. Azula breathed out slowly, glancing at Sokka's bandaged body, at his unexpectedly strong stance, regardless of his many wounds. The gladiator caught notice of her staring soon enough, naturally. "Something wrong?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Azula shrugged. "A lot of things, I guess, but I'm just surprised you're enduring so many wounds without complaint. I think what Jianghuo gave you is called Midnight Nectar." "He said so, yeah," Sokka nodded. Azula bit her lip. "I suspect it's not used all that often for people who are bound to survive their wounds." The way he talked about it sounded like something popularly used to ease the dying into smoother deaths. "Yes," Azula said, closing her eyes. "People talk about it as a herald of doom, of a sort, but it's mainly because it can become a dangerous, addictive substance if someone drinks it too often, for a long period of time. That's why it's used for those without much hope. I'd say, if you're not feeling too awful tomorrow, try to space it out by a day, at least. The last thing you need is winding up addicted to a painkiller, on top of everything else." "Yeah, doesn't sound like a good idea if you put it that way." Sokka smiled awkwardly. "I'd hope having it 2 days in a row is fine, though. I'll probably be, pretty boring tonight, otherwise." "Heh. Is that really what we should be prioritizing?" Azula asked, though she couldn't hold back a weak grin. Sokka smiled guiltily and shrugged. "I don't see why not," he answered carelessly. "Though, we should go upstairs already. The sooner we apply that salve on your shoulder, the better." "We?" Azula repeated, amused. "You're so forward now, husband. Is it a bad thing?" he asked, grinning as well. That she'd choose to answer him by sliding her hand into his spoke the words she didn't utter directly. Azula closed her eyes briefly and heaved out a sigh before guiding Sokka to the stairs. Instead of heading downwards, as Jianghuo had, they walked upwards, to the higher levels of the barge's tower. They'd already moved Sokka's luggage to Azula's cabin, everything the guards had brought from his house, many sets of his clothes, fortunately, had been part of their haul, enabling him to wear his favored outfits for the rest of their journey. For one final trip, they wouldn't live a lie any longer. Sokka wouldn't have to slink in shadows to spend nights with Azula. It was a small sort of victory or freedom to bask in, almost meaningless in the face of all their struggles, but neither the princess nor her lover took their small blessings for granted. Azula would have continued upwards carelessly, on her way to her cabin, if Sokka's hand hadn't tugged at hers when something caught his attention at the landing of the ship's upper deck. Azula raised an eyebrow but relented, walking away from the staircase and standing beside Sokka to figure out what had enraptured her secret husband so profoundly. One glance at the darkening skies answered the question easily enough. Sprawling stars blinked above them, already visible even if the night was still young. They had a few more hours left before actual dinner time arrived, as far as Azula knew, but the skies were so dark for a reason. They were headed south, and the dark period would soon be in full swing there. Shorter days, longer nights. Azula whispered. Sokka smiled. If that means I get to use that as an excuse to stay inside your cabin with you for longer during this trip, I'm good with that, he said, stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. The sky's something else out at sea, isn't it? The stars are so bright here. There have to be some stars you can see from the south and the Fire Nation at the same time, Azula whispered, tugging his hand gently. He smiled and shrugged. Maybe? Though. I've never really taken my time to map out stars. Could be a good idea to do it now, huh? He said. Do you want to get a better look at them? She asked, softly. Well, your shoulder. It can wait. It has for the past week as it is, she whispered. You hadn't tossed anyone out a balcony until yesterday, though, Sokka pointed out, raising his eyebrows. To his delight, the words brought a smile to Azula's face. I didn't have much of a chance to say anything about it until now, but that was incredible. I wish I'd seen how you did it, but I was dying for a chance to tear that piece of shit a new one myself. And then you went and did that all on your own. He deserved worse, but believe it or not, I didn't use too much power. He was simply that easy to deflect. Azula smiled, either way. She didn't take no for an answer, no matter how reasonable Sokka's words might be. He sighed, letting her guide him out into the deck, spacious and empty as it was right now, save for the dragon that napped by the prow. Sokka watched over Azula once she let go of his hand and knelt by Xianlong, checking on him and communicating with him as he rested on the ship's deck. He'd likely take off on occasional trips over the course of the next days, but the lack of any solid ground nearby would likely deter him from spending too long away from the barge. I shouldn't have woken you, you say? Azula smiled, stroking the dragon's hair gently. Sorry about that. I just thought I'd check on you, whether you wanted me to do so or not. The dragon grumbled in a supposedly threatening way, but Azula smiled fondly at him instead. Soon enough she was hugging his head to her chest, as he whimpered sympathetically and quietly against her. I'm all right, Xian. I'm fine, she lied, burying her face in his blue-white hair. We've all seen better days, but we could be facing worse ones just the same, right? It's good that we're not. Sokka stepped up close to her, gently caressing her hair as he stood beside her. Xianlong groaned in acknowledgement at him, as Azula leaned gently against his leg, for support and comfort alike. She flinched away from him quickly upon remembering he sported a few wounds there as well, though Sokka seemed displeased that their physical contact would be cut short, all injuries forgotten. You may not feel much pain, it doesn't mean you're unhurt, Azula told him, raising her eyebrows. Xianlong groaned as well, as though joining Azula's scolding, but he soon pulled away from his rider, closing his eyes as he relaxed on deck, going back to bed. Then Xianlong nodded weakly, his tail flopping against the metal as a response to Azula's question. She smiled, caressing his hair once more. Good night then, Xianlong, she whispered, kissing the side of his head before rising back to her feet. Sokka wrapped an arm around her waist, reeling her close to him in a gentle embrace. Azula breathed deeply and relaxed against his chest. Again, she was reminded of his injuries, but this time Sokka was far more ready to keep her close by, pressing his lips to her cheek softly as he held her. Playing dangerous games, are you? She asked. He grinned against her skin. Always. Doesn't matter if I win or lose. I just love playing them with you, he stated. Angela couldn't contain a smile, even if one that left her choked up, unsure of what to say. Sokka didn't seem to need her to say anything else for now, though. He guided her to the very end of the ship, to the large black and gold prow, and he held her gently there, his eyes returning to the sky. It was darker yet by now, and the spectacle of the stars above was all the more breathtaking for it. I never paid enough attention to the stars. Sokka whispered, caressing her body gently as he embraced her back against his chest. Not until that night, when you decided to surprise me with those birthday fireworks. Heh, you weren't paying that much attention to them by the time the night ended anyway, Angela said, with a weak grin of her own. Sokka chuckled but nodded. Yeah, you saw to that, too, he admitted. And here I thought you were the one who initiated it. Angela smirked. Sokka scoffed. Are you refusing to acknowledge you seduced me, Angela? He said. Angela snorted, dropping her head against his shoulder. And here I thought you were proud of it, too. I seduced you? Really? She chuckled. Sokka snickered, hugging her warmly. You set up the smoothest bed for us underneath a canopy of stars, said many sweet things, then had your dragon launching fireworks for my birthday. After all that, you're going to pretend you didn't seduce me? He said, kissing her other cheek now, as if it were something to be ashamed of, to begin with. I'm not ashamed at all, if that's truly what I did. Angela smiled. It's just funny how we have entirely different perceptions of whatever happens between us. Do we really? Sokka asked, biting his lip. You said many wonderful things that night too, she admitted, closing her eyes and relaxing against him. It's not like I didn't expect us to wind up making love, evidently I hoped for it, but there was no way I could refrain from it when you said the things you said. Well, then, perhaps we just seduced each other, he decided, prompting Angela to laugh again as he smiled warmly at her. That sounds about right, doesn't it? We go at things evenly, Angela smiled, nodding. So I guess that's how it was. Though, you had another fun moment with stars in recent history, you know? You probably forgot about it, but still. What would that be? Sokka asked, curious. Oh, wait. Was it when I was under the cactus juice influence or something? You were laughing with the stars because they'd made a joke. Angela chuckled, and Sokka groaned behind her when I asked what it was. You said you didn't know, but it was rude not to laugh too. I'm sure the stars appreciated your politeness, you know. Every time I think I know just how embarrassing I was that night, you bring up something else about it and I'm back to square one of cringing over my dumbest decisions. He said, between laughs, just as Angela laughed against him too. And I didn't even get into the fact that you asked who was in charge of the stars, because you thought they ought to rearrange them into a portrait of me, somehow. Okay, now, that actually sounds reasonable, for once. Good call, drunk Sokka. He smirked, as Angela snorted and turned in his arms. What? It is a good idea. It's ridiculous, and impossible, and, oh, never mind. You're just as silly now as you were that night. Cactus juice notwithstanding, Angela smiled, pressing her brow to his as he chuckled while holding her closely. If only we could change the stars. He whispered, his words ringing a deep chord within Angela's heart as she clutched at his shirt gently. I'd gladly leave a mark of our love there too, you know? As we did in the mountains. If there's someone smart, strong and stubborn enough in this world to change the stars, it's certainly you, Angela whispered, wrapping her arms around his waist as she settled against his chest again. Sokka swallowed hard, letting his fingers travel over her hair gently. Whatever you could make of them, I'm sure it would be a spectacle even more beautiful than it already is. Heh, maybe, but maybe the only way to make it better would be for us to work together at it, right? Sokka smiled, rubbing her back. We've been doing art collaborations, after all. We could do one in the sky, no less. No one can accuse us of lacking ambition, for sure, Angela smiled, caressing his chest as Sokka chuckled. Would you change the stars with me, then? He asked, softly. Again, she found herself in the same dead end as in the previous day, but when she pulled away this time, Sokka relented easily, despite she only did as much to gaze at him. Her golden eyes still gleamed beautifully under those stars, much as his own were filled with the most tender warmth Angela had ever been gazed at with. Her throat constantly closed in over those moments when she found herself fearing, profoundly, what her life might become once she inevitably had to let go of him. That was what constantly left her speechless, unable to utter words. That dim awareness broke her defenses, leaving her desolate and desperate even if she was still in his arms. Anxiety crept through her, as she wanted to do nothing but cling to him forever, watching the stars above with him every single night. Sokka's hand rose, caressing her cheek, brushing away the long strand of her unusually disorderly bangs. She couldn't resist the urge to lean in, pressing her lips to his, offering an impulsive answer to his question, an answer he knew how to interpret now, after the heartbreaking night they had shared. He held her closely, breathing her in, basking in the softness of her skin, the power she threw into the kiss, the light trembling of her hands as she clung to him. He trembled as well, but he stood as stalwart as he could, offering her whatever stability he could provide. He wouldn't heal her broken heart with just one kiss, but he could only hope it would help soothe her, if only in some small way. Their lips broke apart, but Angela didn't dare lower her face, despite she also didn't dare open her eyes. Sokka's fingers trailed over her cheekbone and jaw, taking in her every detail for the umpteenth time. His thumb had to rise to her eyelid to brush away a tear that meant to trickle down her face. She gasped, as breathless as she would be if she had been running for hours. I can't even string together a stupid thought. Don't beat yourself up about it, Sokka whispered, kissing her brow, only for Angela to shake her head vigorously. You don't need to be so unforgiving with yourself, love. It's only natural to struggle. To have trouble figuring out what to say when you're in pain. We're both dancing around it all, you know? Trying to keep all thoughts of the future at bay because acknowledging it hurts too much, right? Angela's fingers tightened over his shirt, but she nodded regardless. Sokka swallowed hard. His own tears were burning in his eyes, and he certainly didn't want them to overcome him, not right now. Not when he was holding her still, not when they still had a few more days left. He could cry for the rest of his life once she was gone, if that was truly all he could do, but not right now. So, maybe we should dance around it even more than we already have, he said, with a light chuckle. Angela frowned a little, finally daring open her puzzled eyes to meet his own. You remember what's the true remedy, right? Whenever things are so difficult that we lose ourselves to grief and sorrow, it happened to you a while ago, happened to me just a few weeks ago as well. You knew just how to push me forward when I was overtaken with fear, how to help me move past what Roan and his damn spear could have done to you if anything had been different. Remember? I just did what you would have, if our roles were reversed. Angela said, you'd done it before, as you said, back when you took me to those hot springs, and gave you the betrothal necklace. Yeah, Sokka grinned sadly, but earnestly. So, we make new memories? Angela asked, choked up as she was, even now, after all this. Now, because of all this, is why we do it, Sokka whispered, pressing a kiss to her brow. She nestled in his arms, ready to let him scoop her up in his arms, to lead her wherever he might intend to, deferring to him completely. He took one step, then another, then he returned to where he'd stood before. Again, a step, then another, then back to the first point. It still took her a moment to reason with the fact that he was dancing with her, quite literally, even if far more calmly than he usually did. She gazed at his feet, difficult as it was to glimpse them when their bodies were pressed together still. He led her gently, easing her into following his steps, into letting go of his shirt as he clasped her hands in his own. Feel free to sing a song, if you think this is too ridiculous without music, even now, Sokka smiled, pulling away while still holding her hands. Despite she had been moments away from breaking, his smooth, clever change of mood certainly proved amenable. She had needed it far more direly than she had expected to. It was so difficult to speak out her thoughts, to convey how utterly terrified she was, to share her fears while listening to his own, too. Yet Sokka always found a way to soothe her, he always found a way to speak to her heart, even without words. A way to bring a smile to her face, even though tears still threatened to slip down her cheeks. Maybe, it's not that ridiculous anymore, she replied. Sokka scoffed playfully, a teasing grin on his face. Nonsense. You're just saying that so you won't have to sing for me, that's all. He snickered, and Angela found it in her to laugh again, even if it was laughter accompanied by the expected tears indeed. Sokol leaned closer, stealing a kiss from her lips, swiping away the tears with his thumbs, only to reignite their dancing instants afterwards, finding her hands with his own anew and twirling with her in a slow but goofy manner, true to form, as he ever did. The sound of her laughter was just as welcome as any song might be, as his own joined hers before long. He had intended, at first, to keep this slow and easy, but now he couldn't resist the urge to dance enthusiastically with her, as he always did. His footsteps picked up speed, and he took to making silly laps around Angela once he released her hands, ever cautious of her shoulder injury. She twirled where she stood, however, in the opposite direction he had moved in, seeking to meet him in the middle of that lap, her arms wrapped around his neck once she caught him, forcing him back into an embrace that he gave himself to gladly, chuckling against her shoulder, nuzzling her neck as he picked her up with whatever strength he had regained, spinning further as he held her closely. It was but a small moment of happiness, one of many that had comprised their relationship since its very beginnings. They had never taken their love for granted and had very few regrets, to this day, but in a night lit so brightly by the stars, they joined together in heartfelt kisses, once again forgetting themselves, forgetting the world around them, although it continued to spin slowly, unforgiving, towards a future neither one was ready to face. But they still had the present, they still had the here and now, as they danced underneath brightly blinking stars that seemed to smile upon their love. Their hearts still beat together, their life forces were still merged, no matter how broken and tired their bodies might be. For as long as that continued to be the case, for as long as their lives were entwined intimately, bridged through every embrace, every kiss, every sway of their linked bodies, wrapped together as they continued to sway at a beat of their own, it was easier to believe that they would never be truly alone again, for not even a distance of 1,000 oceans could ever break apart the love they had nurtured for years. Every fear, every shred of anxiety, every uncertainty seemed so small, so meaningless when they gazed at each other underneath that dark sky that belonged to them that night. They twirled, swayed, danced, and those bright stars seemed to follow them, to swirl together, to promise they might yet change if only the two lovers found the courage and strength to defy the advance of inescapable, inevitable fate. Check the description for the links to the author.